hopefully this works. We'll see. I'm streaming on a 1 minute delay, so it takes me 1 minute to know if things work or not, basically. So that part's a little interesting. But anyhow, yeah. So we're gonna be, getting to round 2 soon. I'm gonna take us to a quick little, probably 10-minute-ish break, while I try to, fix the issues, especially with the YouTube stream and all that stuff. So give me 1 second while I do the. Since my my PC shut down, right? I have to launch everything back up, including the stuff that I use to manage the timer. So give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, so we should. All right, so I'm gonna take us to a 10-minute break, and we'll be back in a little bit. See you very soon.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Death Slam Europe version. We are now moving on to the semifinals as we've got Press Some Buttons versus Trophy Collectors once and again in a best of 3 format. And after that, we'll have the finals. So stay tuned. We've probably got a good, maybe 3 or 4 hours of Deadlock content ahead of us. Who knows? Maybe a little bit faster. Curious to see if we'll see our first game 3, because so far every series has been 2-0.
Yeah. And I've been mentioning before, Press Some Buttons overtaking as the underdogs versus the second seed of last week. So I have no clue on what to expect in terms of power level, comfortability, hero pool, from both of these teams here. As in my eyes at least, you've seen them at least like 1 hour. I have yet to like actually witness their evolution. So I'm kind of excited to see what evolutions in their gameplay, what changes they've made, and how they've like refined their take on Deadlock.
Yeah, so one thing that's interesting to talk about is, let me just tell them to post draft link here. But like one thing that's interesting to talk about is with the side of Trophy Collectors, I believe, there has been, I wouldn't say drama, because nobody has messaged me about it, but there's been a case that we, Ref and I haven't considered yet, and I'm curious what you guys think in the chat should be done. But essentially, with the side of Trophy Collectors, so Cytrox, I believe, was their highest ranked player, and I think he was Phantom 1 or Phantom 2 at the beginning, when like he fell out the form or whatever. But ever since he knew that he got in the tournament, which was about 2 weeks ago, he's been like grinding like nonstop, and now he's made it all the way to like Ascendant 1 or Ascendant 2, and so he's ranked up a lot. And so, generally this tournament is, I mean, we don't bar any rank from entering, but obviously when we make the teams, we're kind of like, okay, Phantom is generally like the highest rank that we kind of like even consider for the teams. There hasn't really been like an Ascendant player in this tournament before, and so it's kind of I'm kind of unsure how to approach a situation, since obviously he went by the rules, he was Phantom, etc. He just improved and grinded. So interesting situation, but he'll be definitely a player to look out for on the side of Trophy Collectors.
I mean, to be honest, especially because a lot of these teams are now playing in this competitive format. At least when I played competitive Deadlock, I think my individual skill in solo queue definitely improved immensely. So I could also see maybe when some of these players, stop spending all their time in scrims and go back into the queues, I could see them like quickly realizing that their own skill expression and power level has grown. And I could see a lot of these players. I mean, I'm not too sure how the EU, how power level equates to like EU ranks per se, because I think the EU ladder is a little bit more competitive than NA. But I mean, in my eyes, a lot of these competitions don't look like games between Phantom players. They look a lot stronger.
Yeah, one sec. We're getting some issues at the moment. Let me see. Yeah, so I'm having some issues with the draft website. So I see this, enter lobby. Are you able to access it by any chance? Let me just, does this link work for you?
No.
It does not?
Oh yeah, nice. I'm in the match chat as well. I mean, I've never used that website.
But does it work for you or no? This is just the new website of Deadlock.guide. Okay, so I'll tell them to use. It's made by Voln as well, so same thing. I'll let them know. Use this for now. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, yeah, so Voln made both version. The Deadlock.pub is just like the newest version, but it was broken yesterday, and he told me yesterday he wasn't like at his computer, so he couldn't fix it, so it might be a little while. So yeah, one thing I do agree 100% with what you said, by the way, about ranks and improvement. I like playing competitive. To be perfectly honest with you, one of the main reasons why I'm playing competitive right now, because really there's really no incentive as far as like money goes or anything. But the main reason for me to keep it grinding is I feel like it's such better practice than pubs, and I just get so much better as a player. And I feel like if I only played pubs, like my skill as a player would like super stagnate. Whereas I feel like in competitive, I'm still able to learn a lot, challenge myself, get an opportunity to play against the best players, some of the best players in the world. And, that's not something that you can get in pubs as much. And so I do think it's a huge advantage for these players when they're going to go back to matchmaking. I do think that most of them are going to rank up significantly.
Yeah. along those lines is that because the quality, I feel like the quality of scrims and competitive games are so much higher because you have like-minded teammates who are all equally dedicated and trying. I could see that maybe they go back to the matchmaking and they realize how much they miss the competitive aspect.
Well, they've
maybe they
already all
get a
told me
little.
that. I
Oh,
mean,
they
many
really?
of them have told me like, "Oh yeah, solo queue has been ruined for me." Like I can't like. They're like solo queue is so unfun now. All these things, which is kind of like I guess what we're trying to do is we are going we are creating an opportunity for people to just have like a fun experience. But we finally fixed all of the technical difficulties with the draft, and we are live with game one draft. Press some buttons on the side of Amber and trophy collectors on Sapphire, and we're seeing the Shiv band right away.
Already seeing some different approaches and strategies, followed by instant Wraith ban. Um, Obviously, we saw Wraith kind of define the meta at like the start of the item shop rework, but like now I feel like has been relatively toned down, more so because I feel like there's more imminent threats per se than the Wraith pick. But obviously, they have draft strategies. Each team has their own draft strategy based around their hero pools, what they
Mm-hmm.
care about playing, what they care about not getting countered by. So instant Paradox Warden pick on the side of trophy
Yep.
collectors.
Yeah, they clearly knew what they wanted. Like, I don't even think they
Yeah.
wasted a second on that. So, Lady
Yeah.
Guy's first pick for press some buttons. So, we've seen the Lady Guys take a lot of priority recently, both in EU and NA, more so in NA than in EU. But, like, in North America, Lady Guys has been, like, first pick, pretty much, like, every scrim that I've seen, or, like, extremely high priority, basically.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. It's a strong hero, it's a strong side laner. Looks like they're going to go for the Geist Morale strat. Now, I believe press some buttons is the team that I did tell about this strategy, which I was
Mhm.
like, hey, if Wraith is out of the pool and you pick Geist Mirage, it's very hard to contest you on side lanes. Now, this is not rocket
Yep.
science, right?
Mhm.
There's not a lot of good side laners in the game at the moment. When the roster has 50, 60 heroes or however many they intend to add, there's this type of strategy is probably not going to be nearly as effective. But right now, a lot of effective drafting strategies are kind of about taking heroes that kind of fulfill a niche role, that don't
Mhm.
have a lot of other opportunities. That's why you see the pick heroes top three often, because well, you kind of have to. There's only like really two that are good.
Yep. Yeah, kind of the same vein. Like I feel like in my head, like Infernus and Viper are also worth considering in terms of like side characters
Mm-hmm.
because both are in theory have the ability to like apply pressure and then like win a 1v1 by just running someone down and getting a pick.
Yeah.
But in this current meta, they're just in this current meta, they just don't really have a space. Infernus, I
Mm-hmm.
don't think is very strong. I think honestly, Viper is pretty good still, but the draft environment, the context of the draft for Viper needs to be near perfect because Viper can get
Mm-hmm.
shut down by a lot of things.
Yeah.
Viper, in order to succeed, needs a lot of support.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so
Yeah.
I completely agree with this side lane prio idea.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out. I think when we saw it in earlier games, we didn't really see full advantage being taken from it. Um, but yeah, we'll see kind of how it goes. Kelvin third pick
Kelvin
for
fish
press
show
some
up.
buttons. We saw Kelvin kind of dominate the first series, in
Yeah.
my opinion. Like, if I
Yes.
had to give an MVP, like, I think CogAS would definitely be up there for my recommendations as MVP. Like, he definitely had huge impact. The heals were clutch, the rescue beams were clutch, and like he had very few deaths in both games. And we'll see if perhaps trophy collectors are a bit better at answering, as we do see Lash third pick
This is an early Lash for me. I
very
think I
early.
don't know if I would draft Lash this early. Obviously we did see Grogladytes use this like Lash Warden ult wombo combo to great effect. Unsure if Trophy Collectors is drafting Lash, for this like big ult combat purposes. Obviously, it could just be hero pool. Someone just might be literal Jesus on Lash. We don't know.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I think Lash at this level of play is just incredibly strong.
Agree.
We'll see. Like, I think the better the players you're playing against, like the more difficult it is to execute on Lash, because people are just much more aware of your ult. And obviously, like in theory, it's actually quite a bad Lash game so far. Realistically,
Yeah.
like Lash doesn't really do anything against any of these heroes. Like Mirage can just dodge the Lash ult tornado. Kelvin has Dome. It's not bad against guys, but then again, she has swap a lot of the time. So when you
Yeah.
get max ult and silence wave, then it's pretty good if you go for that type of build. If you go for like a more like burst heavy Lash where you go max slam, max flog, then it's not really that good against guys either.
Yep. Going back to draft here. trophy collectors took a while to think. Now they banned Yamato. So both teams are taking their time here with draft. One thing I'm looking out for is Abrams. I think we've seen Abrams be first banned, second banned a lot of the time. With the recent update where they changed the skill order, or they changed the skill points of the two, and I think a few other changes. They nerfed some of the numbers on like Inferno Resilience and his tankiness overall. I think Abrams is not as strong anymore. I don't think Abrams deserves like the first band, second band, but I could see Abrams being picked up here in like the 4 or 5 for either team.
Yeah, Abrams got hit pretty hard. Like a lot of the changes.
Yeah.
I think he is definitely a lot sadder than he was. I think he's still 100% pickable. Like I don't think the hero's bad, but he was like seeing a lot of like really really high prio. And in scrims recently, I haven't seen any Abrams top 3. And the next fight night, I'd be surprised if we see Abrams top 3 as well as Yamato and Dynamo being taken out of the pool. I think it makes a lot of sense to take Dynamo out if you press some buttons because your comp is extremely grounded and like you've got a very solid comp. And so taking Dynamo, it's like, okay, well, they're not going to get the Lash Dynamo Wombo combo, so that part's good too. And then Calico instant response from trophy collectors.
I completely agree. However, they do press some buttons does leave themselves open to that Ivy counter pick. We were talking about Ivy being relatively strong against Kelvin. That didn't entirely play out.
They could pick Ivy themselves if they want to be honest.
I agree.
I don't
know. It is a little weird. They do have a lot of good damage.
I think that picking Ivy here is not bad because you can build Ivy for damage. Like I don't think you need to go full support Ivy here. You could go like more Spirit Ivy with like Kudzu.
I want to see Sinclair. I think Sinclair.
Abrams.
Okay. Obviously, Abrams is one of those characters that I think sees a lot of play in that Phantom Ascendant tier because it's that time where you're able to start looking for like running in the enemy jungle, invading and fighting a pick on someone hitting a camp. And Abrams is able to execute that relatively straightforward and relatively easy with, I think, very early timings that are easy to understand. It's kind of easy to comprehend when Abrams hits the power spike to start running at people. 7 getting hovered here for pressing buttons. I feel like Sinclair. I feel like the Sinclair hero is kind of overpowered.
Yeah, probably, but at the same time, it's hard to say, to be honest. Like as a Sinclair player myself, a hero feels really strong. But I don't know. I played it a bunch in scrims yesterday, and it feels strong, but compared to a lot of other heroes in the cast, that's just like incredibly inconsistent at a lot of things. But when it does pop off, it's just very clunky. But when you do get like your abilities and everything works well, the hero feels really strong for sure. I do think that this hero is quite strong, definitely. I think Sinclair would be a good pick for trophy collectors, honestly, because Sinclair here can steal the Kelvin. I mean, I think you could go Ivy here. If I'm a trophy collector, I'd probably prefer Ivy to Sinclair, although Sinclair does give you stronger lane. So that's the biggest advantage of Sinclair. Like, Ivy's kind of a not great laner, whereas Sinclair is usually quite a good laner. Like, he does apply a lot of pressure. He's not nearly as good as before the item rework, because his gun damage doesn't feel nearly as oppressive, but he's still pretty good. We're going to see Ivy Bebop.
Bebop. Wow.
Well, maybe. Okay. Yeah. Locks it in. First Bebop we've seen, at least.
I was looking at like Viscous or Pocket. Viscous is a little weird if they already drafted Ivy, but obviously they can go for more of the splatter ball damage Viscous that we've seen a lot with like Phantom Strike. Just juggling people.
I would have liked the Pocket, to be honest, for the trophy collectors. I think Pocket here is like, okay, yeah, he might have some rough lanes, especially if he's against like Holiday Geist. I think if you think they're going to send Holiday Geist mid, you just send the Pocket to a side lane, because like the lanes are rough for Pocket here for sure. But like the Affliction is nice.
Especially against Kelvin Abrams Geist. It's a lot of healing on that team. That's why I think also Viper, I feel like I guess Holiday kind of shuts down Viper a lot, so maybe not.
Yeah, Tornado also, like, but Viper would have been okay, but if she gets charged, she gets tornadoed. Like,
McGinnis and Kelvin. I wonder how they will build McGinnis. Will this be a gun McGinnis, or will this be like support maxing with like heal tempo? I have no clue. So first for us, for a few drafts, we see McGinnis, we see Bebop. This will definitely be. We'll have more stuff to talk about now. More new builds. Excited. Oh, do you have the lobby code?
Yeah, I should make the lobby code, shouldn't I? I don't think I have.
I'll just keep an eye on the chat.
Yeah, I just need to make the lobby code real quick. I'm going to change the scene back to the camera scene. Welcome back, everybody. You can see our beautiful faces while we get the stuff figured out. Let me just boom. Make lobby. All right. So I put it in the. You see it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I am very curious how they will build the McGinnis as well. I think that realistically, okay, one sec. My cat is causing mayhem because my. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I'm not entirely too sure on the current McGinnis meta in terms of like this recent hotfix. I've seen a lot of glass cannon rush because McGinnis's gun is relatively strong and glass cannon just provides so much DPS once you get the fire rate going. I've seen heal max McGinnis. Obviously, I remember there was a scrim of I think TF2 versus melee creeps where Salty
did
Calm
like 80K
or Salty
healing.
Calm, Salty Calm that he hit like a 5-man Abrams ultimate and Quig just pressed the medicinal. I forget the name of it. The McGinnis 2 and just out healed entirety of the damage. So I'm kind of interested to see where this McGinnis will go. Obviously, they have the Kelvin already. Maybe they're just looking to draft McGinnis because they know they want 2 or 3 rescue beams on the team and they're looking for people who synergize with rescue beam already. Or I could see like a turret ult turret and ult max McGinnis because maybe they have a McGinnis specialist on the team. Maybe you have the next Naked in the making. Not too sure.
Yeah. Yep. So game starting. Let me update the team names. So on the left side, do you remember who was Amber? I think it was the side of. Was it Trophy Collectors?
Let me look.
The
right side.
No.
Trophy Collectors is on Sapphire.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got. This is Grogladytes, right?
No. It's Press some buttons. Press some buttons on Amber and then Trophy Collectors on
Press
Sapphire.
some buttons. Sorry guys, we're technical difficulties. All right.
I'm just gonna run through both teams while you're fixing that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So on Amber's side, here we have Press some buttons, I believe. We have here Crazy Steve, SCS. Crazy Steve on the Geist, SCS on Kelvin, Flash on Holiday, Methuselah on Abrams, that guy on McGinnis, and Your Mom Goes Sky on Mirage. I feel like that might not be his actual name. I will figure that out later. And then on the side of Trophy Collectors, we have Fanex. I'm going to assume the V stands for an A or something. Fanex on Calico, Wololo on Warden, Venom G on Flash, Shorn on Bebop, MK51 on Ivy, and Citrix on Paradox.
Thank you for that. Everything should be fixed. We've got one small issue left, which is extremely minor issue, but I just need to get this. Dude, why can't I get it? Okay. All right, this should be good. I got the size about just right, so sorry about that, guys. You know, not a professional broadcaster, but well, I guess I am in a way. But anyway, let's get into the lanes. Kelvin here took a lot of damage on the left side trade, and looking at these lanes,
who cares? The rescue beam is coming.
Yeah, that's true. Healing right, rescue beam. He's gonna be all right.
It is Bebop. It is Bebop Warden though, so obviously Bebop. We were talking about Bebop kind of falls off in the meta because you have like 2 or 3 rescue beams per team.
Yeah.
So let's see kind of what this Bebop is going for. He already puts a point in bomb. This could be. So the 2 ways I think you could build Bebop right now are Gun Bop and Ult Bop. But like Ult Bop I think is more supportive, but you look to go like Vortex Web, Lightning Scroll. Warden also just goes down. I don't know who would happen. I think Bebop went to go hit some boxes and then the Warden just got.
I mean, Warden just got super isolated. Yeah, getting jumped on, and Bebop here taking a ton of damage as well. And kind of trying to go against the pillar, but he's got a 4x on him. Hits the hook.
Oh, it's light punch.
Yeah, 4x actually did 0 damage because you know it's very early, like no spirit.
No spirit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Calico just goes down to the mid lane for. I have to rewire my brain for the different team names. I was about to say Grogladyte.
Yeah, so Trophy Collectors, and Press Some Buttons. Press Some Buttons here is on the left side, and Trophy Collectors on the right side. So.
Already seeing a few differences in just like general ability points. The Geist has invested a single point in Malice. I think both times we saw 2 different builds on Geist last. So they had 2 different people playing it last game, but they mostly went for 1 point drain into max bomb. So obviously adding a point into Malice is not the worst, but I think if you invest 1 point, they're probably going to invest 2 just to get the double damage amp. on the
Yeah,
Malice. We'll see what they look for.
It's definitely a little odd because at the end of the day, generally, like Malice, you're not using off cooldown in the lane, right? Because you just don't have the you just don't have the sustain to use it off cooldown. So putting the 1 point doesn't really feel like the greatest amount of value. But hey, I think Crazy Steve, he's probably got a plan. He's probably got an idea, and maybe we don't understand it, but that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yep. We agree. Vince here. Deep up hit 2-point bomb.
Wait,
It was looking
Holiday
like-
just goes down in the mid lane as well. And Cytrox with the swap onto the guys. The guy's getting gone on by Calico here. Leaping slash. Funix takes down, and this mid lane here, not going too well. But Funix was the first person to go down, so they strike back. But
Yep.
you
That
know,
is an early swap. I have no clue how the Paradox managed to find that much money. Maybe just hit a box route or something. Got incredibly lucky.
either boxes or denies, but like this is extremely significant lead in the mid lane now for Cytrox. And I said, you know, Cytrox is the player we talked about a little bit. Reached Ascendant now, so definitely a player to watch out for. So probably not the guy that you want to give 4.3k.
Mirage. What goes down on the left side here?
Tornado onto the Bebop as well. Oh, and
Oh,
Dome.
and the solo dome. How
Honestly,
did
if you
that
kill him,
punch land? Wow.
hit it.
Drops the parry.
The burger boxing is real with this one.
Takes him down, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Bebop with 2 punch items gets boxed out by the Kelvin with none. Now the Kelvin has 2 points nade plus rescue beam. So yeah, I mean, like, I think the Bebop Warden lane has unfortunately just lost all pressure they now have or will ever apply.
Yeah. Paradox with swap up again. Let's see if she looks for something. One thing to mention is despite the mid lane having the soul lead, they have 0 tower damage here, and Holiday does have Lasso, so we've got a very, very active lane. Lasso onto the Calico here. Can they manage to take her out? Looks like she's going to be able to get her ult off as the Geist running forward here. Does take down the Calico. Swap onto the Geist. Geist swaps back the Paradox with life swap, and looks like not much is going to happen from this engage as Paradox just runs away.
Yeah. Good on Crazy Steve and Flash here. They got this pick and they're instantly... Even though it was a little bit of damage, they instantly look to like hit some pot shots at the tower and just like apply some pressure. The tower now, even though that Vonix is coming back here, I mean, the mid tower is already 50% HP.
Yeah. So I will make a slight comment about, you know, something that I've learned myself personally recently, which is I've been playing a lot of Calico and scrims, right? And from my personal opinion, I don't think Calico mid is that great anymore. So the best part about it is the box runs, but the box runs did get nerfed, so they're still good. But I just think that the sightlines kind of suck for her. Like, she doesn't really have a lot of good ways to like approach and, you know, go for those one-shot combos.
Long seems to be using to effect here. I mean, looking at the mid lane here, Crazy Steve, no swap is like pretty low. There's an engagement happening on the left side though. We'll see what's happening on the left side. Raj Tornado's in here. Warden is swinging. Oh boy.
I will say that the right side lane of the Lash Ivy versus Abrams McGinnis has been incredibly quiet, which I guess is kind of to be expected. It doesn't really feel like you would see a lot happen from that lane, right? You don't really have a lot of the like kill pressure, but Lash
roaming over to the mid lane to find some kill pressure. I mean, Crazy Steve is like no HP already, just taken out by Citrix. Flash manages to hit the last.
Wait, Funix goes down. I'm actually surprised. Lash with the ult, and Holiday about to get slammed down by the Lash. He's gonna go down, but while that's happening, Abrams and McGinnis, they know that the Lash rotated mid, so they're just gonna go ahead and pressure this right tower as hard as they can. McGinnis ult, barrage, heavy barrage onto the Ivy here, using the new thing that you can do, which is, you know, using your stamina during your ult. Ivy losing all of her health. Abrams gonna go for the dive here. Is it a little too deep as Calico does rotate over onto the McGinnis? Ivy manages to get her ult off. Calico ults the McGinnis.
Getting basically just one shot. Ivy's also 1 HP here. Movement from the McGinnis. Manages to dodge Leaping Slash. Wow.
Damn.
Good movement from that guy.
He is that guy. He is him.
He might have taken his entire HP bar from the Calico one-shot combo, but...
Yeah.
You know, so looking at the build right now, that guy looking to go for like a gun build. We see the bullet lifesteal come through, the Titanic mag, and rapid rounds. So I think we're looking for a split push. I mean, they already picked up the Mirage, so maybe this is kind of just doubling down on like this split pusher idea that if they have Mirage Mirage and McGinnis in one side of the lane, I feel like you could end up forcing a lot of rotations that are unfavorable for the side of trophy collectors.
Yeah. Looks like Paradox here going for probably a max nade type of build. Especially when you've got this much net worth, I can definitely see it.
The Kelvin got hooked here and is very low already. No dome up. Rescue beam at 9. I think Shorten's been doing a really good job on applying a lot of pressure with hooks. I'm sorry, I got stun locked because I looked at the Bebop's build and he built Spirit Lifesteal. Sorry, I just had a stroke because I saw he built Spirit Lifesteal and I just had to comprehend that for a second.
That is weird.
What is this bomb bop? What am I looking at? Is it ult bop? Because I would imagine at least a few points in ult. I don't think you invest. I personally don't think you invest a point in the uppercut for the the 50% cooldown on the uppercut when you're going ult bop. Because I think you'd rather just have the cooldown. Let you apply pressure. I'm not too sure what I'm looking at here.
You know, I don't really think anybody knows. So. Yeah.
Who cares? Who cares? Hit your hooks. Who cares? Get in his way. That's one of the commandments. I'm pretty sure.
Just hit your hooks. Who cares? I played with Bananas only yesterday, and this quick little anecdote. I was in his game, and he didn't get Bebop. He got Dynamo, and he offered someone $20 to abandon the game.
I mean, I watched the stream like a day or 2 days ago, and I think he was offering 5, and I don't think he got any takers. So he might be like trying to find the optimal.
He started with 5 in our game too, and then he kind of just kept going, and then nobody was taking him, and then I didn't take it either, and then somebody donated me 20 because I didn't take it. So yeah, that was funny.
I mean,
we still won the game despite him being on Dynamo. Like, he did not want to be in that game.
His Dynamo's not bad. His Dynamo's not bad.
He was legitimately griefing though. He was like,
oh, okay, never mind.
Go on though.
Bebop laser in the sky, chunking the barrage down half HP. It looks like they're just gonna. I mean, they have a Warden ultimate in the back. A Bebop laser already pelting the turret. There's kind of no defending it. Already seeing a huge lead for the side of trophy collectors.
Yeah.
Here with
trophy collectors up 5k. I mean, that's pretty significant for sure, and a lot of that is on the Paradox, right? We talked about Sidetrox getting that early good start, going for the cooldown, and you know, he's got max bomb now, so he can farm camps extremely quickly. He can steal the enemy camps, get a lot of money. Yeah. We'll see kind of what he buys. I mean, he's got 3.7k. I'm not really, you know, I haven't. So he goes for the early warp stone. I don't hate it, to be honest. I think this item's still really good. Gives you good, you know, utility tankiness.
Lasso connects on the Ivy here and just takes a fist to the Abrams fist to the face after the lasso. Not much you can do there.
Time to do my thing.
Abrams rushed an early fortitude. I like this. Just to help stay active and apply a lot of pressure.
Fortitude, return fire.
Yep.
Full tank.
I mean, I think the return fire item is the return fire item is like honestly a little bit on the edge of becoming the new flavor of the week. I think that item is really strong. Yeah. It's unfortunately a little too niche to like be built on everyone, but on the characters that can build it, like particularly on like Infernus and 7, I've been getting a lot of value off of return fire as just an insane item to like actually just apply damage.
Yeah, it looks like we've got potentially a bit of an engage. Lash here in the air, goes for a slam, does not unfortunately connect onto the Kelvin. Paradox approaching towards the urn. Is she going to be able to just get it? Double jumps. Does connect, just gets the urn. Abrams resets. Kelvin kind of caught in no man's land though. Getting gone on here, most likely caught out of position. Holiday gets stunned by something.
Double parry on the Kelvin.
Well, Kelvin is looking like he's buying a bunch of time, but he just escapes. But Holiday goes down. I'm not even sure what's under that. That looked really quite strange. McGinnis is pushing the mid lane here.
McGinnis got a little bit of damage, which I like to see. Builds active reload and has 4,000 in the bank. I wonder if the McGinnis is just looking to buy like glass cannon or like vampiric burst at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what the gun McGinnis.
Warden versus Mirage. Mirage takes on the Warden in the 1v1, and that's kind of what we were talking about, that side lane domination, you know?
Early
like
toxic pull is definitely helping against the Warden max ultimate, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I also think that the Mirage kind of griefed his build a little bit, his AP ordering. Like, I think if he had max Jins Mark a little bit earlier, like he doesn't have max Jins Mark yet, I think that would make those 1v1s like infinitely easier, you know? As he gets caught out by 3 people rotating. That is the counter to the strong side laners, right? If you send 3 people, but now Geist is the 1v1 against Bebop, and she should be able to zone him out, but we'll see how aggressive she goes.
The Bebop rushed Spirit Snatch.
Interesting.
Which I could see as an idea that. Yeah, I could see it honestly not being crazy because there is this Geist, Kelvin, Abrams, McGinnis, or people who like get up in your face, and you're probably able to swing in a light punch or two or an uppercut.
Yeah. Lasso onto the Calico here in the mid lane. Under the Walker. Gets done. Feral doesn't connect. Abrams charging. Rescue beam, though. It looks like she's going to be able to double rescue. Alright. Well, she's back to full. Like, this is just like, you guys ever played StarCraft? Have you ever played StarCraft, Griff?
Yeah. Only two.
It's like those medivacs, you know what I mean? Like, you got like the Marines, and they're just like stimming, but there's a bunch of medivacs, so they're just like, they go right back into the medivac right after going for the worker line. And we've got to pause.
You also have an insane amount of mobility with the medivacs.
Yeah.
Just picking them up and
that's literally rescue me when you think about it. It's literally the medivac, because like, you know, you can like pick them up, you can heal them. It does everything. The item just has everything. It's also like the cooldown is fake.
On that note, I'm hitting a quick rescue beam check. It looks like we have 2 on both sides. I think Kelvin and Holiday have rescue beams for press the buttons. And then Ivy and Paradox have the rescue beams on the side of trophy collectors.
Yeah. Then we've got a bit of a
build. McGinnis ended up just filling slots on their items. They ended up buying Fleetfoot Intensifying Mag when I mentioned they had like 4K in the bank. Kind of interesting.
Dice is 1 HP here. Looks like she's probably just going to make it out alive here. Holiday.
Thoughts responding in 40 seconds. So all the teams are looking to set up here. Lash gets swapped here.
By Geist. Makes it out though, probably. Maybe a fight on the right side here though. Looking at the McGinnis. McGinnis gets caged here, but kind of everyone, just a lot of skirmishes. But we've got 2 people from the side of trophy collectors maybe caught out. Bebop hits the hook on the McGinnis. Is it going to be enough? Oh, we've got the healing stacking here with the Kelvin and the McGinnis, but they just melt through the healing there. It doesn't even matter as Warden takes home 1 kill.
McGinnis going for the max 2 is kind of interesting for me personally. I think
their idea is just a stack healing there, but they just got melted through the healing there.
Because obviously without the max ultimate, you have no way to stop the max wall on the stun on the wall. You have no way to stop the Warden ultimate channel or the Bebop ultimate channel. So
I will say, if you go max 2, you should definitely go like healing booster as well.
I concur. Geist with some good movement on the zip line to get out. Citrix is chasing. Citrix at 17,000. Net worth in souls. It's getting cut out.
I mean, Citrix with incredible performance so far this game. As far as farm goes, I would like to see him be a little bit more active. I think in general he's kind of like sitting a little bit too passive, and it does feel like he's playing that Goober style position 1 Paradox play style that Goober used to play a lot, where I was like, hey Goober, why are you farming the jungle? You're on Paradox. And he's like, oh, I'm close to my 6K.
Well, yeah. Once again, we have a different Paradox build here, because we build a lot of movement items here with the Warpstone and the Stamina, which kind of imply like a pick character, but then we also maxed Bomb. And
yeah, maxing Bomb is kind of like the EU way at the moment, so they don't even really itemize for it. I think the idea with maxing Bomb is quite simple. Like 1, it helps you steal camps, and 2, it's a lot of damage. And also, like, everybody, like, debuff remover is extremely, like, good at the moment with 3,200. Yep. And so I think that they don't value the max wall as much anymore. So that's kind of the idea. And a lot of the other points for Paradox are just kind of, like, not that useful. As we do see a lasso connect on the Bebop here from the side of Holiday. Bebop's going to go down immediately.
Holiday gets caged, though.
Swap does not connect. A little late on the swap there.
The Lash has ultimate in 1 second. Crapples in only to get rescue beamed out. A little bit of miscommunication.
Yeah, McGinnis though. McGinnis has a mission. This is a gun McGinnis, by the way. I think this is like split bush style essentially.
Has Fleetfoot and K-Dash, so I think they're definitely looking to run around the map.
If you get enduring speed on this McGinnis, aren't you like really, really, really hard to kill?
I believe so. That's what I would build, especially because when you look for Fleetfoot enduring speed, it just makes it so much easier to slide around to maintain your ammo count, which is important because once you have K-Dash and once you have active reload, you only have those conditional fire rates are only active for that magazine. So sliding around to aid just maintaining those fire rate buffs, I think, is really important for this character. He ends up building Spear Resilience. I don't really remember what he sold. Just some random HP.
I mean, to be fair, this is actually a really great Spirit Resilience game because you look at the enemy team, look at their itemization, and there's no gun other than Warden. Warden is the only gun damage, and Warden is like kind of hybrid. He doesn't have that many gun items. He has opening rounds. That's really his opening rounds, Battle Vest, Fleetfoot. That's really it. We do have an engagement though. Calico going in, Warden ult being channeled. Crazy Steve does hit the swap, so lives a little bit longer. Gets done, does get rescue beamed.
He tries, I think the Mirage is gone. Shorn has been great with hitting these hooks. He ends up building Silence Wave here. But I think Shorn has been like, at least every time I look at him, he's hitting a key hook on a target that actually converts to a kill.
Yeah, I mean, great hooks from him so far, and two-man advantage here from the side of Trophy Collectors as they extend their lead a little bit, but we're still sitting right around a 10k lead. Now, Press-Up Buttons had made a slight comeback with the comeback earn, but it looks like the lead is solidifying in favor of Trophy Collectors here. You know, Funx and Citrix, both very high net worth here. Funx going for that kind of more melee Calico. He's not going right away from the burst. He's just buying all the tempo, you know, 3k items, which is the way a lot of people have been playing Calico recently.
Yep. I wonder, I'm kind of looking at this, or looking at the comps here for the mid-boss and the mid-boss contest, and I'm kind of wondering when Trophy Collectors is going to look to take mid-boss, because I was kind of thinking about it before. The one rationale, because Abrams doesn't have max ultimate yet, and with Lash ult and Gargoyle, and even this Bebop hook with Silence Wave, I feel like they have a lot of pressure for this mid-boss. The one concern being Kelvin with Dome. So I'm kind of looking to see here if Trophy Collectors manages to find a pick here on the Kelvin. Would they look to like even like 5v6 look to go for the mid boss, or like at what time, what conditions do they need to fulfill for them to start actively like thinking it's no longer a burger flip, no longer a coin flip, and they can have like a real guaranteed shot of pushing this mid boss and looking to pressure a walker?
I think it's really all about the Abrams skill.
Oh yeah,
and potentially the McGinnis. He does have ult. It's not max, but still, I mean, even without max ult, right? Like, they don't really have, like, a way to secure it other than IV Stoneform. So Abrams ult is still quite scary. As we see the buffs coming up, Abrams taking positioning on the right side, but a lot of people on the side of Trophy Collectors 3, as he's going to have to give up that buff, and Trophy Collectors are going to secure both buffs.
Ivy picks up survival buff on the left side. And then Warden picks up a gun buff as well, so...
Yeah, not the buff that you want Warden to have. Yeah, Cage does not connect up to the McGinnis here. It looks like Warden just trying to shoot back. Yeah, I mean, but she's fine. She's kind of chilling.
Yep.
We'll see what she buys next for 4,700 in the bank, as this next urn find could very well determine the game. I mean, I think if the side of Trophy Collectors get this urn, their lead might be a little bit too big for the side of Press-Up Buttons to stay in this game, as Lasso does connect onto the Lash here. Bomb onto him. Lash goes into the air. Not dead yet.
Oh, but the Calico damage. Wow.
Actually, the one to go down. But she keeps going. Gets the holiday as well. And they get the urn.
Abrams and Calico just swinging punches at each other. Wow. Excellent dome on the Lash ultimate here. Lash kind of caught out in the middle of the sky. Touches the Abrams ult from the sky. They are taking this walker from Mirage. Mirage on the other side.
Yeah, Mirage got a walker. That's really the only good news here for Press-Up Buttons, is that Mirage did manage to get a walker. Really the only good news.
They still are down 17,000, and because it is 22 minutes, they only have they still have to wait 3 minutes for the next urn, which at this point would be a comeback urn. So they are kind of biding their time here.
Yeah.
Are they looking for mid boss right now?
I think they should.
I think they should as well.
I think they should. No Abrams ult. Like, I think you've got 20k up. The moment the map is good, I think you can look for it. If you get mid boss here, it's like guaranteed. Maybe not guaranteed, but very, very likely win for you.
Yes. Lash just finishes this silence beam or silence wave right now with max ultimate already. I assume this isn't your build because he has no points in flog. I feel like your build.
Yeah, this is not my build, indeed.
Not the Deathy approved. Okay.
Well, it's not necessarily not approved. I used to do a build like this. The only problem with this build is your laning stage is kind of weak without that Quicksilver and 2 points in flog. So I don't really do this anymore, but I think that this is like, if you manage to get past the laning stage, this build is very good.
Yes.
So in this situation, like having a build like this is like, because you hit your ult, like max ult timing quite early. Like at this point, 22 minutes, he's got max ult silence wave already. So if he just gets like a big ult, I mean, it's kind of over. At the same time, I would say that press and buttons do have like a good amount of answers to the lash ult. This game, I probably would not really have gone for max slash ult, just because I'm like, okay, I'm playing against Mirage, I'm playing against Kelvin, Holiday. It's gonna be a little hard.
I completely agree. Oh, and he looks. Well, he managed to catch the Abram out, looking for the solo kill, and the Abrams got tossed around, but ended up getting rescue beamed.
Abrams is 1 HP, does make it out. Kelvin kind of caught out, has Warp Stone. Unfortunately, no time to cast it though.
This is even easier than I expected.
Phoenix at 30,000 manages by Spirit Bird and just completely just one-shot this Kelvin there through all the healing.
There's
I like
also
the
an engage
Spirit
in the
Burn.
side lane here, by the way. There's like a 2v2
Hook on the
paradox. This
a lot
is
of
a
fighting
skirmish.
happening.
Yeah, a lot of fighting all over the place here. I don't know who's going to come out on top, but it looks
Paradox
like trophy collectors just want to reset as
I
Paradox
think
is
Paradox
getting chased down.
Wow, gets out with a well-timed Warp Stone. Two-man charge into a lasso. The Ivy is kind of stuck here. Ivy goes down before Ivy can get Gargoyle off. Warden looks to pop ultimate, but it might be a little bit too late, as Holiday and Abrams managed to get caught out as well. I think that Paradox bomb you were mentioning before. Wow. Citrix hitting a swap on the McGinnis here too, so McGinnis also goes down. I mean, this has to be a mid-boss.
I mean, Paradox Bomb did 3,000 damage there.
Yeah, I was about to mention this. I saw him throw it, and I didn't think much of it, but then it looked like the Abrams and Holiday were winning because they managed to hit a charge into lasso on the Ivy, but because they were standing still to shoot the Ivy on the lasso, they ended up just taking way too many ticks of the bomb damage.
Yeah, I mean, the ability execution was good, but standing in the bomb was not. Also, the net worth difference is just, it's just a little hard to overcome in these fights, right? If the net worth was even there, I think that the ability execution might have been better, but...
Looks like they're going for a mid contest. Kelvin went for the dome, but instantly got cursed by Citrix on the Paradox.
Yeah, and guys trying to split push here. But
Paradox
Hurt
for
does not have
33k
swap.
with Echo Shard and Curse is just incredibly impressive.
Yeah. Guys is going to manage to steal the gun buff. She will probably die for her sins. In fact, yes, she will die. Guaranteed for her sins, but she does get the gun buff. And Abrams is going to try to maybe pick up the urn here. Nah. He thinks better of it. He knows that they're going to be there. He's sticking around a little bit, but he knows they're not just going to give us the urn for free.
McGinnis ended up going Berserker into Ricochet to cap off their gun items.
Berserker Ricochet. Now that's an interesting one.
Holiday is getting run down here by the entirety of trophy collectors. Trying to rescue beam herself to stay alive, but there's a hyper beam coming. There might be no hope.
Yeah, I mean, the things are looking grim for the side of press and buttons for sure. Down 30k with mid boss here on the side of trophy collectors, and if they follow the winning trifecta, you know, the video that I made here, they should be able to win the game. I mean, they have everything in place. Just push every lane, get the last walker, get the urn, and then go for a base push. And I struggle to see how the side of press and buttons are going to stop them. I mean, I think that their best chance really is initiating with a good lasso or something, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. As they do try to contest this urn here, but Warden's just going to channel his ult, and this should be an extremely difficult fight as we've got the wall here. Warden ult hitting a lot of people. Swap onto the Geist. Does get her health swap off. Nobody going down quite yet. Abrams burger boxing on top of the urn. Nobody's dying on either side, but Shorn is actually the first to go down here. Calico goes in, but so much damage is going out. Crazy Steve going to be next to go down, and it looks like trophy collectors are going to clean this up and be able to get the urn. The urn is running away.
Yeah. I think the idea for press the buttons there was they managed to hit the Abrams and the Kelvin went deep to look to dome urn and stop this urn cap.
Yeah.
And Abrams was able to get a charge on the Ivy who had the urn. However, they weren't actually able to like burst the Ivy in time for the gargoyle to come out. And then once the gargoyle happened, basically stalled the dome long enough that they weren't able to actually start the fight with a meaningful pick after investing dome plus all their abilities.
You can't hurt me.
Yeah.
Much easier if you just
And they're just going to be cleaning up. I mean, the lead is
I think it's
overwhelming.
game
You
over,
know?
yeah.
It's definitely game over. There's nothing
Holiday neighborhood
anymore
down for 6 seconds.
that they can do.
He won't be up
Yeah.
time. McGinnis is getting caught out quite late. Yeah, that's 3 down for Patron drop.
I'll slam 'em down. You got
And Benjamin with the perfect game on the Lash, and Citrix also the perfect game on the Paradox.
You know, the Bebop ended up building Crushing Fist.
Yeah,
So,
that's,
might have been a punch build all along.
well, maybe. But I feel like there's a lot of items that if you were a punch belt, you would have, but he doesn't have.
I feel the Bebop might have also been relatively rich compared to everyone else. Or compared to the enemy team,
Yeah.
at least, so... Build might have not mattered. He was hitting his hooks, who cares?
That's true. The bananas only.
Yeah. Strong showing here from Trophy Collectors. Time to pull up these stats.
Yeah, let me also get the screenshots here.
I can send you the...
I will get the thank you. All right. So Phonics with top damage on the Calico, 37k. I am a little bit surprised. I was expecting like a Paradox top damage because of that one fight that we saw Bomb do 1 million damage. But I guess I mean, if you do look though at Paradox's damage, it is almost 10k damage from pulse grenades. That is quite a lot of damage from that ability. But Calico still coming out on top with the assassin type build. No Arctic Blast quite yet. Opted to go Spirit Burn first, which I will say you don't really see too often on Calico. Usually you see more like the Arctic Blast into Scourge build up, but yeah, and
I enjoyed it as like a specific counter to this Kelvin McGinnis. I think the Calico is really fearful of getting domed in and then not being, and then spending all their cooldowns only for Kelvin and or McGinnis to just heal it all back up. I think there was one fight, like the first fight he bought Spirit Burn, he did get domed by Kelvin solo, and then I think under normal circumstances, the Kelvin would have just lived through dome HP. However, with the Spirit Burn, the Kelvin just got like 0 HP from their own rescue beam or nade or dome, and just Calico was just able to just like run over them.
Yeah, I think the lead was kind of like there was a few turning points. If you look at the beginning, I mean, obviously, I think that this game was Trophy Collectors all the way. But there were a few turning points where there was a comebacker or something that would go the way of press some buttons, but then they weren't able to quite come back into the game. And the team fights were just a little bit too rough for them this game. And I once again, I feel like when we're seeing this Geist Mirage picks, I feel like a lot of the time the heroes are just, they're not having good enough games, and therefore they're not really being able to apply pressure on the sidelines right now. It's kind of what it felt like this game. Like, it just felt like the Mirage got one solo kill on the Warden once, and it didn't really feel like the Geist was ever able to apply a lot of sideline pressure on them. Mirage did end up getting a Walker, right? But there was just not enough going in the favor of them. And Holiday kind of didn't feel like it got enough value this game either. I kind of like the Abrams pick too. Some of these picks just didn't quite work out the way they envisioned, I think.
Yeah. I think, well, to the credit of Flash, I think a lot of lasses did end up connecting.
Yeah.
I wasn't entirely too sure of how it happened because I know a few times in laning phase at least, Holiday wasn't able to extend the duration of lasso because they didn't have a bounce pad available, and that that was the deciding reason why I think the Geist why the Warden was able to escape with his life due to the extra second on lasso. So not entirely sure what the idea was. Interesting stat we got from Ref, the commissioner of the tournament. He says now Bebop has a 3 out of 3 win rate in the DEATHY'S Slam tournament so far. So
Bebop undefeated.
Bebop may be undefeated. Might have some secret Bebop mains looking to rise up.
I'm gonna take us back to the camera scene. So,
Sure.
that was game 1. And so we're gonna have, game 2 fairly soon. I like to give the players a quick little 5-minute break. And so we're going to take it to a quick little 5-minute break, and then we will be back with game 2 shortly. Stay tuned. Let me just set up the break stuff, and
cool.
yeah, we'll see you guys very, very soon as I am always, you know, I should probably have like multiple scenes with this type of stuff, but I kind of have to redo the timer every time, which is not ideal. So got to figure that out. But now the timer is ready, so we'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everybody, to the Death Slam. We are in the semifinals. We just witnessed Game 1 of Trophy Collectors versus Press and Button, as Trophy Collectors took them down. And we will now soon be moving into Game 2. A couple things before we go there, though. First thing, remember to join the Discord, guys. So if you're interested in either future events that we'll host, or if you'd like to participate or anything like that, just join the Discord. It's !DDS. So, check it out. It's the place to be. And that's where we do all our announcements, basically. So obviously I talk about it on stream and all that stuff. But sometimes I might not mention everything on stream, and we try not to ping too much, but yeah. As far as the results go, I'll let you go a little bit, Griff, if you want to talk.
Sure. So on the other side of the bracket, that we're not watching the games, but on the other side we have Mama Boys versus Grogladytes. We watched the Grogladytes the first series, and they currently they won their first game within 20 minutes too. So it was a very fast stomp. Yeah, over the Grogladytes. Grogladytes won their first game in 20 minutes over Mama Boys.
20 minutes. God damn. That's
So
crazy, because Mama's Boys was
their first seed.
3-0. Yeah, they were first seed, 3-0 undefeated, and they got beaten in 20 minutes, which is incredibly fast. And it looks like on their team total, they had a total of 5 kills to what looks like nearly 30 kills on the side of Grogladytes.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a very, very one-sided game, and it'll be excited to see if Mama's Boys can bounce back from that. But Grogladytes looking very, very strong on the other side of the bracket. 2-0ing Patron Saints as well, which are a strong team. So I will let them know they can start.
They seem to be warming up.
Start draft.
Oh yeah. Teams all across the bracket are, I think, warming up and vibing. Hopefully, Mama Boys can bounce back and doesn't take too hard of a mental hit. Because honestly, one of the difficulties, I think, especially with this tournament, is that at least right now our teams have already been playing for 3 hours.
Yeah.
And then even if the teams, like whichever team manages to make it to the finals, there'll be 2 best-of-3s in already. So that's minimum 4 games, maximum, or I guess every team 2 out. So it's between 4 and 5 games now played. And not only is it just duration of games played, you're also constantly thinking about drafts. Like even when you have the 5-minute breaks, for me personally, it's hard for me to relax a little bit in the breaks between games.
Yeah. You're not relaxing. No, you're not relaxing at all. I mean, I've played in tournaments that have lasted, the entire day, and you're not relaxed. Like you're just thinking about the next game. Like you're trying to relax, but you're always thinking, okay, how do we beat these guys? Especially if you're the team that lost. If you won the first game, you might be a little bit more chill, because you've got that buffer now. You can afford to lose one in game, and it's not a big deal. But Press and Buttons have their backs against the wall as we move into Game 2's draft, and it looks like the ban strategy is going to stay the same.
I should pull the draft.
Yeah, so Shiv banned, and then we've got Wraith banned. Paradox first pick on Press and Buttons, so they don't want to give Cytrox the Paradox, but I'm pretty sure that he plays some other heroes. Now, to be fair, I've only seen Cytrox on Shiv and Paradox. So I think if you're Press and Buttons, doing a bit of an anti-Cytrox strategy makes sense. He had an incredible game last game, and he was incredibly farmed, and you do have to shut him down. So Calico being prioritized by Trophy Collectors makes sense after Funx kind of took over the lobby with his damage. And so that's kind of the problem when you have a player that might be overperforming. If you have to specifically shut down a player, it does open up the draft for other things, right? And we've seen this in the past with players such as John, for example, or those players that are extremely iconic on a hero that may not be that high prio. And now, obviously, with Cytrox on the Paradox and Shiv, I mean, those are very high prio heroes, so it's not exactly the same, but it does kind of shift the draft, as we do have Mirage and Warden being picked for Press and Buttons, and Lash third for Trophy Collectors once again. He did have a perfect game.
Yep. I mean, I think one of the things that Lash did well that I admired was that they were able to identify when a single man ult, because obviously every Lash player is looking to make the highlight reel, right? They're looking for the 4-man ult into the 4-man flog and slam, and then the big damage numbers appearing on their screen. But I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, but this Lash, I think, had a good...
It was Benjamin, I believe.
Benjamin, correct, thank you. I think Benjamin had a good good observation on understanding when he should look for like a single man ultimate. Like I remember one time the Abrams, he just passed by an Abrams and then realized his team was around and their team wasn't, and converted that into just a really quick lead that they could pressure into Walkers and mid boss. So I think they got good value out of this Lash. We'll see if now Press and Buttons does have the paradox. So we'll see if the Lash is able to find as much value per se.
Yeah.
But-
Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure. Let's see what trophy collectors opt to ban here. I think if I'm the side of trophy collectors, I wasn't worried too much. Like the Kelvin wasn't really that big of an issue last game, but at the same time, your Lash had such a good game that maybe you just ban the Kelvin just to make sure you can enable the Lash here, unless you intend on picking it fourth.
Yeah, I mean, now that they have picked Paradox, Holiday is not picked, so I could see them looking to ban Holiday here. They look for the Yamato ban. I think they did the same last game.
I think
could've saw
Crescent
Holiday
Button should
ban there.
ban Holiday, to be honest.
Yeah.
Unless
I
they want
guess
to target
this is
another
just Holiday.
Sidetrack Zero, like I don't know what he plays other than these
Do
two.
you think they would ban
So-
Bebop? The
I don't know.
Bebop
I don't
was
think the Bebop was a problem, but was it like the main problem? I think it was like probably
Agreed.
fourth or third on the list of problems. So I don't really think it was like a hero issue. I'd probably wouldn't. Looks like they're gonna ban
Yeah.
Dynamo. I think they banned Dynamo last game as well. So it seems that this is just like their specific drafting strategy, either in general or against this team. I know that some teams have just like the same bans every game.
Yep.
Just so maybe it's that, or maybe it's their ban specifically against trophy collectors.
looking for 7 early on trophy collectors here. Don't remember exactly what happened to 7. Oh, because they're switching over to Kelvin here. So they're definitely, trophy collectors is definitely spending a little bit more time thinking about, I think they're drafting less about what works for them and more about what hurts Press and Buttons right now. I think they already have their core of their Geist and Calico, who they know are like able to gain a lead and push a lead. So now they're just
Yeah.
looking to disrupt Press and Buttons as much as possible. Maybe look for strong lanes, perhaps.
They're hesitating between Kelvin and 7, it looks like here. I do see the potential for both picks. They're going to opt for the 7. So the nice part here is that they have the Lash, but now Press and Buttons. Okay, so this is an interesting situation. I don't think Press and Buttons have the hero pool to pick Holiday and Paradox, but this would actually be like a decent game to do it in if you wanted to. The lasso here would be pretty good, and it's not like Holiday and Paradox don't really do damage. Like you can build just Holiday more for damage and just have the lasso as more utility here and there. Like you could go like the Demov build where you don't really like prioritize your lasso points too much and you go more points in barrels, and it would have been interesting. But they're gonna choose the pocket here, which I don't love. I don't hate it either. I think it's fine. It gives you spirit damage. One thing that you're lacking a little bit right now with Warden and Mirage, you've got a lot of gun, unless you go ult Warden, I guess. And Pocket's lanes don't look that bad here, but we'll see.
I would have
how
liked
it
to see a
plays out.
Viscous, to be honest. I think North America has been valuing Viscous pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Because it provides an insane amount of damage while also having Cube, which is strong considering that even though Capacitor I think is a really good
IVB
item, not a lot of people are. There's not a lot of characters being picked that can draft Capacitor.
Well, yeah, the
Oh,
problem with Capacitor, well, it's not really a problem, right? But it's just, I mentioned this in one of
Like
my
race
recent
only.
videos, which is the fact that a lot of like high level games just end quickly, right? I mean, we've seen it even today. Like most games are ending before 30 minutes. And so you don't really only have time for one tier 4 item most of the time, or maybe 2. Like you don't really have time for more than that. So is Capacitor that one tier 4 item you're going to pick up, right? It really depends on the game, but a lot of the time it's not, because you might need to pick up like a defensive item. You might want an item that's a little bit more consistent, like Siphon Bullets. You might want, something else. And so it's very rare that Capacitor is the first tier 4, which does kind of like, mean we don't see it too often.
completely agree. Yeah. I mean, it's a little weird. I mean, I think I remember the EU DFN. I remember Hayes got banned. I think it got picked once. I'm just thinking of like the characters that would be able to buy
Hayes got
Capacitor.
banned a lot. I think EU thinks Hayes is really good. I do kind of agree with them. I think Hayes, they don't think it's good enough for top 3, but they banned it like second phase every game. I think Hayes has a lot of potential, but as a pick hero, I think most people are kind of playing Hayes wrong. Like I see a lot of people playing Hayes to carry and just like build a lot of damage and all that stuff. But I think, the slowing bullets, like slowing Hex, kinetic dash, like backstabber, like super cheap items that are extremely like efficient, and you just like roam around and use your invisibility to spot people that are alone and go for the ganks and go for those plays, I believe that that's like the optimal way to play Haze.
Yeah, I agree with like the way I see Haze is the same way I see the current Calico build, in that they both kind of want to accomplish the same thing. I think the main difference though is that Calico, if Haze falls behind, then Haze loses so much pressure in just being able to like one shot someone, and Calico is the same way, but Calico just provides more with the Embrace the Shadows ultimate, just being able to like attract attention and stall, like dodge some damage in a way that Haze really can't. Because if Haze gets behind, I mean, Haze's ultimate like doesn't do anything. At least Calico still like can be a menace in the back line. But also has more access to AoE, and then also has access to like Scourge and other items that can be more supportive than what a Haze could buy.
Yeah. I do kind of agree. I think Calico is generally higher prior than Haze. Only problem is like she can't really like, she doesn't have the same. Calico offers like the cat for scouting and the burst potential.
Yep.
Haze offers like disable. When you combine dagger with slowing X and slowing bullets, it's like insane disable, because like the dagger also removes stamina now, right, when you put points into it, and then you combine that with slowing X and slowing bullets, and the person just can't move, and they have like they lose stamina, and so they just can't like run away. So you're not really the pick Haze, it's less about solo killing people, it's more about like showing up to someone, disabling it, and then having the follow-up. So I think Haze plus Calico is actually kind of crazy in draft. I'm actually going to try that in scrims at some point. That actually sounds like really good. Haze Calico like roaming. Yeah, exactly. Like you've got so much roaming, maybe you can just like say, okay, we're not going to pick a pick hero, we're just going to go Haze Calico instead. That could be interesting. You know, for people that think that the high level players have it all figured out, we're all figuring out new things every day. Like no matter how good of a team the EU teams or the NA teams, like people are figuring out new strats and new combos like every day. And you know, we're still learning the game. Like even though we have thousands of hours in it, there's still so much left to explore. We're gonna go over the rosters real quick. So I'll start with trophy collectors. I'll let you cover press some buttons. So on trophy collectors, we've got Funix on the Calico, Cytrox on the Geist, Benjamin on the Lash, Shorn on the Bebop, MK51 on the Ivy, and Wololo on the 7.
And then over on Amber's side, we have press some buttons. We have Methuselah on the Abrams. We have Ghost Guy on Warden here, Crazy Steve on the Pocket, Flash here on Paradox, that guy on Mirage, and then SCS on Kelvin once again.
Now I have a question for you. Have you ever seen Have you ever seen JoJo's, the anime?
Yeah.
Why
Not
does
the
that
most recent seasons, but yeah.
Why does the 7's name, like the Wololo, sound like something that would just happen in JoJo's? Kind of like that the lick scene, you know what I mean? For those who know. With the cherry.
Yeah.
Why does that guy's name like kind of remind me of that? But hey, I mean
honestly, it kind of reminds me of the I can't remember the name of it, but the video game scene when they were playing baseball, the video game baseball.
Oh,
I can't remember the name of it though.
Yeah.
I use that GIF, or I use GIFs from that scene a lot whenever I want to say no or yes.
Yeah.
Not those favorited.
Yeah, that was
like
funny.
7 at 2 minutes. Wolo on the 7, instantly running over hits and boxes.
Yeah. He's on it.
Not much happening so far, I believe. Everyone's kind of topped up except for Ghost Guy on the Warden here. We bought heal right. I'll come up in a bit. Key thing to look out for is this Bebop here. Because he's kind of the one who can kind of just force, with a random skill shot, can kind of just force a fight to happen.
Yeah, and it does look like Shorn is kind of like, this is a comfort bit for him, I think, you know, on the Bebop. He's just happy to be here.
Gotta ask him later what his favorite Bebop streamer is. He has one.
If it's not Bananas only, I mean, to be fair, these guys are European though, so can they? I mean, Bananas only streams at like insane times, though, so he's probably like EU friendly. Like he's up at 5 a.m.
It looks like Abrams is behind enemy lines here, sucking. Oh.
Mid lane is huge pressure. Crazy Steve gets the first kill, and Funix is 1 HP. As it looks like Flash and Crazy Steve, I mean, they're looking to up the pressure in this mid lane for sure.
Yep.
Mirage is kind of 1 HP. As it looks like there's a ton of burger boxing happening here on the side lane. As both Bebop, everyone's just 1 HP. Mirage goes down to the bomb. I mean, it's just a ton of poke from both sides there. As Cytrox is going to get the first kill on this lane and looking to take down the Kelvin as well if he can. And if Cytrox gets a great start to the game again, it could be problematic for sure.
Interesting to see him play. I guess you did mention he did play Shiv before. Kind of interesting to see him go from this, like, the pick roll back to over to this bruiser.
Yeah, he didn't really play Paradox like a pick hero, though, to be honest. Like, he farmed a lot.
That is true. He might be a
played-
spellcaster, yeah.
Yeah. I think he's, like, definitely plays, like, the greedier role on the team. So Pocket getting kind of caught under tower here. Very hurt.
He did cast Affliction, though, on Funnex on the Calico, so I think Funnex on the Calico going back here. Dive happening on the left side here. Warden Ghost Guy goes down here. Lash is propped up top on the roof,
Like a
looking to hit it.
Oh, tries to go for the parry, gets charged.
A lot of poke here.
Yeah, good damage on the Abrams. Very interesting ult from the Abrams. Lash tries to dodge it, does not quite manage to dodge it. Burns his parry. Does go onto the high ground, though. Should be able to escape
Warden
there, but really
bad.
good damage.
Does Warden does
Warden's
not
in.
have last stand just yet.
Cage onto the 7.
Wow.
The souls will be denied, though. Lash does deny the souls. Quick thinking by him. Mid lane, we've got an engage as well. Calico 1 HP gets taken down by the Paradox. Paradox looking for more. Ivy's going to get taken down. Sorry, Ivy's going to back up. And guys here on the side lane, Cytrox going to look to take his tower early again, it looks like.
Even though I was say, he's kind of walking up with like very low HP, but no fear in his eyes.
He does have
Trying to
swap.
put this turret down.
Definitely a very aggressive player in general. Like, you can tell, good mechanics. You know, you can see why he ranked up and playing very aggressively in these lanes, but not anywhere near as good of a start as he had last game. Last game, at this point, he was already like 1,500 to 2,000 up on the enemy lane, but now about even net worth, just a lot of tower pressure, which is much better news for the side of pressing buttons.
There is, yeah. There's about like a 1.5 thousand soul differential here in the mid lane, and Onyx is kind of just playing for his life right now. Very defensively, ended up building extra health into healing right. Looking to just play for fortitude early as opposed to help sustain him in the lane, but I don't know if we'll be able to get the money for that. Affliction is coming back up soon in 16 seconds too, and I think if Funnex isn't able to dodge Affliction with Calico's own ultimate, like the Affliction just takes them out of the game for way too long, and they'll probably be a turret down.
Yeah,
Double kill happening on the left lane here.
Yeah, what happened there is Lash got the ult onto Ward and ulted him under tower, and then 7 with the follow-up ult, and then Abrams tried to actually help his 7, which I think was a bit of a mistake. I think Abrams should have just, you know, let his Warden die, considering that they used every ultimate there. And so now they don't have Lash ult or 7 ult for quite some time, so they don't really, you know, despite getting both kills there, I don't think it's that bad for the side of Metu and your mom go Sky, because now they use 2 of their long cooldowns, and maybe you can try to strike back with Warden ult here.
Yeah, I was thinking personally, I feel like I would have at least sent. I feel like maybe one of them should have just like died for the turret. Because I feel like even if they did have the Warden ult, being able to take the tower and deny them of the shop, even if they did Warden ult you and get a kill or 2, they wouldn't be actually able to spend their money.
I agree. So we see Metu here considering going for a dive, not going to end up committing for it, but the Warden does go in, pops his ult, does connect onto one.
The slam him down.
Oh my! Benjamin. Well, we can see why they're picking the Lash.
Yeah. Very aware of how to catch or how to grab someone off the rope using the slam hitbox. Well played by him.
And Crazy Steve gets another kill here mid. 3rd kill for him on the pocket. Almost 7k net worth, topping the lobby right now. And he might picks up another one onto the Calico. Crazy Steve kind of popping off. Getting gone on here by the Lash though. 40 HP on him. Can he escape? He has cloak. He's taking his cloak. Looks like he's going to get out. Wow.
I survived death before. I can do it again.
Benjamin will take down the Paradox. They will take her down, but Pocket lived, and I really think that's what's most important, because Pocket had a bag as well, and he's gonna go Locket here on the Pocket, which is a little bit interesting. You don't see it too often, but I do think Locket is a very good item in general.
Abrams is dying here on the left lane here. Abrams was kind of just tanking all of Calico's damage, trying to get the turret down.
He's still alive though.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to.
And they got the tower, but he will die probably here, right?
He has charge up. I would just charge.
What happened to the charge?
I'm not dead yet.
Yoshi?
Good thing. Dodges the slam here. He's playing for his life very well. He has fortitude. If they leave him alone for just a second, he will fortitude back up.
I'm about to disqualify trophy collectors.
Rescue beam. Is he gonna get pulled? Is the Paradox gonna pull him out with the rescue beam?
Nah, if press and buttons lose this game, I'm giving them the win just because of that charge. There's no way. Like, what is that? Where did the what? How? He went right through him.
Funix didn't bother parrying, so maybe Funix just gave him the respect for the charge.
Yeah, but yeah, that was insane. Anyway, we've got a very, very even game at the moment, and this time the star of the show is Benjamin. Now, this is actually insane. If you look at the kill participation on Benjamin, he's 3-0-5, part of 8 out of 9 kills. He's just keeping this team in the game.
Most of that happened within his own lane, mostly, right? Because we have 6 deaths on the side of Abrams, Methuselah, and Ghost Guy on Abrams and Warden respectively. Yeah. So most of those kills just kind of happened in his own lane. But while he left Wololo to farm up as the carry 7 supposedly for the team, kind of just walking around and making sure that they're
wait. Look at 7's items.
Allow me to open.
Huh? I mean,
he's got 3 stacks.
He has 3 stacks. He has 3
that's
stacks.
not even that's actually not a bad start. Most of the time people sit on 0 stacks for a long time. We'll see if he gets value, but this does seem quite peculiar.
He just hit the max ultimate timing. Doesn't have ult up for another 60 seconds here, but obviously, right, the way I would always play around trophy collector is that if you have 1 or 2 trophy collectors on your team, just permanently force earned fights. Because even if you end up winning, if you trade 3 for 3, just because you get stacks, you always come out on top in terms of souls, I think.
Yeah.
So
Mirage here might be getting gone on as they go for the Bebop bolts. Taking a lot of damage. Rescue beam will keep them alive. Unfortunately, does not manage to get the dome off.
It's bursted by Benjamin instead.
Just wait until I kill you again.
To be fair, it's okay. He can keep the dome for the earn fight here. Like, they can just reset a little bit. Might not be the worst thing, as Warden is split pushing this Walker. It's a little early to split push this, and Ivy's going to be matching him. Can't really contest the Ivy too much.
Warden has max flask. It doesn't necessarily have 2 points ultimate just yet. Warden 2-point ultimates is one of the strongest upgrades in the game, I think, where it provides minus cooldown or minus 35 cooldown and then 60 DPS, basically giving it 30% CDR and 30% damage.
Yeah,
I feel like one of the strongest upgrades in the game.
Yes, it's very strong. Skipping the tier 2 on your ultimate is definitely crazy. You gotta be honest. We do have that guy going down, so a lot of pressure here coming out from the side of trophy collectors, not wanting to, let him get the pressure. What happened to the urn here? It got turned in.
I'm gonna assume trophy collectors got it because trophy collectors had the space for it.
Makes sense, but at the same time, the soul disparity doesn't really.
Yeah.
It feels like the souls are just completely even, which is interesting. I would have expected trophy collectors to have a lead off this. Is they're grouping mid here, and there's gonna be some ultimates used. Bebop ult and 7 ult are used just to take this tower. They're gonna use all of their tools here just to take down this mid guardian, and now the lead is starting to widen a little bit for the side of trophy collectors, getting a 3k lead, but those are very, very long cooldowns they just used.
Completely agree. I'm doing a quick rescue beam check. I think, okay, so same idea. There's 2 rescue beams on each side. We have Paradox and Kelvin on the side of Press and Buttons, and then Bebop and Ivy on the side of trophy collectors for rescue beams. Citrix went a very early Headhunter. I'm not entirely sure I like Headhunter this early.
It's definitely worse than it used to be, but it's not that much worse when you look at the numbers. Like, at this point, it's at 115 damage now, 5% heal, so it's almost kind of what it used to be before nerfs. I do agree with you that it might not be the most optimal thing, and having no Mystic Regen on guys does seem very weird.
Yeah.
Perhaps taking him out of his comfort zone, right? But we've got some big fights happening on the left side. Metu gets 1 kill here as Ivy stomps. Crazy Steve trying to escape. Big dome from SCS here, looking to help his pocket. His pocket lives, gets locketed as well. Huge Abrams. Ivy is going to try to fly out the 7. Can 7 be taken down? Really, really hurt. He does go down and drops a big bag as well, so massive kills happening from the side. Calico here looking to escape as well. Half health. Metsu's going to go in. Calico escapes up top. Pocket with the cloak. Crazy Steve takes her down. And the fight is won for the side of Press and Buttons.
Blue Walker is under attack.
Unfortunately, I don't know if anyone went down on the side of Press and Buttons, so there was no stacks to be gained from either the Ivy or the Seven's Trophy Collector there.
Wait, Ivy also has Trophy Collector? Oh.
Yeah. But Ivy also built Trophy Collector last game too, so it's not entirely as crazy.
Wait, that is their team name though. Wait, could they be
Yeah, that is their
trolling?
team
Because they won game 1, so now they're like, alright guys, let's buy some Trophy Collectors. And now they're paying the price.
I had the
just
thought,
as they deserve.
but at least MK51 of the Ivy stayed consistent. I'm quite confident he had Trophy Collector last game as well. This build looks like almost identical to what he had last game. Obviously, I'd be surprised if like the Lash ended up buying it or something, but
Yeah.
we'll see. I mean, maybe they've realized that the game is even at 14 minutes, and they might have to like actually play the game in order to like squeeze out the 2-0 victory quick and easy.
Pocket applying some
like
pressure on the
Dice is
right
getting
side
gone on
here.
here.
Yeah, Cybertruck's quite hurt.
As swap.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this is kind of the problem with this guy's build, though, is like your sustain is like very low, I feel. Wait, Paradox swap onto the guys. Does he have Silence Wall? No Silence Wall. 100 HP onto the guys, but she does have swap. Can she manage to get it off? She's looking for anyone. She's still 100 health. Can't quite manage to. Crazy Steve goes in. Gets swapped. Oh no.
it's airdropped on.
And the pause.
Attack pause here.
Yeah, very interesting pause timing. I'm assuming they said something, but I think I have them muted in game because they were talking in game last time.
Oh, I also have them muted in game.
Yeah, so I'm sure they said something. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna be going. Yeah.
I mean,
this is definitely not a good fight for the side of Press and Buns. Your Mom Ghost guy goes down. They're down 2. I don't think they can pick up the guard. This is just kind of you have to run for your lives here, but I think a lot of them will die. Rescue Beam onto Flash, trying to keep him alive. I think Flash is going to be going down, but SCS might be able to escape with his life. Metsu also getting gone on here. If they lose too many more, this could be very dangerous. He's just going to ult away though.
Yeah. Metsulum
okay.
tried to contest the buff, but unfortunately Funx was a little too fast and was able to get the buff right before him. I think got a casting buff on the side of Calico. So extra 25, or I think it's 25 spirit? Extra 25
I think they're going to go for the
Calico.
turn right away. I'm not gonna lie, the fact that the pocket like didn't kill the guys and got swapped, like that was extremely heartbreaking. But Abrams here is gonna try to stop the turn, and maybe because he's posturing for it. They don't have 7 ult is the good news, you know.
Yep.
So Abrams delaying a little bit. He's going on the turn in. They don't stop him, unfortunately. Abrams gets buried. Lash with the slam does not connect. Bebop still channeling his ult for free this whole time. That guy, first one to go down in the back. Huge hook onto the pocket. Gets saved by Dome though, but might be too little too late.
Pocket has a
Bebop
max
is caught.
presto pocket.
Bebop does go
Warden,
down. So
Warden fighting on the side, on the right side. Warden ulting. Geist and Citrox 1 HP. Warden lives with 190
Huge,
HP.
massive kill from Warden there. They really
Incredibly
needed that.
1v1. Yeah. Now you can see though, Funx is running over. The Warden is very low on HP. If the Warden is not conscious or aware of the Calico, he's about to get one shot here very shortly.
Yeah, it does look like Warden here might have, bit off more than he can chew. Getting chased by the Calico here. Will go down. Still some pressure here on the left side from Press and Buttons, but they will have to reset as all the respawners are coming through. 7 is kind of like in no man's land though. Pop's unstoppable, but is it going to be enough to save him? He's incredibly hurt. Gets taken down. Big kill, and Ivy's on the hunt, but I don't know if they can chase this. He's trying though.
7 has 6 stacks on Trophy Collector. So not as much as I think that the Wololo idealized with rushing this Trophy Collector item so early. I mean, this 7 has only 37 spirit power.
Ivy has
now that
2
spirit power
stacks.
scales with boons. Now that spirit power scales with boons, you're not entirely reliant on buying spirit items, but the only spirit item the 7 has is Arcane Surge. So Unstoppable Rush is good for Paradox, I suppose, but I'm not entirely too sure I'm very supportive of this Unstoppable Rush. I feel like you open yourself up to be very...
Paradox are looking for a swap. Swaps the Bebop on the left side here. Gonna be rescue beamed away, and this should be the end of that. As Pocket does go for the reflection, doesn't connect. He does connect on 2, so a lot of damage going out, but they don't have the wave. I doubt that they're gonna chase any further.
Heroic Aura and the Ivy, giving them both the speed to just run away safely, plus Tether. Bebop was scarily fast.
I see Lash.
That guy bought Mercurial Magnum on Mirage at 17k.
That is definitely earlier than you see most often. I mean, it's still a good item, of course, but it has received a few nerfs, right?
Yep.
Warden does have Spell Slayer as well, so we've got our first tier 4s coming into the game. Metu gets picked in the mid lane. Not the end of the world, but definitely not great, but still a fairly close game. It's only a 6k difference, and considering the fact Trophy Collector has 2 Trophy Collectors on their team, it's actually an even game when you really think about it. Even though they're up 6k.
I mean, I might have to agree with you on that one.
Especially on the Ivy, he's got 2 stacks, so
Yeah.
pretty dead item. Wait, Warden getting Lash ulted on the side lane. Gets slammed. Channels his ult for the resistance, though. He's going to buy some time. Does he have any backup coming, though? Does not look like he does. We'll go down.
800 bag the Warden drops here.
Yeah,
Such
that's
a
not
quick
good.
pick up. The Warden going for, I guess, Max and Flask to go for the Spellslinger combo here. Now that with the Max Warden Flask, it's much easier to keep the Spellslinger up, especially now that the Fleetfoot nerf happened.
I do have to say, Seven has 7 Trophy Collector stacks now. Is that coincidence, or?
Getting there.
Our yellow walker is under.
Ends up building. Okay. So now 7 finally built compressed cooldown on the ultimate. We kept on saying that a lot of the time 7 would be caught out without the ultimate, which
Yeah.
ended up causing a lot of fights to just like be incredibly in favor of pressing buttons. So now that 7 has cooldown, hopefully we can see will be a bit more active and like a bit more engaging in trying to farm trophy hunters. Bebop hit an insane hook here. Pocket Afflicted 2 here. Pocket Afflicted Bebop and Calico. Kelvin Domes. Looks like Crazy Steve on Pocket secures the survival buff. It looks like they back away completely. On the other side, Wololo on 7 picked up movement buff, or the movement buff.
Flash just goes for a quick slow slam on the Warden on the side lane, but don't really think he can do much to him. I mean, Warden kind of running him down, to be honest. Whoops, my camera kind of bugged out, but Warden just running down the Lash with his Spellslinger. I mean, doesn't have a slowing hex. It would really help if he did against this guy. Guys, slowing hex is still a good Warden item. I'm gonna keep saying it. It's a pretty good item to buy.
SCS running the urn over. I mean, while Ghost Guy was running the lash down, he also did push the wave. So at least being this urn spot will be around equal for the zipline. Plus we see Mirage and Ivy matching, so they're obviously putting the characters with the roam abilities over in the side lane. Lash gets swapped here, knocked down into swap, manages to parry the Abrams, but all for naught as Lash gets caught out here without ultimate. SCS just runs in off that kick to cap urn.
Yeah,
7
Warden
big
getting
pop
hooked.
ultimate.
Not much is happening.
Ghost Guy ultimate here.
Looks like both teams popped their big ults and both teams are resetting. We did get the urn on the side of press some buttons, I believe. And so, you know, slightly favorable trade for them, but not too much happening on either side. And on the right side here, Pocket afflicts 2. Does get B-bomb hooked, but should be fine as he takes his cloak out. And we're going to see a lot of pressure here from the side of press some buttons as they try to pressure this Walker. Calico going in, knockdown on her. Doesn't have debuff remover or anything, so just tanks it. Are we going to see a dome? Does have dome on a Kelvin. Is not using dome. He's still alive with 1 HP. Pops dome with, oh my god! Perfect kiting from the Kelvin. Lives with 1 HP, pops the dome. Calico caught in. Doesn't have her ultimate. Leaping slashes out. Should be okay. Bebop hook onto the Pocket once again. Do they have the abilities to kill him this time? Satchels buys him a little bit of time. Calico literally 1 HP. Lash ult onto 2. What is happening?
Kelvin was looking to rescue even the Paradox there, but unfortunately the Paradox just got moved too far away from the Lash ult. Lash is looking to chase the Kelvin here now. Kelvin might not be able to get out here. Only 1,000 HP. Does have Warpstone. There's a hit squad of 4 chasing this Kelvin right now. I think you had to run through the corner. I don't know if he knows about the walkway through the corner here. Tries to walk around the church. Beats up with his team though. Still is alive somehow. I think a slam is coming soon though.
Yep. It's taken down here as Mirage also goes down. And it looks like Warden in the back here trying to bring this fight back for his team. Goes onto the Calico. They get 2 counter kills. And he's going to go for more here. 7 pops his ult. Can they melt him through it? I don't think they can. Looks like the 7 ult might be a little too powerful to take down. As the side of Trophy Collectors pick up 3 kills in this engage. And Warden living on 1 HP finally goes down. So the 4th kill. And during that whole time, Cytrox got a walker.
Cytrox showing I just think just general mechanical prowess here on this guy's general macro as well. Interesting to see a little bit of breadth from a character from a player we haven't particularly seen have much hero variety. That strategy. Paradox building knockdown here has been working out for them. Looks like Paradox is going for the steal here. We have knockdown and swap. I wonder what they'll make of this.
End up securing the mid boss here, and Paradox will go down. Tried to go for the hero steal, but actually gets rescue beamed. It's maybe a bit risky. You might want to just let her die, because now you might both be dead, but we'll see. Kelvin looks like he's going to be able to escape, and Paradox is definitely dead. So it didn't really matter, but a nice try nonetheless by SCS on the Kelvin here. And now, press the buttons, have their backs against the wall, down 14k. They don't have mid boss. If you're the side of Trophy Collectors, you probably just chill for a second. Get the next buffs and earn, and then you can, you know, take down the walkers and get a huge lead here.
Funix is sitting at 7.2k on the Calico here, so I think we're looking at maybe an Arctic Blast or maybe even the Scourge.
Goes for the
He
Scourge.
ended up buying Scourge there.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Scourge. I think especially when you're dealing with a lot of spirit damage, it's really good.
Benjamin also buying here is 6.8k, so let's see what he buys. He just buys Spirit Burn. Makes sense, makes sense. Ivy finished healing tempo and lightning scroll, and it looks like the 7 is farming really fast for lightning scroll. The fight breaks out on the right side. Kelvin domes 2 in. Looks like Schwark
goes down.
The 7 ult to retaliate, but
they're just
be
gonna
able to walk away without lightning scroll.
Oh wait, never mind. Benjamin got a kill on the other walker as they're pushing both walkers at the same time here. So even though the side of Preston Buttons got 1 kill, it looks like they're gonna lose potentially the other walker. As Crazy Steve on the pocket is trying his best to hold it. Lash taking a lot of damage. Citrix going down on the Geist. Many kills going both teams' favors. Crazy Steve with the movement. Lash is trying to escape. Warden ult on the chase. I think Lash will be out though.
Lash with the sub stam and the rest to Laka to just spam stamina up in the air to stay alive.
Yeah. I mean,
looking for his way out here in the juice spot, but
it's a great tech.
Yeah.
He's also got Spirit Burn here, so he is pretty strong at the moment on the Lash, and you know, you can really see why they're prioritizing the Slash so much on the side of Trophy Collectors. Benjamin having great games on the Lash. 7-2 and 18 right now. He's been part of 25 out of 28 kills. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen kill participation this high in the Death Slam tournament. This guy has like 95% kill participation.
The 7 is now at 13 stacks, by the way, on the Trophy Collector, and now has Lightning Scroll. So the 7
is online.
Pretty online.
IV has 9 stacks as well now. So now the Trophy Collectors are fully online for the side of Trophy Collectors. At this point, it does become a good item, by the way. Like, I know I'm a hater. Like, once you get the like 7 or 8 stacks, I think is when it starts to be like the break point for it being like a pretty good item. Before then, it's really horrible, but like once you get the 7 or 8 stacks, the stats from it are actually really good.
Flash was looking for a swap here and then got retaliated by both the Bebop and 7 ultimate here, just zoning the entirety of Crescent Buttons off. Not entirely sure what they're fighting over. Looks like Warden is getting run down right now. Warden pops ultimate but gets bursted through it.
That's actually crazy. He got bursted through 80% resistance.
Pocket hits a 4-man affliction here on Bebop 7, Calico, and Geist. Unfortunately, I think Trophy Collectors is a bit too tanky to like actually worry about the affliction. They just kind of power through it.
Yeah.
Lash is chasing, looking for an ultimate here. Kelvin domes to defend himself from the Lash ult.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the side of PSV here, I think your best hope at this point is just you have to like hope to start a fight with an affliction, and it has to be big. And then you have to like, you know, like get a really good dome and maybe try to catch out the Calico. So what I would do if I was PSB here, I think it's a very difficult situation to be in, but most likely you have to try to isolate the Calico. Your keys to winning a fight are 1, isolating the Calico and Dome and trying to kill her. 2, getting a big affliction. Like, those are really the critical elements. And then as far as swap goes, I think you have to make sure you shut down the Lash with swap. So Lash does not have unstoppable or anything. So if he goes for an ult, you have knockdown. And so if you're Paradox, you probably have to focus on shutting down the Lash here. But we're going to see an engage in mid, it looks like.
Abrams has Phantom Strike now. So we could look at that to be a counter to the 7 ult or to the Lash ult here as just a Phantom Strike charge or something.
Yeah.
I knew the Amber Hand could counter
What is the opinion on Crushing Fist? I thought this Crushing Fist item was still both Crushing Fist and Life Strike. Because I think I've noticed from a lot of these melee-based builds is that they've been rushing Spirit Snatch and kind of just leaving life or melee lifesteal and heavy charges unupgraded.
Yeah, I think Crushing Fist is still good. Yeah, they're definitely still good. Obviously they were like overtuned. I think right now they're probably like balanced. Like, you definitely do a lot of melee damage with them, but it's not so much that it's like, okay, like there's no counter. Yeah, so I think that they're balanced. I think depending on the game, sometimes getting Spirit Snatch early can be better. Especially when you look at the enemy team and they have so much Spirit resist, right? So it's so much Spirit damage, sorry. Like, their enemy team is almost entirely Spirit damage once again, except Geist, which built more gun. But yeah.
Probably agree.
I think it's probably going to be like one of his next items on Abrams here, I would assume. Like, now that he has Phantom Strike and everything, I'd probably go like either Crushing Fist or a Life Strike next.
Just to point out some new items being bought. Pocket ended up buying Curse as their first 6k here.
Really?
Yes. I'm not. I think it's maybe to look to engage on the engage with 7 before 7 can pop all their stuff. Perhaps another.
I think
counter
actually
to
I
those
don't hate
matchups.
it, because at the end of the day you're behind quite a lot. You need kind of like the X factor in these fights.
Yep. That guy ended up buying. That guy now has Ricochet Inhibitor online. Ricochet Inhib plus Mercurial Magnum. So this Mirage is relatively strong compared to the rest of the lobby.
I mean, they're on top of the urn here. They want to try to get this comeback urn if possible, but you do have to worry about the Lash. However, they do have a lot of answers at this point, right? You have the Curse, you have the Phantom Strike, you have a lot of things to cancel the ult. So swap onto the Calico. Is she gonna get Curse? Is she gonna get bursted down? He gets Rescue Beam. 7 ult goes online. Lash ult connects onto 1, but Bugs on the corner. SCS first one to go down. Flash on the Paradox, gonna be the second one. And that's
Warden
2
pops
kills.
Ultimate, very low HP. Does Warden get the ultimate off? Warden pops the ultimate but gets bursted from Calico instead. Not really able to get value. Abrams is a little stuck here.
Yeah, it looks like the side of Trophy Collectors completely dominating the map here, up 40k, as they're gonna look to do the urn, go into the base, and maybe go for mid boss or, you know, down the patron. We'll see which option they go for. They can at the very least get some base guardians, the urn, and they can definitely get mid boss. I think if I'm them, I would get the shrines and then I would go mid boss. Maybe I would get the patron really low and then I would go mid boss.
I just leave one person behind it down it right before.
Not even leave one person. I think if you just get it really low, it's like not a big deal.
I see.
I mean, realistically, you could also just like down it and then go mid boss anyway. Like, they can't really stop you, so it doesn't really matter either way.
50k, they don't.
Yeah.
They gotta choose their own options at this
They
point.
can kind of do whatever they want. It doesn't really matter either way. They should just go mid boss here, though.
Death Slam's almost ready.
I mean, almost every Shorn on Bebop is sitting on 11,000 in the bank. But basically, every single person on Trophy Collectors has about 6,000 just sitting waiting for them. So the moment they hit this mid boss, they'll probably all run to a secret shop and just buy another tier 4 item and be powered up for the next fight. So it's looking a little dire. 7 has Infuser now, and Citrix now has Leech. And kind of not sure PSB has the anti-heal options to counter all this healing.
Yeah, Flash gonna be the first one to go down here. As SCS also falls, the rejuve goes to MK51. Die Guy and Your Mom Go Sky go down. Metu, the last one standing here, trying his best. We've got to pause. I think he might have done an accident, but not really sure what happened there. But anyway, GG, well played. It's gonna be the end of the game as they're just gonna walk into the base, and 2-0 victory from the side of Trophy Collectors. As they're just going to walk into the patron and finish it off. I love how Calico has missed all of her abilities in the picture. She's doing the thing where she like double jumps and then melees. You can't do that, unfortunately, because then if you're too high and it says you're out. So, you know, kind of funny. But anyhow. Yeah. Oh, I didn't get the match ID. Did you?
I can pull it up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's GG for this series. Another 2-0. Let's take a look at the other series. Let me see what's going on. So the other series is Mama's Boys versus Grogladytes.
Grogladytes.
It looks like Grogladytes won game 2 as well. So the grand finals are going to be Grogladytes versus Trophy Collectors, and so far there hasn't been a single game 3. It's been 2-0s all the way, and we saw a similar thing in NA. There wasn't a single game 3 in NA either, even in the grand finals. So we'll see kind of how it goes. But yeah, there's going to be the next series soon. We're going to look at the scoreboard, then we're going to take it to a quick break, and yeah.
Is this the correct match ID? It is. Let me send this over to you.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, Crazy Steve with some crazy damage on the pocket. Not quite enough, unfortunately. But, you know, they definitely got a lot of value. Yeah.
Affliction, I think.
Almost 20k affliction damage for sure. I mean, it's a little... At the end, I think he might have sold some items to try to go for the mid boss. I don't think this was his build.
No, it definitely was not.
But he has a magic carpet. That's funny. Might as well. I respect it, honestly. And yeah, Matthew did end up going crushing fists.
I think a lot of the response, or a lot of the reasons why this game kind of became so in favor of the side of trophy collectors was, I feel like it was really hard. They were really good at shutting down just the press and button carries from actually like enabling their team fight opportunities. Like I think the Warden had a really hard time finding good opportunities to last stand, because either they would last stand and they would kite it out, or they would just jump him and burst him so hard before he could actually like pop it. Even if he did pop it, they just had so much damage that they would go through all the resists.
Yeah.
Similar with Mirage, I think the Mirage ended up being really strong. However, I think what happened was just with Bebop and with Lash, the trophy collectors were just able to play around the Mirage and just pick off everyone but Mirage, and then leaving Mirage to just 1v6 by themselves.
It's definitely tough. I mean, there was a lot of really good initiations, and I think on the side of trophy collectors, they were very active around the map. You know, with the Bebop, the Lash, and the Calico, like they got a lot of random kills in the mid game. And I think at the end of the day, that's really what made the difference. Also, the fight on the right side where Citrix was able to get a swap out. I don't know if you remember, it was around the second turn, I believe. The game was fully even at that point, right? And they chased a little bit too deep. They weren't able to kill the guys. She got her swap off with 100 HP remaining. And then there was the pause. And then, you know, they kind of like hard won. And that's really, really the turning point for that game. That's when they got like a 6 or 7k lead.
Not only did like guys get the swap off, but the present buttons ended up using so many cooldowns to try to kill that Geist. So they had no HP from swap, and then also no cooldowns to like retaliate. So they're kind of just out of options there. It's definitely just worst case scenario. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah. So we're gonna throw it to a 10-minute break. I will say before the grand finals, might as well. So we're going to take care of all the stuff behind the scenes, make the lobby, get the scenes ready, etc. And then we'll see you guys again in 10 minutes. Now, once again, I need to, you know, do the timer. So you're going to have to excuse me for 1 second as I get the timer ready. But we will catch you guys very, very soon. Stay tuned for the grand finals. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're Griff and I. We're now fully energized because it's no longer so early for us. The sun is probably up for you. For me, it's almost noon, so we're hitting our stride, and just in time for the grand finals, as we've got our final series for the tournament: Trophy Collectors versus Grogladytes. Are you excited?
I'm excited. What I'm excited to see is that hopefully the best of 3 go all the way to 3 games.
That would be awesome. I do want to see a third game. We haven't seen a third game in North America. You weren't casting the North American one, but we haven't seen a single one. And in EU, we haven't seen one either. Not only in the matches that we've casted, but just in general, it's been 2-0s across the board. And that's not to say that the matches weren't close. Like, personally, I feel like every match we've seen wasn't really that one-sided. Now, we did see from one of the scoreboards that one of the matches on the side of Grogladytes ended in 20 minutes. Like, that looks pretty one-sided, but we haven't seen anything that one-sided today from what we've casted, at least.
Totally agree. I'm kind of interested to see, because I think both teams that we're seeing have come off of 2 straight 2-0s. But from what I've seen, I think Trophy Collector, their wins were confident, but they weren't particularly like stomps. So I wonder to see who's going to come in to this grand finals with like more momentum and who's going to actually like overrun the other person. Because I think both teams are feeling quite confident right now.
Yeah, as they should be. I mean, regardless, of the results here, they made it to the grand finals, and that's not a small achievement. So it does feel a bit liberating when you get to the grand finals, I feel, as a competitor, because you're like, hey, even if I lose here, I get second place, which is, still quite good, right? So I think that there's probably some pressure that's relieved from them a little bit, and both teams, I'm excited to see some deadlock. Hopefully we'll see some new stuff we haven't seen. But yeah, I'm going to give the teams, the ready so that they can go whenever. I will say one thing, guys, if you, would like to stay updated with the future tournaments, the future Death Slam events and stuff like that, make sure to join the Discord, type !DDS, and, we're going to host more events. We're doing more stuff. And I think it's really cool because not only are we hosting the events and giving content, and I think it's really entertaining for you guys to see people that aren't pro players play in an organized environment. But I also think that it's overall good for the Deadlock community because, we're giving coaching, we're helping players improve. Like we've seen on the side of Trophy Collectors, Citrox is now ascendant, right? And I'm sure a bunch of players have ranked up and have improved a lot. And so, I think it's really just like a win-win-win for everyone. Win for me, win for you guys, win for the players. I think everybody gets something out of it.
Completely agree. I mean, I'm excited to see. I mean, there is a world in which a DDS team can come up and debut in Fight Night, and I think the Deathy Watch Party will rejoice if that ever happens.
That would be crazy. That's not really the purpose of this thing. If that happens, that would be insane, and obviously I would be happy. I would be a bit surprised if that happens because I do think that obviously for the people at home it might not be that obvious, but the gap between these players and the caliber of players that are playing in Fight Night is definitely like extremely massive and very hard to bridge. That gap between the gap between the top 0.1% and the top 1% is insane at the moment in Deadlock. And it's very hard to bridge individually, not even just as teams, but oh my god, wait, the draft is moving so quickly. We've talked for 2 seconds and like there's been 5 picks. Okay, so Wraith Lash banned, and then Shiv first picked, Kelvin Geist responds from Grogladytes into Warden Mirage. This was like probably the fastest 5 picks I've ever seen.
Do you think the Lash ban here is a bit targeted because they know Trophy Collectors likes to draft Lash on third? And from scrim, maybe they were watching the last series because they finished early, or maybe they're just tapped into like how they were practicing in scrims. But it looks like Benjamin is getting a little bit of love here with the Lash ban.
Let me update the title so you can keep talking about the draft as I go.
Sure. 7 got picked for Grogladytes here. A bit early for the 7 picks that we've normally seen. Obviously, Shiv, Warden, Lady Geist, Kelvin, and Mirage are like consistently like top 5. Interesting to see 7 picked here. Just like other options available. Yamato's available. Calico's available. I don't think 7 is necessarily wrong. It's interesting to see. Obviously, we were talking about those pick characters before. That theme kind of maintains right now, where Holiday, Paradox, both not picked or banned. I think both teams are kind of looking to 50-50 them. It's just there's other priorities, and whenever a single team chooses Paradox or Holiday, the other team can respond with like a better pick per se, plus the other pick character.
Yeah, so Grogladytes aiming to target Benjamin with the lash ban initially instead of Cytrox, which is kind of the strategy press of buttons went for. So Cytrox is going to get a Shiv. I think that's what we're going to see him on. So we'll see if he kind of pops off on that hero. I do think Grogladytes' first 3 heroes are much more well-rounded than Trophy Collectors. Trophy Collectors kind of have 3 heroes that, yes, they're all great at outputting damage, but you're not really rounding out your comp, right? You just got 3 heroes that it's like, okay, these heroes do good damage. If Trophy Collectors ban Paradox here, I'm not a big fan because that leaves Grogladytes open to just pick the Holiday and then leaves them without a pick character, and all they'll have is just 3 greedy heroes that do a lot of damage. And I'm not a huge fan of this start of the draft. I much prefer Grogladytes top 3.
Trophy Collector does have Shalon with the Bebop.
That's true.
So
actually,
he might not. I don't think they're out of pick characters. Yeah,
right.
And he's been doing well. Who cares? Hit the hooks.
You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah. So I think I can understand it. Honestly, I still feel like for me, a Holiday, I would rather usually ban out Holiday over Paradox. I feel like this might be the Paradox choice could either be because they know Grogladyte's hero pool and the comfort on the character. But I would personally, in terms of just the hero itself, I feel like Holiday for me is a lot more annoying and difficult to play against the Paradox.
Yeah. So
Pocket
it looks
Ivy.
like Holiday is just being fully ignored. Calico, then Pocket Ivy. I will say, I like the Ivy. I think the Pocket is a decent pick as well. Does diversify your damage types a little bit. The only thing from Trophy Collectors, I do feel like this lineup is just a little bit greedy overall, right? I feel like you've got a little bit of a lack of utility. Warden, Mirage, Shiv, Pocket don't really offer much utility. You just have Ivy. You're definitely low on the CC with your lineup as well, right? Like if you look at the CC, you have essentially 0. You have Stoneform, Tornado, or Cage kind of, right? But not really.
Yep. I was going to mention we have like basically 0 way to stop 7 ultimate. We could see 7, and because we have 0 way to stop 7 ultimate, we could lead either someone has to invest in a knockdown, or we open up 7 to investing in Infuser or Lightning Scroll instead of rushing Unstoppable. Infernus and Bebop to round it out.
Yeah.
Interesting choice for the Infernus as well.
Bebop, I think we could have seen coming, right? I mean, we knew that they were going to pick the Bebop for sure, and he's pretty much only been playing Bebop. And so I'm not surprised. The Infernus here, I don't hate. I think it's a good pick against Shiv. It's a good pick against Warden. It's like you need maybe another side laner that can take on some of these guys in the 1v1, and Infernus is probably one of the best for that.
Devil's probably just going to play, because he played it pretty well last time we saw him, the second game of the first series. So I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Devil just has a 2 hero pool with Mirage and Infernus, or maybe
it's Devil's
just very confident. Maybe Devil's just very confident that his Infernus can beat a Mirage in the 1v1 just mechanically.
I don't know if Devil is that type of player from what I've coached, in the sense that like I don't think he's the type of player that's like super confident and like just gonna go for the 1v1s mechanically. I do think that his hero pool is fairly limited if I remember correctly. So that's probably more likely it.
I see.
But it still makes sense. I don't think it's crazy either way. Or to have this Infernus pick, like I think it makes some sense with the drafts, as I'm trying to adjust the UI slightly of my stream so that bothering me a little bit. It's not quite centered, but whatever. We'll roll with it. Sorry guys, you'll have to deal with it.
Are we waiting on you for a code?
The code is in the match thread.
Oh, I see it. Hopefully I'm not. Oh.
No worries.
Yeah,
I will say
I'm not the last one to ready.
We'll start when everyone has joined. Yeah. I think we're gonna get going in just a sec. We're just waiting on Cytrox, and yeah, really excited. To be honest, I do think that Grogladytes has won this draft. I like their draft a lot better. However, in these games, sometimes it's not just about draft, it's mostly about execution. So we'll see if it comes down to, we've got the bit of the X factor on Cytrox and the Shiv. He hasn't been allowed to play Shiv at all today, I think. So this is the first time we'll see it. So there's probably a reason he hasn't been allowed to play it, right? All of these teams have scrimmed.
Yep.
And so he might pop off, and if he does, it could be tough. But also, we've only seen Benjamin on Lash, and Benjamin, like, in the last game had like 95% kill participation. And so without him being active, him being on the Mirage instead, which is not really an active hero, Curious to see what will happen.
Yeah, it's I think Grogladytes draft is well suited enough for the Shiv though. We have the Infernus, we have this Kelvin and Geist as well, in order to like kind of lock down the Shiv, or like lasso into Kelvin Dome as like a combo to isolate, lock down the Shiv, and just like have enough damage to kill him through deferred damage. So I could see Slidefox having difficulty into this matchup. I think it definitely comes down to execution. Like a little bit of lane mishap on the side of.
Yeah. So let's get a little bit of hype. We've got game 1, grand finals. Grogladytes versus trophy collectors. I'm gonna go over the Grogladytes roster. So Wacko Jacko on the 7, his second appearance on the stream on this hero. Templar Bean on the Calico, I believe first time we see him playing that. Nico on the Holiday, we saw him on that earlier. Devil on the Infernus, Koggy on his iconic Kelvin. I mean, we saw some crazy performances earlier. And Zav on the Geist. I believe we saw some incredible games from him earlier as well, so excited to see this.
And then on the other side on Trophy Collectors, we have Wololo on Warden. I believe this is the first time we've seen Wololo on Warden, at least today. We have Benjamin on Mirage. Obviously the first time we've seen him on Mirage before playing all the lashes. Shorn on Bebop. Obviously he hits his hooks. That's all he needs to do. We have Funix, who has been on Calico previously, now on Pocket. So very similar for that AoE Spirit Burst Assassin playstyle. MK51 on Ivy. See them on Ivy the past 2 games as well, I believe. And then Citrix, the famed player to look out for on Trophy Collector, on the Shiv that has been consistently banned out by the other teams.
Yeah.
Citrix has, there's a lot of hype here for each character's pools. We'll kind of see if Benjamin has proficiency with the Mirage now that it has a little bit less mobility and
We
a lot
also
more
saw
aim.
only
I'd say.
Funix, like we've only seen Funix on Calico, I think, every game, right?
Yep.
And now we have him
I
on
think so.
Pocket, so a pretty different hero. I mean, still a burst kind of spirit type hero, but fairly different in the way that they play.
Do you agree? Looking at builds, I guess not much crazy for the first items of the game.
Yeah.
Kind of defining. You can see who's going to be building the healing novas, or the rescue beams
Yeah.
of the team.
Yeah. I think on the side of, I mean, we've got Zav here. It looks like he might be rushing Radiant Regen, or potentially. I'm sure Koggy is like doing some box runs. Koggy is like actually doing a very, very long box run here. Probably too long. But his Infernus is just kind of full health. And this is kind of one of those things. Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, he manages to make it out, but it was a little scary for him. Because I think Holiday was also doing a bit of a box run, so he was a bit isolated, but...
Mobility is key.
Yeah, I mean, Kelvin got a pretty significant lead off of this box run. Like, he's up, a few hundred souls. Not a lot, maybe like 200 souls off that box run. That's pretty significant for sure.
Interesting. The entire left lane for Grogladytes has yet to buy, both on Devil and Koggy S. Okay, Koggy now finally buys a healing right. They're both at full HP just because that rescue beam item. He knows he's going to need it eventually.
Yeah. Devil goes with double gun item, so he goes extended mag wrapped rounds right away. And I've got the visual bug.
Too, so.
I've got the visual bug where his finger is just pointing up no matter what, the camera bug where you just turn on him and his Infernus just like looking in a completely different direction. So it just looks very funny, but
Okay, it's a beta game. They're working on it.
yeah, of course.
Soon.
I mean, they're working on. I mean, the game has changed so much, and it will continue to change so much. It's really
interesting to see. Nico on Holiday went reactive barrier second item here.
Oh, really?
Delaying the rescue beam by a little bit. We'll have to see if it actually comes to fruition here. If you're gonna get more value out of the barrier than of this rescue beam.
Oh,
like instantly
there
gets
we go.
hooked,
Reactive barrier instantly gets value from it. I think. I mean, he just took 0 damage, and now he's gonna go in on this Bebop. Bebop 1 HP. Shorn gets the melee off. Still 1 HP. Gets taken down finally by Zav, and instantly getting value from the reactive barrier.
Good denies off the Bebop kill though.
Yeah.
Don't mess with the law.
Wait, swap onto the
guy
warden.
swapped Wololo.
Oh my god.
Good rotation by Zav there, identifying the blind spot, and Wololo's being a little too tunnel focused on just clearing the wave and waiting for the Bebop to come back. A lot of
That's
pressure
definitely
already.
not lasso onto the Bebop as well. This mid lane could snowball out of control fairly quickly if they get this kill, but they don't quite manage to kill him off. I mean, Bebop still a fairly tanky hero, and he's got 3 green items, so 1100 HP. That's a lot of HP to go through.
Both Zav and Nico have bought reactive barrier, so they're definitely respecting Schlorn on the Bebop here.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, this reactive barrier item is like, it's gotten a few buffs at this point. And I think it's at a point where it's quite good. Like, it gives you spirit resist.
Agreed.
It restores 1 stamina, and the barrier has good spirit scaling. It's 2.1 spirit scaling, which is quite high. Like, if you have 100 spirit, that's like you get an extra 200 barrier.
Kind of interestingly, the other shielding items, the spirit shielding and the weapon shielding items, those I believe, here, let me check to be sure, but I'm pretty sure those only have like a 1.3.
Yeah, the scaling on those is much lower.
It's a 1.1, so it's like basically half the scaling. So it's kind of interesting to see the balance decisions where reactive technically has a lower base stat, but scales so much incredibly harder. And then we see now Zav finished the Radiant Regen item.
I mean, how do you kill these guys? I mean, he gets hooked, but like
probably
really doesn't even
hook.
matter.
The warden ult.
I mean, he's just tanking so much. He is going down really low here, but he's still living on the guys. 13 HP. Goes into the closet. Parries!
Oh, beautiful parry.
Oh my.
Right back to the warden ult, or the Bebop ult.
They had to use literally everything though for that.
Yep.
Like they used the Bebop ult, they used the warden ult, they used everything, and now they're not going to get any tower damage. And he's just going to come back with boost, and he's fine. They're
However,
fine.
they don't have any healing rights or rescue beams in this lane, and Nico is already very low as is. So
Yeah.
we're gonna have to see, because Nico is unfortunately gonna have to find some way to sustain. Probably buying a healing right now, probably.
Yeah.
I'd imagine. Yeah, there it is. Let's see. Looking at the other lanes, Kelvin already has a rescue beam. I don't think we have any rescue beams on the side of trophy collectors just yet. All these builds look relatively normal.
Yeah, nothing crazy so far, but this mid lane, I mean, this mid lane is going to be hard to deal with potentially. Like, I could definitely see this Geist and Holiday getting out of control. And, you know, Sidetrox, on the other hand, a player that we've been told to keep an eye on, relatively quiet so far.
I mean, I think it's a little hard for him to apply pressure into this Calico 7 lane. I mean, his pocket, while a strong contender for applying pressure, obviously with 7 and Calico, just has so much spirit damage waiting to get shot back at him that he has to be a little bit careful. And then 7 stun as well. Looks like the pocket's getting gone on here. So 7 has to back. Just 7 stun kind of forcing any engagement to kind of stop. Citrox looks for the ultimate on the 7.
Damage, yeah. He's not quite managed to kill him. Calico looking for the kill on Citrox here. He's 1 HP. Calico with the Leaping Slash takes him down. And that was really close, but they come out on top on the side of Grogladytes.
Citrix looks to ult the 7 there before... looked to ult the 7 there, but barely miscalculated the ultimate threshold. 7 living barely and just being able to cast ult and turn it around.
Yeah, Mystic Regen enough to save the 7 there. It doesn't even have Spirit Life Steal, but Mystic Regen with enough healing. As this Infernus and Kelvin are also amping the pressure on the side lane here. Phonix going down, didn't manage to catch that one, but Infernus and Kelvin here applying some tower pressure in this lane. And, you know, putting the Ivy with the Mirage is a little bit tough sometimes, because Ivy is kind of a weak laner and Mirage is strong, so you don't really take full advantage of Mirage's strong laning.
Oops, I have going down with Swap available. So Nico trades out the Bebop as well, though. One thing to keep out for is we're already at a 4,000 differential here between the Grogladytes, in favor of the Grogladytes versus Trophy Collectors. And not only that, is if you look at the tower damage, I guess the only notable tower damage is on the right lane here, but just the fact that every single tower has kind of been shoved in except for, or all the towers have been shoved in on the side of Grogladytes over Trophy Collectors. I mean, keeping your towers up, especially in the early game, stacks up pretty fast.
Yeah.
We are at 9 minutes now, however, so a minute till earns and buffs. We'll see how teams start responding to that. Kind of fascinating we don't have a Guardian down yet. I feel like this might have been the longest we've gone without a full turret being taken down in anyway.
Definitely possible. He's going to get caged here on the Geist, but Hanif doesn't really care. I mean, he's got reactive barrier. Sometimes it might even be better if you just proc it. Get a 400 shield. That's not bad at all. And if you use your shield, I'm pretty sure... Is it, do you know if Geist, like, his abilities, like, go through shields? Like, obviously, I think they did before, right? But, like, now that shields are universal and block everything, etc., like, Do you know if you like if you malice and you have reactive barrier up, does it hurt you? Does it go through it? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does because I think it's just calculated as like a I know it's affected by spirit
health
damage.
loss. It's like siphon bullets,
yeah,
kind of.
Yeah. I think
The siphon
I'm not too
bullets
sure.
go through the barriers though. The
think
new
so.
barriers.
I think so.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's possible. We've got a big
Looks
fight
like
on
a-
this buff here. Oh, guys just get
That
instant
goes
kill.
down again, just gets hooked and stunned and out of swap.
Yeah, and Calico is in a 1v4 here, gonna get executed by Citrox on the Shiv. On the other side, we got to fight around the Kelvin, and all of a sudden, the lead that they had might be going down. Infernus looking for the ult here, goes in onto the Mirage. Afterburn, Lasso does not connect.
Roger Tornado
The
over
Mirage
a
is still
second.
full caught.
Holiday
Looking
was
at
able
the
to pick
7
up the
here.
survival buff.
Pick out the 7 here. He's getting getting pressured, but he's gonna pop the ult here. But he goes down instantly. Not quite able to defend, but he did get some good damage. Can Calico clean it up? 2 players half health.
Taco has ultimate. Looking to chase here.
Gets parried.
Gets parried by Phonics. Just gets one. Wow. Oh, lives
Oh
on
my.
12 HP. I think he's still dead, unfortunately. Tries to
What a
rescue him.
parry
Tries to rescue
by
him
Phonics
himself,
there.
but- Yeah, good parry. Excellent awareness.
At the same time, if you're the Calico, you gotta expect that. That's really the only way that he lives, you know?
Yeah. I was mildly expecting the Calico to just instantly press ultimate and just like be done with it.
Yeah,
I can understand the greed of holding the cooldown.
yeah.
Devil on the left side here, kind of just trying to hold the turret here in a 1v2. He is eventually getting poked down though. He has Spirit Lifesteal, which is a bit interesting considering, I mean, obviously in front of Spirit damage, but he also has 3 gun items.
So they get the urn, though, with the dome. So one thing we've seen is Grogladytes is very, very good at using dome to secure this urn, right? They always get this urn. With the dome, we've seen this in the previous series we covered. And now, you know, they've got a very slight lead, but this is probably the most even, like, early game we've had. Like, 7 kills to 7 kills, 1 tower to 0, and only a 2k lead. Like, it's hovering between 2 and 3k.
Just a quick rescue beam check. The only rescue beam on the side of Trophy Collectors is on Ivy on MK51. Meanwhile, Grogladytes has 3 rescue beams on the side of 7, Calico, and the Kelvin.
Yeah. We do have some pressure mid on this tower here. Warden 1 HP though, can't quite finish this tower off. This guy's looking to up the pressure, running down this Bebop. Gonna go on top of him. Lasso barely misses the Bebop, but he will just get executed as the squad shows up. They don't have the wave though.
I think this is a different build that we've seen from Schwarn all day. Like before, he was rushing Spirit Strike as like his first item. Now he built Superior Cooldown. Not entirely sure.
Oh, that's
I think he might be just very comfortable on the Bebop build and just be freestyling whatever he feels like is necessary for the game.
Yeah.
Phonics goes in for the Affliction and just ends up getting swapped and bursted.
Notably,
So
Infernus is a
careful.
1v2 right now on the side lane, but he's not dying, but he will probably go down soon if he's not careful. As he's trying to hold his own 1v2, but he's got an 8 stack on him from the Mirage. I don't really see how he lives this. 4 HP gets taken down, yeah. Unfortunately, does not manage to get saved. And now Ivy tries to fly away with it. Cute little dome. I think Ivy will still escape, though.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Holiday did not make it in the dome with the Kelvin, so...
Yeah, no, not enough damage. Not enough damage.
So you're a 4k lead kind of emerging on the side of Grogladytes.
Is under attack.
It's a 7
7 here. Yeah, he might be caught out, but good movement. I think he should be able to escape here. I mean, I like the greed. If he died there, that would have been really bad. He's got 6.4k unspent, so he's being played forward on this wave, like showing not a lot of fear, especially considering how much farm unspent he has. But
he's about to hit his I assume ult max power spike. He's currently sitting on 4 ability points. Wacko Jacko here being like, I think relatively unique in that he does end up putting 2 points into ball, which I don't think we see from a lot of other 7s in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm being honest, Lightning Ball is just kind of a bad ability compared to everything else 7 has to offer at the moment. Calico and Catform looking to see anything.
I've had some relative success with going like a ball hybrid build in the sense that like if you end up building Rescue Beam and all this ability range for your ultimate anyway, that the lightning ball ends up getting a lot of value from like the similar stats of the duration and the ability range.
That's true.
But that also does apply to the stun as well. And I think normally you just end up maxing your stun instead of maxing your ball. The only time you ever max
That
your
is
ball
usually
is
correct, but we're gonna see
it's
the
really
team
sticky if you
posture
want
for
a
the
ball
urn
that
though here.
moves. Yeah.
Holiday on the high
Also, 8
ground.
seconds.
The one thing I told these teams in some of the VOD reviews is like, hey guys, when you're posturing for these, grab the high ground, get the positioning, get the vision, right? And they do just that here as Calico going down extremely low. They do catch the shiv,
dome.
but they don't really have follow-up. It's a
Calico's
little
also
bit of an
low.
awkward dome. It does,
Might say
look like
Citrix might have just won the dome fight. 1v2.
yeah, I mean, Citrix, it was kind of like, he got caught in the dome, but it was kind of like an awkward dome because he was like underneath the bridge and stuff like that, so wasn't really easy to follow up. However, not the end of the world, because on the side of Grogladytes, they got urn control, and if there's one thing we know, is that Grogladytes are really, really good at doing the urn, and they might be the best team in this tournament at doing the urn. And now, I love this, okay? So, Wacko Jacko just bought Lightning Stroll. On the other side, they have nothing to cancel his ult, okay? He just hit a huge power spike, and this is something I emphasize a lot in the coaching sessions I have with the team, is play around your spikes, play around objectives. Here, they've got the 7 ult power spike, he's got max 7 ult lightning scroll, and they've got the urn here. I don't see how they lose this fight if he gets a big 7 ult. Here, he just needs to, like, get in the air, 7 ult, zone them, and it should be like a free fight here.
I agree. What is going in here with the
Big 7
last
ult.
stand? He's not getting bursted here though. He has no spirit lifesteal to like sustain him through the ultimate. Infernus is deep in the backline here.
So unfortunate. Yeah,
Infernus
just
is going down there too.
a bit too close to the ground on the 7. He should have taken the zip line and gone on the high ground, and then I don't think they could have killed him if he went high in the air, but unfortunately he started low to the ground, and he got a little greedy. He wanted to get a stun off before he went for the ult. I think if he just initiated the fight in the air with the ult, it would have been fine, but Citrix on the chase here. Calico probably going to be fine. And meanwhile, Zav is just pushing.
I
Okay, never mind. Take it back up.
Yeah,
Citrix is
Citrix
kind
is
of
kinda
just
deep,
wonky in
isn't he?
1v3.
Yeah, this is, I mean, he's doing insane damage, but can he die? He gets rescue beamed, doesn't get the execute off. Big hook, though. But the dome is there.
Nicely. The debuff laser also showing some threat. On the right side, however, Zav takes out Benjamin. Funnex on the pocket is going to respond, but Zav is like has swapped. I feel Zav is looking for it. 1 HP. Oh my god, dodges the cold front with a warp stone.
Oof.
Wow, Zav gets out on 50
Oof.
HP. With half
And I mean,
damage
now
with-
they probably try to go for the urn again because they know they have a numbers advantage on this side, but you do have to deal with the raid boss Shiv, so we'll see if this is possible from them as they try to inch forward here. Gonna get on the Calico POV. Calico looking to create space. Ivy ult to counter engage here. Gonna get into the third person cam as Citrix just walking forward, but a little bit isolated. 7 stun onto him. Pocket coming back to the fight, so makes it here in time. Affliction connects onto 1. Warden ult being channeled. And Templar Bean is the first to go down, as it looks like this fight is not going the way Grogladytes had hoped, as they lose 2. But they still have control of the urn, so it's not so bad.
I think Shiv might just die to bloodletting here. Nope, rescue beam comes in just in time. Shiv went down to 50 HP, or like 50, 40 HP there before the death of Holiday gave him a heal bane proc to keep him alive. So very close call for Citrix to live there.
Now they have to wait another, but in 18 seconds, they will have another 7 ult, just FYI. We've got another pause coming in, but I think the way that this 7 needs to play is he just needs to not be so close to the ground, right? And so I think what you need to do for this urn fight is you just have the 7, you go up in the air, you like take the zipline, go up in the air, 7 ult preemptively. Your ult lasts a long time anyway, right? It lasts 14 seconds. And then you just keep ascending and put yourself at the urn, and you kind of want to initiate with it because you have lightning scroll. So you don't want to do it reactively after they initiate. I think you just want to use it as a zoning tool to get this urn.
Question for you. Do you think Arcane Surge would be worth it here for 7? I feel like Arcane Surge, kind of surprised to not see it. I feel like he's been struggling with both mobility and also just like pressure with his ultimate, because it just provides range and duration, things you just want, or stats you just want to put on your ultimate.
Yeah, so it's not bad. It just kind of depends. Like, sometimes it's a little awkward to have to use it before you ult, I think. But it's probably pretty good. I'm definitely... What I'm surprised to see is definitely, like... he doesn't have, improved cooldown. or just like compressed
Even the
cooldown,
basic
sorry,
one.
on his ult.
Compressed cooldown, yeah.
Yeah, I just meant the basic one. Like, you don't even need the upgraded one really on 7. I think
True.
the compress ones are so good when you care mostly about one ability, because you get like 90% of the value for 50% of the cost.
Yep. Warden or Wololo on Warden finishing Lightning Scroll himself. So going for more of a spirit build than the gun build we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, this Warden build looks like, so it looks exactly like my hybrid build.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's probably what he's running. Let me check his AP. Yeah, that looks exactly like what I would build. So the biggest advantage with this build, so usually I'll go Mage Leap first. Biggest advantage with this build is that you still do a little bit of gun damage. You've got opening rounds, which is like one of the best hybrid items in the game, right? And you do still have the lightning scroll, but Calico's just gonna run forward. Kelvin tanks the hook. She's just gonna get this for free.
Good coordination on the side of Grogladytes.
Instead, looking to split push. Trophy collectors are pushing 2 walkers though.
Yeah, Furnace was able to. Furnace got caught out by the 3 on the right side, and it looks like that. Holiday tried to like think about the walker and realized it's just a lost hope. Maybe they get there in time for the mid.
I don't think trophy collectors are gonna be able to get this mid walker. As last
connects with the last one, Benjamin under walker. It won't matter because he has tornado. Still gets stomped though.
It doesn't matter. He still gets stunned. That's crazy. Yeah, but they're pushing this other walker here on the side of Grogladytes. They do have 7 ult. If they want to force this, they can. 7's gonna ult. He needs to ascend. He needs to go higher. Knockdown. They get the walker, but he's gonna go down on 7, and it's just Geist kind of left in no man's land here. Koggy goes down, and it looks like Geist will be executed. Cytrox on the 5 kill streak, cleans up the fight, but still fully even. But I think they might try to do mid boss here.
As strong as the 7 ult is, I think the 7 ends up just getting bursted because they do have the bullet resist while channeling, but they have limited spirit resist and just no life steal to actually sustain them through the ultimate, especially when they get.
Well, the positioning of these 7 ults is just not. It's just a little too risky. Like he's doing them a little bit too low and a little bit too forward. They are gonna go mid boss here. It looks like mid boss will probably be given for free. Although Infernus does have ult, and he might. Wait, Infernus is gonna try. I think. No, never mind. He gives it up. He decides, hey, not worth dying here. We're winning as far as net worth goes. They're going to go for the walker here on the side as well. I think they're going to be able to get this walker as well. So I think this is a really smart play from the side of Grogladytes. Very disciplined. Instead of trying to risk for a risky play, they just do the discipline thing. They get the net worth lead. Now they're up 12k. All they have to do is hold on for 4 minutes and not make, not take any risky fights and just kind of stay in the lead.
Completely agree. I mean, even if they were to go for the contest, I mean, without 7 ultimate, their likelihoods of actually winning a fight are quite slim. I think they're perfectly content with like losing a mid walker or something. If Trophy Collector scoops up and tries to like force a walker down, I think they're perfectly content giving one up and just waiting for an optimal fight to like swing the tempo back in their favor.
Agreed.
Holiday is looking though, it looks like.
Yeah, she's kind of just fighting. She kind of doesn't
They have
care.
knockdown. I think
They do have knockdown. I mean,
I've seen a lot more knockdowns built in this tournament. I remember seeing in both my pug games and also the last week. Because they have a knockdown here on Ivy and a knockdown on Holiday as well.
Yeah, I mean, knockdown got hit fairly hard with the item rework. Not in the sense that it's a bad item, but it's just, it serves its purpose now. So before the item rework, there was like a small period of time where I considered knockdown to be extremely underbought because it gave you 200 spirit shield and it gave you a stamina, which I was like, okay, these stats are kind of insane. But now the stats that it gives you are kind of just like meh, It doesn't really give you anything crazy. I think it's like 100 health or something.
Yep.
What is it? Is it just 100 health?
Yeah, I believe so. Oh, Warden is going in here at the ultimate, forcing a fight. Lightning scroll on 2. When Infernus gets caught in a dome here, is Infernus going to pop ultimate before he goes down?
The dome is just healing so much. Warden 1 HP gets rescue beam. 7 ult to counter initiate here. Gonna lightning scroll the Bebop out of his ult as huge damage is going down. Trades 1 for 1 so far. Ivy uses stone form, gonna be taken down shortly after. We've got the chase onto the pocket here as Koggy is looking to take down more to win this fight. And Funx goes down, and that's 3 kills. It is rejuve kills, however, so the death timers are fairly short. Bebop is getting chased still by the Holiday and the 7. Can they catch him? He gets stunned. Holiday going down into the stairs, sliding down. We do have a rescue beam, but Holiday gonna finish off the kill as well.
The Chicks is now kind of stuck in the middle of 4. using his Shiv movement with the alternate fire to like try to give him some extra mobility, get out. I feel like he makes it out here. Should be fine, yeah. Willolo on the Warden helping push the enemies away. One of the unfortunate things with that fight was I believe that was a 5v6. That was 5 players on Grogladytes versus 6 on Trophy Collector because the 31k Geist just wasn't at the fight, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean that's something that's pretty important, right? I didn't see the guys in that fight either, and this guy is raid
the
boss.
Geist is over at the left walker, so it's a little disheartening if you're losing a 5v6 with the strongest member not there.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think that the entirety of the Trophy Collectors team was there either. I'm not sure.
True.
It didn't look like there was super coordinated. It just kind of looked like Warden got super isolated. I mean, the dome was so huge from Kagi, and once again, we've got a dome. He does get hooked. Domes buys a ton of time. Guys here just gonna go on the Bebop, melt him. Kagi gets executed. Citrox with a double kill here. He's going crazy, but the Geist is also going crazy. And how do you take down this Geist?
Mirage is hitting the left walker for free right now. No matter what happens with this fight, they're getting their final walker down with the rejuvenator.
Yeah, they do get the walker. I mean that's good, but that's more of a consolation prize here. But from a net worth perspective, this fight's actually not so bad. Like they were down 20k and now they're only down 10k. And Citrox is still alive.
One of the worrying parts is that everyone who's currently died is someone without rejuve. Rejuve is about to expire too, so if they manage to kill Citrix, looks like Citrix is out here.
He's gonna get out, and they're gonna get the mid walker here. I don't really see how they're gonna be able to defend this. Yeah. And there's a lot of farm available to steal, and there's also the urn which just came up, and you're gonna have 7 ult on time for this urn, and he's got unstoppable now, right?
Looks like 7 hit Ricochet and is looking to go in here 2v1.
I mean, he will do a lot of damage, but I don't think it's enough. He's still chasing, but I don't really think that he can catch anyone here.
Sure. I wonder if I think Pro Collectors here is very scared of going for these buffs. They don't realize that the entirety of Grogladytes went back to base to buy. Because in reality, these I mean, we see both sides of the team. We see both teams on the minimap here, but it looks like Benjamin is finally going for the buff here. Kind of interesting to see Grogladytes just completely back off when buffs came up. It looks like Zave is going to grab the gun buff here, completely uncontested on Geist.
Gun buff on Geist.
Very scary Geist here. Berserker Spellslinger. Like it's just he hit his power spikes.
I'm pretty sure on Geist, I'm like 99% sure that you just spam Malice at this point in the game. You should spam it off cooldown just to keep your Berserker stacks up. And on top of that, not only do you keep your Berserker stacks up, but also what? They just got the urn for free. I wasn't even watching because I thought it wasn't going to happen right away, but we've got the Warden ults on 3. Huge damage. Infernus gets caught out here, gets caged. Gonna be taken down. What else can we get?
Meanwhile, this fight is happening. Zave is just pushing mid Guardian, trying to get the last flex slot here.
Wait, huge distribution by the 7 as well. Saves Kage. So good kiting from them as Guidance is getting good value. And they traded 1 for 1. They got the urn and the guys got the mid Guardian. So, I mean, that's a huge win from the side of Grogladytes. And what's crazy is the kills are completely even, but Grogladytes macro is extremely clean this game.
7 ended up building escalating exposure. I'm not entirely sure I agree with this.
7's gonna go for his ult here.
Relatively low again. Looks like he's
gonna be chill though. He's doing huge damage, massive damage from the 7 ult. 2 go down. They might be overextending slightly as the Shiv is in the base, just kind of like uncontested. 7 ult can't quite see him.
The Shiv has absolutely 0 spirit resist now that it's all been shredded by 7. So he's taking a lot of damage here.
Domes just to be safe.
Oh!
Big parry by Citrox, but does not matter. And mid boss should be up shortly, so I believe that this will probably be mid boss going to the side of Grogladytes. Once they clear their waves and everything, I'm pretty sure it's going to come back in time. Not 100% though.
In terms of buys, we see Mirage built Ricochet and now built Metal Skin. So I guess recognizing that this 42k Geist is becoming a problem in terms of damage. Similarly, Shorn now Curse. Yep. Shorn now has Curse. Shiv has had Siphon for a while. I think Shiv recently bought Cultist, as in I think Shiv bought Cultist after he bought Siphon, so it's like very recent that he bought Cultist here. Interesting to see. I don't think there's anything notable.
It's still a really good item later. Big Affliction, though. How many did he hit with that Affliction? But he only hit
I
like 0.
don't know.
I don't even see anyone afflicted. Am I crazy?
That's what I'm also looking at the exact same thing. I'm not entirely too sure.
I think he might have just hit like a nothing burger. I don't even know.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy. Does he not have? He has max affliction. Wait. Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Bit
I
unfortunate.
mean, 30k lead for the side of Grogladytes. This really is their game to lose. I think like if they play this one out well, I don't really see how they lose at this point.
Yeah. Savon Lady guys now just built Tank Buster and Leech, so
Yeah.
I
Also,
think
the
guess it's
no debuff
unkillable.
remover though.
That is
That is
true.
the one that is the one thing that I would say on this guy's build I'm not a huge fan of, is the fact that we've got a bit of a lack of debuff remover now. People are gonna build IT heal, and if you when you're 45k, you're kind of like the person to shut down. So you kind of need to get items that make you hard to shut down. Now getting rid of K dash kind of feels bad, but I think you might have to get rid of K dash here and just go debuff remover. Or maybe you get rid of Enchanter's Emblem, but the item's so good. I don't know.
I personally would get rid of Enchanters, especially now that you already have Spirit Resilience.
Yeah, but you don't really need K dash though, because you have Spell Slinger. I feel, but I don't know.
That's true. Probably already have enough fire rate and reload. I think
That's
it
hard to
depends
say.
on how value those.
It's either or. It's either or really, but you probably get rid of one of those for debuff remover almost certainly. But they're gonna play for the buffs here in 10 seconds, and they should be able to get both as the side of trophy collectors kind of stuck in their base.
Yep. We'll see what buff. That's funny. Zav just pre-fires the buff
he
no matter
doesn't
what
care.
it is. I guess they want to give it to
mean,
his carry.
He's 46k. I mean, I think he takes any buff. Like,
I agree.
I don't see what buff he wouldn't take there.
And then Calico with Arctic Blast now just gets the spirit
Maybe
buff.
casting. Maybe he wouldn't take casting. I don't know. But even casting, you probably still give it to him.
7 now just built Boundless Spirit. I will be honest. I mean, obviously this is like maximizing the damage possible, but I still feel like Infuser or some form of healing would be very beneficial to just help keep the 7 alive and oppressive.
Yeah, I agree with
during,
Infuser.
The
I think
ultimate.
Infuser would be really, really good. Do you know if the conditional... Do you know if like the Boundless Spirit 13% spirit power like updates? Like, so if you pop Infuser, you get like, does it scale off that? Wait, huge 7 ult though, onto 4. We'll table that. Knockdown, but he popped Unstoppable, so does not stop him, as he cannot be stopped. And Warden's going to try to initiate. And they don't the urn once again.
Screen, Pocket is backing because he's so low, so yeah, I mean, it's too much pressure.
Yeah.
I see Warden.
I think the conditional does update. I haven't tested it though, so I can't say for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe someone in chat can test that out for us, or maybe they just know the answer.
Yeah, maybe they know. I think it does update as well, but I'm not 100%. But we've got a big affliction, though. I believe that he hit 4 targets with it.
Oh,
So,
7 gets hooked here into the back line.
but Shorn is the
Not
one that goes
enough
down,
follow-up,
though.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of only have 2 people, so Cytrox is gonna have to kind of pull like a, you know, a 1v6 here if he wants to win this one. I don't really see it happening. Cytrox is kind of moving forward though. Gets caught, stunned with the knockdown, and just gets destroyed, and it's over. That should be the game.
I wouldn't call this game a
Once
quick
again.
game, but like definitely I think Grogladytes, like it was a little shaky in like the early to mid game when they were kind of trying to convert a lot of urn fights. And a few of the fights they would use Dome to secure the fight, and then Walulu on the Warden would just counter engage the urn, or sorry, would counter engage the Dome with like a Warden ult after. So some of those fights looked a little sketchy, but like post 25 minutes, Grogladytes were just in control.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really close game. I think that's probably the closest game that we've had today. Like, yeah, at the end, it was a big lead. But if you look at the net worth graph through the entire game, it's essentially neck and neck. And yeah, you know, the side of Grogladytes were ahead the whole time, but it was extremely close. Like, it was only a few thousand soul lead. It was usually like from 10 minutes, they were up 4K, and at 20 minutes, they were still essentially only up 4K. So for the whole mid game, it was extremely even. And then, you know, like the side, I think where it all came down is Grogladytes made a great decision. They did lose mid boss, but when they lost mid boss, they got everything else on the map, right? So they got the urn and they got a walker for mid boss. So they got a 10K lead for giving mid boss, and then they just managed to play well with their lead.
Yeah. I think it was also pretty important that after they traded that mid boss for the 10k lead, they then used that 10k lead to win a pretty crucial team fight at their Walker, I would say. So it's kind of smart on them to not push out and utilize the Walker resist to assist. The Walker resist to like help assist them with winning that fight. But because they won that fight with the enemy team's rejuve, they didn't particularly trade. Like I was expecting them to trade their Walker, the Walker they took while the rejuve was getting taken, for their own Walker once the enemy team would push with rejuve. But because they were able to defend it, they made it like a strictly positive trade, and used that to tempo into just a stomp of a victory. Or sorry, a stomp of like they ran through the enemy base. No contest.
I think what we saw here proves that Cytrox Shiv is to be feared, but it also proves that, you know, macro gameplay is extremely important, because I think that what happened in this game is Grogladytes just prioritized all the right objectives at the right time. And honestly, this game was very like clean macro. Like I don't have a lot of criticisms for what they did. Like maybe a couple plays here and there I'm like, okay, you know, but most of the criticisms that I have were on execution. I think that the macro principles that they applied from Grogladytes was very solid this game. They were always at the right place at the right time. They prioritized the right things. They gave up objectives when they couldn't defend them. And I think it was extremely sound gameplay from them. And on top of that, I mean, Zav has been kind of like a star player for them for sure. It feels like he's always farmed. He's always on the side lane winning those 1v1s. And I mean, 50k souls in 32 minutes. And look at the healing from Kagi as well.
Yeah. Kagi on the Kelvin definitely being by far the most, I would say the most annoying player to deal with, because you just have to be, even when you're jumping on someone, you never know if there's just a dome waiting for you to turn the tides.
Yeah.
I think one factor that like I should highlight
go
that
to the cameras.
One factor that we should highlight that isn't necessarily obvious to us because we're here sitting in the caster booth is the communication that's happening between these players. Like I think for me, like we were talking about the macro before, but what you need to accomplish good macro is good communication and understanding like both internal rotate, like both how like each player should rotate themselves, and also like looking at the map and making sure that they all have the same idea of what they want to accomplish. And like when they went and got the Walker during the rejuve, and like a lot of the times I was watching Zab on the side lanes and looking at how he would rotate to and from like to the Urn fight from the side lane, because even though he wasn't Mirage, he felt like he had to act. He felt as active as like Benjamin on Mirage without the TP, because they were like communicating and planning their fights around the arrivals of certain players.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out.
If you're the side of Grogladytes, how do you adapt for the start of the game? I guess we'll tackle that for, after the break, because I think we'll give the players a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. We'll give 5 minutes break. But I think, one thing I do want to say before the break is, do you let this Kelvin through again? Because I feel like this Kelvin won them so many fights, and I just feel like maybe you ban it. But I guess we'll see after this break. All right, we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals of the Death Slam European version. We've got Trophy Collectors versus Grogladytes, Game 2 coming up. But before then, don't forget to join the Discord. So type !DDS. I'll type it in chat in 1 minute because there's a little bit of a delay, but, feel free to type it. I'm not going to type it now because otherwise, you guys are going to be like, well, that's a little preemptive. Spoiler alert. But anyhow, yeah, join the Discord. That's where we have all the updates. If you want to be part of these future tournaments, if you're an Archon player, Phantom, Oracle, whatever rank you are, if you'd like to be part of a competitive experience, an organized environment where you get coached by professional players, and you just get to have a much more fun experience in solo queue, then join the Discord and keep an eye out for future events. Now, I do have a quick little sponsored segment for myself. So, of course, I'm not the only person that helps make this available, but, Ref and I put in a lot of work. And if you want to show your appreciation and show that you'd like to see more of these events, the two best ways to do so are, one, to become a subscriber on Twitch. So either, Twitch Prime or just become tier 1 sub or anything like that. Or two, or become a member on YouTube as well, by the way. I don't forget you YouTube viewers. Or two, look for some coaching. So you can type !coaching in the chat. Please, someone type it so you can see the command in a minute. But yeah, coaching really helps, keeps the lights on, and it's kind of my bread and butter. I love doing it, pays the bills. So, and I think I do a great job. At this point, I'm probably over 200 coaching sessions. I've coached the teams that you're seeing play as well. I've spent 2 hours with each of these teams, so I've coached them as well. And I'm sure that they can, give testimonies to my coaching. So I have lots of experience. So if you'd like to just figure out why your games are going poorly, if they are going poorly, or what you could improve on, please do reach out to me and we can talk about it. But anyhow, without further ado, let's talk about this game. What are you looking forward to in this game 2, Griff?
So, we've kind of seen, both because of the meta and because of the players, I think both teams end up kind of gravitating toward this raid boss style. We saw that Citrix on the Shiv became very problematic with this gun Shiv. He was pumping out a lot of damage, and not only was he doing a lot of damage, he had incredible survivability with his movement. There's many times he'd be chased by 3 or 4 players, but because of fighting back and kiting properly, he'd be able to escape miraculous scenarios. On the same time, Zav on the Geist, as we saw, had a tremendous game. Just managed to grab an insane lead from a little bit of the space that his team generated, and then just was able to know how to effectively position himself to just wreak havoc on the enemy team. So I think that's one of the ideas you have to look for. The other idea, I think you'll agree with me on this, is Kagi on Kelvin. Yeah. Perhaps I think we've seen a lot of characters like Benjamin be switched from the Lash over to the Mirage. I think Kagi's the next guy who's going to get the boot.
I think it's very likely. The Kelvin has been an incredible problem, incredibly difficult to deal with. What did they ban that wasn't the Kelvin already? What was the first ban? Do you remember?
I think it was Wraith, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So Wraith was banned. So essentially, they kind of have to choose whether they let Wraith through or Kelvin through, I guess. So anyway, I'll let the teams know. I will say ready whenever, so that they can start. But yeah, they're gonna start the draft. We'll see. Last time we got like a ultra fast draft, and we got
Yeah.
a decent length of break here. It's been almost 10 minutes since we went on break between us yapping and the little break. So they've probably had a lot of time to think their strategy through. So I expect that we'll see like pretty quickly on the first couple of picks. But who knows? Someone asked in chat, can donations go to prize pool? 100%. If you'd like to donate to the prize pool, you can just make sure you're in the Discord. Contact Ref. He's in the chat as well right now, I think, so he can help you out with that. But yeah, we can 100% accept donations directly to the prize pool. We did it in North America. I think most of my community is North American, so we got a little bit more love on the donations on that side. Not as many of my community are European. But you can also reach out to me on Discord.
I think one of the interesting things is obviously Koggy's very comfortable on the Kelvin. I wonder if they do ban the Kelvin. I mean, I think like McGinnis and Dynamo have gone relatively uncontested. Actually, I guess Trophy Collectors has been banning Dynamo second phase. But I think Koggy's hero pool, even if they do ban Kelvin, I wonder if he has something else waiting in the wings to kind of just provide the same amount of peel and healing. Like obviously Dome is like very strong.
Completely different, right?
But,
like
yeah,
like Kelvin insta-ban and then Calico 7.
Yep.
Which are two heroes like Grogladytes had last game.
Yep.
So completely just banning one of their heroes and picking two of the heroes that they had. Maybe Trophy Collectors just think they got all drafted and not putting as much value into the Citrox Shiv. And now Shiv is going to get taken as well. But maybe we'll see Citrox back on Paradox because he had a hell of a game the other day. Oh, sorry, not the other day, the same day.
Yeah. I think we're seeing like Funix we saw on the Calico perform very well because he was very comfortable with this, like the Calico gameplay loop of running around with Cat and then bursting people with the one-shot combo. Obviously, I think his pocket ended up doing top damage, and it looked like his pocket was accomplishing a lot of big afflictions, but maybe he felt like he wasn't getting enough value, and actually he was hitting a lot of big afflictions, but no one was actually dying. So I think they were looking to prioritize the Calico in order to lock in, because I think for the first series we watched today, with Trophy Collectors, or I guess it was the second one, the Trophy Collectors versus Press and Buttons match, I think both games, Funix ended up taking over the lobbies with just running around as a Fed Calico.
Yeah.
So I think they're looking to take over tempo with this pick.
I will say, I think Grogladytes is falling into the trap that Trophy Collectors fell in game one with their draft, which is they're picking 3 strong heroes, but once again, now they're the ones that have no CC, and like they're just strong heroes with damage. Now, I don't really think, and I've been thinking a lot about draft recently since obviously I'm drafting for my team and doing all these things. I don't really think that starting the draft with 3 heroes that, while they're all extremely high priority heroes, only contribute damage really to the team is a good strategy.
Yeah, I think they could also be looking at this as this concept of, I mean, Paradox was picked, but they're looking at like opening up. Obviously, they know they have the Bebop pocket pick that like may or may not be banned. It will probably either be banned or ignored because Trophy Collectors, I doubt, would pick Bebop to ruin their own draft. Yeah. But I think in my head, I think Grogladite is perfectly comfortable with, like, in the support category, they're okay with either Ivy or McGinnis, or they're perfectly capable, maybe Viscous as well. But for all these like pick characters, these frontline characters,
what if
they're
you
kind
just
of
ban Bebop? Oh, they're banning Wraith. Makes sense.
I mean, they might have insider info. I think Schlon is ending up playing a lot of Bebop here because he doesn't have like another character. But I would imagine that Bebop might be his best hero, but he might have a hero he's equally as comfortable on that might just be more within the meta.
Yeah, it's possible. I think if you're the side of Grogladytes here, you need, like, whatever you draft here needs to have some CC. Like, I don't think Yamato is it. Like, you cannot. Okay, well, they go for the Yamato. Dynamo, I think, makes more sense. At the same time, I think it's a bit of a tough Dynamo game. I would definitely not have picked the Yamato. I would have gone for something. Oh, we're just firing it off now. Pocket, Bebop, yeah. Okay, Holiday. I mean, I like the Holiday pick. I'm just not the biggest fan of the Yamato pick here. I think maybe a little more CC, but at least you have Holiday, Dynamo, so you do have some CC on your lineup, so it's not the worst thing.
I think it is a little bit insane that Trophy Collectors chose to draft Bebop over Holiday. Obviously, it's just chalked up to player comfortability on playing.
I mean, that
so like in
Bebop
like a vacuum per se. In a vacuum per se, this would be insane.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, it would be.
Because not only I feel like Holiday just provides so much more value in terms of both damage and like CC because the just lasso is just so oppressive. But also by drafting Holiday, you're stopping Grogladytes from taking Holiday, and I think you're pretty happy with Grogladytes taking Bebop over Holiday. So we'll see how this turns out for trophy collectors. Obviously, also now Holiday, we have this Holiday into 7, so we just gave Grogladytes more CC.
Yeah.
Which you were mentioning was a weak point.
Yeah. So the teams have swapped sides for this one. So let me just, I'm going to have to do
I need to rejoin.
Yeah. One second. I'm going to copy some stuff to you on Discord. Just ignore it. I'm just using you as a canvas.
Okay.
Wait.
Lobby code.
Yeah, so we've got Grogladytes are now on Amber, and they've got they have map 1, and then we've got trophy collectors, which are currently, so it's currently 1-0 for Grogladytes. I really hope that we get our first, I really hope that we get our first actual map 3 today. We'll see if we do, but I do think that these teams were very close, so I do think that there's a decent amount of chance that we go to map 3 in this series, or game 3, sorry. I will let the teams know going when everyone selects 0.
I think this could maybe be chalked up to your coaching ability, but I feel like both of the teams I've seen in the grand finals, I think are very good at closing out games once they have a lead.
Yeah.
I think what really determines whether or not who wins or who loses is who's able to actually generate that lead first.
Yeah.
And obviously the first game, it was very tight. It came down to basically one team fight and then like 1 or 2 macro calls.
Yeah.
So I could see this match going both ways. Draft wise, I think I'm a little bit more in favor of the trophy collectors. Well, if we account for player preference, I think trophy collectors makes more sense.
I think with this one, I'm gonna have to, if I had to predict the result, I'm gonna have to give this one to trophy collectors. I wasn't like a huge fan of the start of the draft from Grogladytes. I mean, I like how they finished it off, but we'll see. I think I think Citrox on the Paradox here might be able to make a bit more of a difference. We'll see. And Funix has got the Calico, and he's had extremely good performances. So I feel like a lot of players on the side of trophy collectors got their comfort picks. And so I think they're going to be able to have a good game. Whereas on the side of Grogladytes, I haven't seen Templar Bean play the Shiv. Zav did get the guys, right? So that's great. But Augie didn't get his Kelvin. So some of the key elements that they had in the past, they don't have this time. Speaking of which, maybe we should do a quick little rundown of the lineup. So why don't you do the trophy collectors?
So on trophy collectors, over here on the Sapphire, we have... Wait. Sapphire, right? Oh my god, I'm getting a little...
Yeah. They're Sapphire, yes.
On Sapphire, we have Wololo on the 7. We have Benjamin G on the Pocket debut. We've seen him on the Lash before. Citrix on Paradox. Shorn on... I'm throwing an L in there. Shorn on the Bebop. MK51 on the Ivy again. They might just be an Ivy jail. And then Funx on Calico once again.
Yeah. And on the side of Grogladytes, on Amber, we have Kogies on the Dynamo. Excited to see what he can do. Nico on the Holiday once again. Devil on the Mirage. Templar Bean on the Shiv for the first time. Wacko Jacko on the Yamato. And Zav on the Geist. Speaking of Zav, 87 HP in the mid lane right now.
Yep, Zav and Funx on the Calico kind of went for a little bit of burger boxing. And just gets sniped by... I think a headshot booster hit from Paradox off on the side.
It was actually like a carbine. I don't know if the headshot booster proc. Maybe it did. I think it probably did, but the carbine would have killed him either way. I think it was only 80 HP, so great kill from Citrox, and shutting down Zav I think is definitely like a win condition for trophy collectors.
It is only 1 kill in the game though, so I think it's still within the realm of, or Zav is easily able to just like bring back the slight differential in the mid lane souls.
Yeah. So we'll take a look at this Yamato. I mean, to me, this Yamato pick, I don't love it, but I think, you know, Yamato can always like kind of pop off, and having Unstoppable against like the 7 and the Pocket and the Swap, and you know, there's definitely value to it, but we'll see kind of how it plays out.
One thing though is Wacko Jacko's ability points. I've never seen a single point in the 2, at least
That's
this early.
true. Yeah, no, me neither. Is that like a misclick? Because it's definitely interesting.
That's I'm assuming. That's what I'm assuming. Because normally
Maybe he's
either
just like on a different level.
2.3 or you rush for the 1 max.
Yeah.
I mean, it has some value in the sense that, I mean, okay, the flying strike already has a base of 30% slow, so the 1 point adds the slow from 30% to 55%. I could see him if he wants to press it and then start burger boxing. Like, I'm down. Not entirely sure what the plan was. I'm gonna assume this might be a misclick.
It could be. It could be. But so far the lane's pretty quiet, other than Cytrox's first kill. But you know, even that, it's only 500 soul difference here in the mid lane. So Cytrox also looks like he's gonna be rushing rescue beam. So we'll see if they're able to even push their advantage in the first place. Biggest thing is you're gonna have to keep an eye on this Paradox when they. This Paradox Calico has a lot of kill potential, and they're about to hit their ult timings after this wave. So definitely gonna keep an eye on this mid wave.
They should run.
Calico actually goes down really low.
Went back to shop to buy sprint boots. Obviously, it gives him a little bit of out of combat regen, but gets the healing right. But I fear Phoenix might be kind of out of commission for a little bit.
Yeah.
One thing
I mean, I think that's
Koggy,
really good pressure.
Koggy did get a favorable lane matchup here because they got the Dynamo into the Bebops, basically neutralizing the entirety of Bebop Bomb, which has been what Short has been building for so far. We haven't really seen a gun Bebop yet. Bob connects in the mid lane. Nyko doesn't parry the turret and gets slapped around by the Guardian. It gets taken out.
Yeah, he got bit off a little more than he could chew. I mean, he really wanted to kill the Calico, who was hurt, but unfortunately, you know, you got to be careful. The Paradox had her timing, so I was going to say that it was really good pressure from the side of the Grogladytes.
Dynamo and 7 contesting the buff here.
The Paradox shows up to make this a 2v1 though. And Dynamo is kind of like caught in no man's land.
Wants to come over to assist him.
He's going to be running away here. It doesn't look like he can do Black Hole. He's going to be delaying, buying as much time as he can. Going up the rope. 7's done on him. He's going to be going down, and that's probably a lot of souls that he lost there as well.
I think he might have hit a box run a little bit before.
7 ult here onto the Shiv. Shiv here probably just going to look to see if he can reset, and he's going to walk away from this just fine. So that's a big cooldown that's expended on the side of the 7 ult, and the reactive barrier shaving Shiv there.
Looks like Koggy also built reactive barrier on the Dynamo. So I guess it seems that the Grogladytes kind of have this consensus that whenever they're in the Bebop lane, both teams will just end up building this reactive barrier item.
I mean, this is if Bananas only was watching, he would say remove the item. That's been a stake for a long time.
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure that I like it on, like, let's say the Dynamo, for example, because when Dynamo gets hooked and bombed, Dynamo already has his quantum entanglement to dodge a lot of the damage from the bomb.
I agree.
And I think if Dynamo gets hooked, he can use this too. And then if Shiv gets hooked, I think Dynamo would rather just have rescue beam to rescue beam the Shiv over and then just quantum entangle the both of them together. So
yeah, I think building it on 1 is fine, but like on 2, it's a little excessive.
Yeah.
I think if Dynamo has rescue beam, you're 100% right that it's just better. So I don't really like the Dynamo prioritizing healing booster and reactive barrier over rescue beam. I think if he has rescue beam, anytime like all he has to do is just play a little bit more defensively and pocket the Shiv, and the Shiv can probably just kind of 1v2.
Just on the quick rescue beam check, we only have 1 rescue beam in the game right now on the Ivy, as per usual.
Lasso connects into the mid lane here onto the Calico though. Calico very hurt, but Geist also incredibly hurt. It looks like neither of them are gonna die, as Holiday is still trying to go in. Going for the snipe with the bomb, does not connect.
Dav still has a swap.
Yep.
Ready with Citrox's name on it. Citrox doesn't have Paradox's swap for at least another 25 seconds here. So
yep.
Citrox has to be a little careful about face checking the Geist around the corner when pushing this tower.
100%. Geist is just positioning a little bit more defensively, just looking for any swap opportunity. Heals from 100 off of Radiant Regen. Does it actually just heal you straight up if you use your Malice? Malice is only 37 damage, right?
It should. It should just
you didn't
heal
put
you.
any points, so it just heals you for 60 every 6 seconds.
Yep.
I mean, it might be worth just spamming it, right?
I think so. I mean, you also get a proc it if you want to throw your bomb instead, but...
Oh, swap the Paradox.
Citrox looks for the parry on the tower only to get swapped from the spot. Ends up swapping the Holiday. Holiday's very low.
Yeah, Holiday does go down. Calico looking for some more punches. And Zap should be
swing.
able to 1v2 here. I mean, he's incredibly... Oh, wait, never mind. Calico pops ult. Oh, my. Well played by Funix here. Showing why you don't give him the Calico. I mean, perfectly executed there. The burst from potential from Calico is still so high, right? With that Spirit Strike, melee lifesteal, leaping slash ult. Like the ult, if you hit both ults, it's like over 500 damage.
Yep.
I have a few tricks left.
Including like Spirit Strike cooldown. And
Yeah, with Spirit Strike,
so many damage instances from the Calico.
Yeah. He's gonna run boxes for a little bit, healing up. We'll see what she buys.
Looking at builds here, the Yamato looks like he's going for a punch build now. Finally maxed out their, or finally got 2 points in their 3. After 2 points in their 1. I'm not entirely a fan of the ordering. The ordering is confusing a little bit, but now that they've kind of finalized their build, I guess they have like a very early start to punching build. Wonder when they'll buy Crushing Fists. When I tried punch Yamato, I liked it pretty early just for mobility reasons. And plus, you can relatively guarantee like just applying a bunch of Crushing Fists through your ultimate because you don't have to worry about getting parried.
Yeah.
We'll see when this Yamato does it. It's just interesting to see that we're choosing to go for this punch variant over the generic Spirit 1 variant. Or 1 based. Power Slash, I should call it.
Yeah. We're going to have buffs coming up in 20 seconds. Let's see which teams are coming up on timings here. We do have a lot of ultimates. Templar being here, 8k on the Shiv, having a pretty good start. Getting pocketed by the Dynamo. I will say that I am a little bit afraid of Funix at the moment. Funix and Citrox, if you look at their net worth compared to their rivals in the mid lane, you could say they are, you know, up almost 2,000 souls in their respective mid laners. And we've got a 4k lead this time for the side of trophy collectors. It was the opposite last game, and if we remember, the team that won last game was the team that initially started the game with a lead. As Yamato is forced to use her ultimate, and Calico should be able to take her down here. Does manage to do so.
However, on the other side, on the left Guardian,
Let's see if they're prepared for this.
for the Trophy Hunters, Willolo got dove and killed by Templar Bean, I believe. HCC build from Templar Bean. I've never seen, or haven't seen Radiant Regen be built on Shiv yet this tournament, I believe. So a much more Spirit-focused build. I think Citrox has been going very gun-heavy with the Shiv build, so we'll see maybe a bit of differentiation.
Yeah,
I wonder to see which...
He's going like full tank right now. He's 0 guns.
Yeah. I wonder which ability Templar is maxing here. Like, I would personally max the ultimate, but I could see him definitely going for like maybe a knife build. If that's his
I would guess that he's going to max the ultimate next. We'll see, but right now he's kind of just getting punched.
Thorn has a full punch build now.
And this Bebop is a menace. I mean, Mystic Regen actually doing work. He lives for a long time, and we've got Kagi on the Dynamo just running straight to the urn. Gonna be able to get it. So as we can see, once again, Grogladytes, they're down 6 kills. Yep. But they're still pretty close in net worth. And that's really just like they're prioritizing the objective. They're doing a good job spreading out the farm. Like,
we were talking about like Citrox playing this carry role. Even though he is on Paradox, he is by far the richest here on 12k, having max bomb and kind of just throwing that on medium cams on cooldown.
Yeah.
I think it's a little interesting.
For the same kind of build with max bomb once again.
Yeah, I think it's a little interesting. He puts a compressed cooldown on his ultimate, but then also doesn't invest the point to lower the cooldown.
That's true.
Saving it for 2 points walls, which 2-point wall, which kind of makes sense. It's just a little funny the ordering.
Yeah. It is interesting. Maybe he thinks he's not using his ultimate every 50 seconds anyway. So.
Yeah.
I could see that argument.
As well.
Maybe you should.
Bebop is lasering, trying to defend the right Guardian here. Might be for naught though.
He's buying some time, but is it going to be
might be looking to throw some hands.
Oh, wait, the parry?
Big parry on the... Oh, but teleported out by Foggy. Foggy stays Wacko Jacko after the parry. Wacko Jacko has ultimate, but is low.
Templar being going down. Wacko Jacko as well, and that's 2 kills here from the side of Trophy Collectors as they look to keep going. And Kagi, the last survivor from this exchange, probably will go down. Rescue Beam buys him a little bit of time, tries to parry, gets punched down, and meanwhile, they're trying to trade for the mid tower, so they're at least going to get something in exchange on the side of the Grogladytes.
I don't exactly know what happened, but I feel like this game, I feel like there's so many more sluggers being thrown by everyone. By Funnix, by Shorn, by Wacko Jacko. There's so many more melee builds that we've seen before in most of these other games. Nico gets caught by a hook from Shorn and tries to escape, but just has a bomb attached to him. So what can you do?
Yeah. Despite all of this, only a 4K lead, so definitely still winnable from the side of Grogladytes. Like,
totally.
But they don't have the same kind of easy to execute, you know, macro comp that they had before, where before they could just kind of show up to an urn, 7 ult, 12 ult, and you know, it'd be very difficult for the other team to defend. Now they don't have these tools, so they kind of need to depend on more individual team fights, and it doesn't really look like there's been, like, Zav has been involved in 0 kills so far, which is very unusual from him in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Like, I fear with these punch builds is that, like, as the game progresses, people are gonna like start learning the habits. Like, I think relatively Funnix has always been like light punching after every single leaping slash, and like it only takes one parry to like really upset a team fight, or one parry to capitalize off of. Same with Wacko Jacko as well. Like, Wacko Jacko got parried at the start of that team fight, and even though Kagi did save him with the quantum entanglement, right, he ended up just taking like 300 damage. Wasn't able to ult. I think if he ulted earlier, the team fight could have gone a different way.
Yeah,
So
Kagi
it's kind of the
getting
risk
caught
with
out
these
in the
punch
jungle
builds.
here. I mean, he kind of got saved, I think. Kagi might... Okay, he still ends up going down just barely, but almost got saved there by the Paradox swap. So, funnily enough, like, Paradox swapped him, and that almost ended up, like, letting him live, but
Now,
does end up going down.
fortunately for the Grogladytes here, I fear the soul count might be even because we have Wololo and MK51 with trophy collectors. So it's about even right now. Maybe a 2K differential per se.
Maybe this is what they do. Maybe they're just like, okay, guys, we have a lead. You know, I kind of thought in the other series, I was like, okay, they might be trolling a little bit because they're up 1-0, right? So they can afford, like, even if they lose this one, they're up 1-0, so they can afford. But this one, their backs are against the wall. If they lose this one, that's it. And they're still going double trophy collector. Kagi trying to sneak in this turn, but they're not going to let him happen. Lasso does connect. Oh, rescue beam saved instantly. It looks like both teams are kind of just brawling it out here. Not sure
Affliction
anything is going
hits
to happen.
Shiv and Yamato, so I think Shiv just has to leave, or else Shiv is going to die from deferred damage. Yamato likewise. I think the affliction is going to take Yamato down to 1.
I think Shiv is going to live. I think he's going to be okay, but it's very close. Yeah, he's going to be all right.
They're really making
Benjamin on the pocket debut. I think we're seeing a lot of value, even though he has a lot. I think the highest, or some of the hypes, I guess not really the highest KP on his team, but he's, I think, finding a lot of value on the affliction here, rushing Majestic Leap, and like, even though he's not getting kills, right, he basically just sent 2 back to base.
Yeah, one thing about Benjamin is that he is, like, very low on deaths consistently is what we've seen. Like, every game that we've seen this guy, he essentially has 0 to 2 deaths. Like, he's very consistent, so I can see why they would put him on the pocket there. I think it's a perfect role for him.
One thing,
won't be forgotten.
let's see, I'll mention this after this fight that seems to be happening.
You do have a plan.
Kagi does a good timing on the Quantum Entanglement to basically dodge the entirety of Pocket's burst. Nico here with a knockdown, putting knockdown on Shorn's Bebop ultimate. Shutting that down completely. On the right side, we have Devil on the Mirage facing Citrox. I mean, Citrox has curse. Citrox has a very early curse plus max bomb, so I can't imagine Devil getting any pressure here on the Sidewalker.
I'm pretty sure if you're
Keep
Devil
looking
here,
out for is the Black
I think
Hole.
you just TP to this fight.
Black Hole
But they
hits
might not
1.
need
Black
to.
Hole hits 2. Black Hole hits Wololo and MK51, catching both out and making Phoenix with the urn have to run away. Phoenix drops it off to try to defend. Pops all the spells to hopefully clear the wave.
The Cytrox wins the 1v1 on the side lane.
Oh my god, Kagi dodges the affliction, I think.
I missed
Beautiful
it.
save from Kagi.
No. I should have kept watching it. We didn't get it on stream, unfortunately. But yeah, they're going to get this Walker here, and they're going to even out the game, I believe.
I clipped it just in case. But yeah, Benjamin Majestic leaped, and I think Kagi heard the sound and was very conscious of it. And then when he went in for it looked like a 4 or 5 man affliction. Kagi TP'd everyone out, or TP'd everyone in place. to safety.
Yeah, they're gonna look to try to go back for the Cern though. No black hole on the side of Dynamo anymore. Yamato still has her ultimate though, so she can probably stall this out for a little bit. And I think that they're gonna rush and just try to see if they can get this turn. And 7 ult for the zone, Bebop ult as well. Lots of big AoE ultimates used, and they're gonna be right on the urn stand-in as Funix gets this turn for free. And the side of Grogladytes looking to back up, but I think Mirage and Koggy may be caught out. There's Devils behind enemy lines. They do kill Benjamin as a bit of a return kill, but they will probably lose Devil as he's kind of caught in no man's land and tries his best to live, but going to be going down shortly here. I mean, that was well played.
Lasso doesn't connect. The Calico is doing big damage here. Phoenix is obviously very comfortable with finding 2 3-man leaping slashes into ultimate combos.
Yeah, Wacko Jacko going down. And
so
are they going to be able to push this
max
walker?
Knives over his ultimate.
That is interesting. Especially considering that he has essentially... Well, he does have some spirit, right? But he's not really like... He doesn't really have like the standard knife items. Like he doesn't have duration. He doesn't have like... all these other things that you would usually have, like Mystic Vulnerability perhaps, or Soul Shredder, or Mystic Shot, or any of these items that you would usually buy with the knife build. He more so has the tank build, and we're going to see mid-boss here being done from the side of Trophy Collectors. And if they do get this mid-boss, it's going to be very, very advantageous for them. And we'll see, are we going to get a contest here from the side of Grogladytes as Holiday kind of starts heading over. Koggy is also going to be there. Shiv's going to make it there late, potentially. I'll look at the Holiday for the steal, because I think she's the most likely one to get it. Holiday steals it!
Whoa.
Beautiful steal. I mean, still not great, but like, it's better than them getting mid-boss, I guess.
I believe Trophy Collector was just slightly both late and also mis-centered on the parry for the mid-boss.
That is correct.
Yeah, Nico was fighting at the...
They're onto the guys right now. Siderock's on the guys.
Gets swapped, but also has curves.
Yeah, you guys is probably in trouble here. Yep, goes down. It's a rejuve death, though, so at least you're not dead for a very long time. Shiv gonna get the casting buff. Yamato got the vitality buff, so not only did they get mid-boss, but they also got both buffs here, and they may be able to get urn control, and this is a comeback urn, I believe. Just barely. Oh, it's a comeback urn barely if they can pick it up right now.
What happened to the hook there?
Yeah, I don't know, but they picked up the comeback urn. This is... I don't think I can explain into words how massive this is. For the average person watching this right now, they may not, like... You may not realize it, but the fact that they were able to lock in the Cern while it's still a comeback, because it almost certainly would not be a comeback in like 30 seconds. And the reason for that is because they have mid-boss, and therefore, naturally, they're going to be getting a lead just from the fact that they have map pressure everywhere. And so the fact, when you have mid-boss here, this urn is going to be impossible to contest. Now, the Trophy Collectors realizes this, and instead is going to opt to push the Walker on the opposite side, which I like this play, because you can't really contest the urn. And we'll see if Grogladytes is able to defend this Walker if they realize what's happening. Doesn't look like they realize entirely, and they might just give it.
The urn is being delivered.
As important as the comeback urn is, they are essentially trading an urn for a Walker here.
Yeah, not extremely advantageous, but it's also like it's slightly advantageous for the side of Grogladytes.
They are retaliating by pushing the right Walker now. The right Walker is dropping insanely fast. Citrix finds a swap in. Citrix gets solo dynamo ulted after the swap. I think Citrix goes down here, but Koggy dodges the affliction again.
Oh my god.
Koggy is locked in.
This guy could be the king. As it looks like they're gonna back up here, try to reset. They've used most of their abilities, but I mean, I feel like the Shiv is being a little bit too cowardly. I mean, he had full health and he kind of backed up, and he's got full tank build, so especially with Rejuve, I would have liked him to see him, try to tank some of the abilities for his team, but Holiday gonna look to try to take the TP here. I think she may go down here. Good parry.
Good parry. Well, you're a little lost.
A little lost.
Couldn't decide which way to go.
Yeah, unfortunately it goes down, but I mean, all of these deaths are not that big a deal. Some of these were not Rejuve deaths, however, so they are not ideal. As we've got a 14k lead right now for the side of Trophy Collectors.
Time to take note. Koggy himself, the GOAT, has now bought Trophy Collector. Might be switching sides soon. We'll see.
Okay.
Stack check.
I mean, we
Well,
haven't
Lolo's
really
at
had like
11.
a lot of drama, you know what I mean? But like
Yeah.
in NA, we like to do this thing where we just like swap rosters every couple of times. So maybe Kagi
Totally.
is like looking. Maybe Trophy Collectors wants to kind of look to snipe Kagi here and get him on the support on their team, and that's why he's a bit of an insider job here with the Trophy Collector purchase.
Yeah. MK51 has 8 stacks, but also has 9,000 souls. I wonder what he's gonna look to buy here. No.
He has so much money.
I don't know
Look
where
at
he
the
gets it
shop
from.
here.
Phoenix
Curse, okay.
he builds Curse. Okay, so this is the second Curse on the side of Trophy Hunters because Citrix already bought
I mean,
Curse.
I will say it is a really good Curse game. Like,
Yeah,
it makes
I
a lot of
agree.
sense. Kagi, okay, I mean, this Trophy Collector buy is so troll. Like, you have double Curse. Like, you need Unstoppable. You will never be able to black hole anyone.
Phoenix might be a watcher of bananas following the second commandment, where when you're ahead, you buy defensive because he now has Scourge plus Bullet Resilience. So, kind of covering all his bases here. With
That's
Scourge
true.
especially.
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of
I
interesting
guess
to
you
see
can't give
that,
this guy Calico. I don't know. Like, this guy just pops off.
Yeah. I think whenever I'm ahead, I'm always looking to just go Arctic Blast to one-shot people, but good patience on him because I think Scourge is
I like
probably
going
going to be more
Scourge
value here.
first usually. I think Arctic Blast
Yeah.
is like, yeah, it's good, but I think the Scourge value is like really high, especially when you're against like Spirit comps. It just makes you feel so unkillable that I do prefer it over Arctic Blast as a first tier 4 usually.
Do you think Shiv is going this build because his team is kind of gun heavy in the sense that
don't
Yamato
know.
is punch, Geist is gun, Mirage is gun, so they have a lot of gun damage already.
I mean,
Shiv just
this Shiv
finished
build,
Colossus.
it's just tank Shiv at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I don't know if you need tank Shiv. You already have Yamato, you have Geist, you have enough frontline. And if you're playing tech Shiv, having max knives before max execute also seems a little weird, but yeah, I think what's more likely is that this is not really necessarily a comfort pick for Templar Bean. It was more of a deny pick for Cytrox, if that makes sense.
I concur.
They're going to swap Shiv, but he's got Colossus. I mean, he's a hard target to take down. He's buying a lot of time. Will he have any reinforcements? Kagi coming by soon. Let's get on the Kagi cam here. As we've got Funx
We
in
have
the
Black
back
Hole
line.
ready.
Black Line at the ready, but they've got double
One curse
curse.
was used on Zav. Well, I think Citrix's curse was used.
Mirage is pushing a Walker in the meantime, though, so you have to understand from a macro perspective here, Mirage is going to get this Walker.
And unfortunately, Shorn meets up with Mirage, but it's just not enough. 7 pops ultimate here. Roll in the sky with Unstoppable.
They're just kiting. They're doing a great job kiting. Dai still has swap here. She's going to look for a swap soon, probably. Can they turn this fight around? Maybe.
Templar is just running away with... Oh, double 2-man black hole.
It's huge. Oh, the swap. Oh, the pause. This is such a bad pause. Okay, we're unpausing right away. Augie goes down. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I hold myself to the
He should have swapped right away on the Geist. If he
I was
used
about
the
to say the
swap
exact
right
same
away,
thing.
like he would have killed that guy 100%.
I agree. It was
But
a
he-
little indecisive because he ended up dumping all of his damage, realized it wasn't enough, and then swapped. I'm pretty confident like Zav was considering using the swap first because he had it. He was thinking about it and then dumped all of his damage, thinking he could kill him. Once again, being I think a little too greedy, thinking that they would be able to save their ultimate cooldown, but unfortunately, the greed is not rewarded.
Yeah, and now the side of Grogladytes down almost 20,000 souls. Backs against the wall, and they're going to lose their right side Walker here, and mid-boss is going to respawn. They don't have Black Hole. They're still down 2. I think if you're the side of Trophy Collectors, you just go mid-boss right now.
Totally agree. I mean, there's like even though Dynamo and Geist are about to come up, they don't have ultimates, right? They're down a
I
bunch
think
of
they might have
cooldowns.
PTSD.
Yamato will have Shadow Transformation, but I honestly don't think it's enough because obviously it's a little scary. I think for lower elos because it's like you don't have like the secure against Yamato. But in a team environment, as long as you're coordinated enough to parry on time and to repeatedly parry against Yamato, I think Yamato is very easily, or you can defend against the Yamato steal per se.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
Yamato just hit a power spike though, finally maxing the ultimate. Adding more, adding more resistant duration to the Shadow Transformation will probably help out the fight because the increase English is hard. The max ult probably translates to like at least 3 or 4 more heavy punches, with that like CC immunity without the parry immunity per se.
Yeah.
Which will definitely come in clutch, especially when you're looking at the idea that in order to get three heavy punches for a crushing fist stack.
Yeah, Cytrox looking for the 1v1 on this Mirage here. Onto Devil. Devil forced a tornado away. And Cytrox is just gonna
Benjamin
walk away.
only finds Yamato with the affliction.
Yeah, Yamato does not seem to care as we've got the 7 ult.
Benjamin's taking a lot of damage here. Zav is just clicking heads right now.
Lasso connects onto the 7 as they're going back into the back line. Kagi 1 HP. Will probably be caught, end up going down. Nico as well, so 2 kills for the side of Trophy Collectors as they look to push their lead forward. And if they win this fight, it's mid-boss. They're onto Templar Bean now. Wacko Jacko going down. Templar Bean in the back line also gets taken down. And the only compensation they'll get is Mirage will probably get a walker out of this. But they lose the fight.
I don't know if Mirage gets there in time.
Mid-boss. I think he
Or
does.
if Mirage gets I think he gets it, but he might trade it for his life at this point. Paradox does not have swap, but Paradox does have Curse and like Echo Charge.
Yeah, he might actually not get it. You're right. He could have gotten it if he wanted to die for it, but he didn't really want to die for it, which makes sense. And he's unfortunately not going to be able to get it. He is buying some time, but this time is not really very relevant. He will actually live. I thought for sure he would die there, but he does actually make it out. So it's
this is kind of one of the downfalls of buying Burst Fire, especially on Mirage. If you're going to play to like kind of be like a PvE type of player and like split push, obviously the Burst Fire, you get 0 value from upgrading Burst Fire versus just buying Rapid Rounds because you're never actually proccing the bonus 35 fire rate on Burst Fire if you're permanently split pushing.
Mirage wants to go for the steal. Do they know?
Is he looking for it? He's sitting on 8k. He found him.
Yeah, unfortunately, goes for Tornado. It gets taken down. Nice try by him, but wasn't going to happen. As they're going to get the urn, and now we're going to see roughly a 40,000 lead from Trophy Collectors. And what we're seeing in these games, this is a similar story to Game 1, is Trophy Collectors, they had the initial lead this time. Whereas in Game 1, Grogladytes did, but it seems that the team that manages to get the initial lead kind of like manages to win the game so far. Like, we haven't really seen any significant comeback moments.
Our blue walker is under attack.
I mean, I agree that.
Wait, Black Hole mid though. Swap. Calico 1 HP. Getting rescue beam though, and there's a Bebop ult hits, and it looks like Nico, Kagi, and Zav are all gonna pay with their lives. As if they didn't win that fight, that's pretty much GG. They're dead for 70 seconds, 50k lead almost now, so I don't see any world in which they can stop this, and it looks like we will be going to Game 3 soon enough.
So, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but so I'm pretty sure the damage threshold for Spirit Burn is post mitigation, right? As in,
I believe so. Yes. Yes.
Because improved burst, or I don't know how tank buster works, but I know improved burst was pre-mitigation. In that, what I mean by this is that the threshold to proc like improved burst from before the item update and now Spirit Burn depends on what like calculating before you take armors or spirit armor into account or spirit resistance into account, or after. So the reason I'm mentioning this is because it might not matter anymore, but Wacko Jacko ended up building Spirit Burn as his next item. But I'm fearful that his one doesn't actually do enough damage to proc Spirit Burn. Obviously he has other forms of damage, but they are defending.
They are,
dead,
I mean, I'm surprised that I'm seeing. Yeah, it's over. Yeah. I was like, I mean, that defense was honestly closer than it should have been, considering that they were up, you know, like 50k. But there's probably a lot of money unspent though, for sure.
I feel like we've seen a lot of incredibly large banks being stored on people these past few games.
Yeah, of course. I mean, spending your money is an acquired skill. And of course, there's also situations in which it's okay to have a large bank, right? Like, for example, there at the end, prioritizing ending the game over buying is 100% correct. Totally. So it's not that it's always incorrect, but yeah, sometimes they definitely are stacking up way too much money and they should be spending it. But I mean, Funx probably MVP of this game, 40k damage, 17-1 on the Calico. Like, what is that?
I fear our wishes have been granted. I believe we are going for Game 3 now.
Yeah, we are going for a Game 3.
To make sure I'm not.
Grogladytes won Game 1, and Trophy Collectors now won Game 2. So we're having the first Game 3 of EU, of course. Wait. Why are
Now-
they saying GG's?
I think maybe they're
Am I
saying
wrong?
GG's for the first game. No, I think they know it's game 3.
Right.
Wait, no, Citrix definitely. Because Citrix was on Shiv and he didn't win the first game, so this should be game 3. Am I crazy?
I'm not sure. Whoops. One sec.
Should definitely be 1-1. Yeah, Grogladytes won the first match.
Yeah, I'm confused why I'm seeing GG's right now.
They might just be saying for the game, not for the entire match.
Yeah. It's just that in esports, when you say GG's, it's usually like it's the end. You know? So it's I'm a little confused. I'm a little afraid that people misunderstood.
I'll get
I will give them the screenshot of the.
So one consideration now is that when you lose, you get to choose like the side you pick, and the side you pick determines how draft works. So because trophy collectors lost the first game, they chose Sapphire, right? And they made use of it by double picking. Even though they didn't have first pick, they made use of it by double picking. I think it was Paradox. It was Paradox Calico, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Calico 7, right? It was Calico 7.
So the first 2 picks were Calico 7. Kelvin was banned. So it looks like Grogladytes will take Sapphire. I think we'll table some of this discussion. We'll go on a quick little 5-minute break. I will simply just reset the timer. 5 minutes. So we're going to go on a little 5-minute break, and we'll catch you guys with Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Stay tuned. This has been a great series. I'm your host, Deathy, and I'm here with Griffin, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
See you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Death Slam European Grand Finals. We are finally getting a Game 3 today, Grogladytes versus Trophy Collectors. And before we get into it, just have to give a quick shout-out because we did get a donation to the prize pool. So the prize pool was originally pretty small. It's still small, but it's significantly bigger. So it was £50, and now it's £100. So it doubled, you know. It's still obviously a fairly small number. Now the players that are playing in this are obviously not playing for the money. But, you know, now it can at least maybe buy them one meal, whereas before it probably couldn't have even bought them one meal. So now it buys them one. So it's progress for sure. Yeah, as far...
I'm excited to see how both teams are going to adapt with both draft and gameplay. I mean, we've seen some incredible performances from both teams, from almost every single player, or I should say almost every single player has been performing.
Yeah, for sure. I think like it's just there's been a lot of performance. We've seen kind of like I think Grogladytes. I was kind of feeling it from the draft from the beginning. I was like, I feel like they were, you know, they've shafted their own draft a little bit just to counter Trophy Collectors a little bit. Like the Shiv pick, I don't know. Like Templar Bean didn't really look that comfortable on the Shiv, especially like with the build and everything. And so I think it's just you got to play to your own strengths, right? And I don't think. I think the Shiv pick and the Mirage, like there was just kind of some bludders in the draft. I would have done like play to their strengths. Their strengths on Grogladytes is macro, and since it's macro, I would use like a more, you know, get more CC, get more team fight, get more things that enable you to kind of like shine in these things.
Yeah, I think along with macro, like it kind of goes hand in hand. Is I think their pick was very strong. I think their holiday was finding a lot of strength both in like the laning phase and then kind of converting that into some kills. It's just that with this composition, it's like it's really hard, I think, for like Geist or Shiv to follow a holiday. If a holiday's jump padding in and like going crazy with stamina mastery, right? Being able to actually follow the lasso and the engage is a bit difficult to complete with like Shiv and Geist.
Yeah.
That's immobile.
1 second, I'm just adjusting my chair as I was kind of like falling down a little bit, but now it's adjusted. So. We're already into the draft. So let me just switch over. So we've got the first bans already. So Grogladytes opting to ban Calico this time and giving them the Lash potentially, unless they pick it here very early, which we haven't seen Lash from Grogladytes. Obviously, they were banning it every game, so maybe that's probably why. But Trophy Collectors here, I think that they're going to pick up the Lash. They might get the Lash and the Shiv here if they want.
As we mentioned before, it's kind of interesting to see both teams because when you lose, you're able to choose which side you're on for draft and for the game. Yeah. So it's interesting to see both teams choose Sapphire here because I feel like historically, when you look at like DFN and other tournaments, like the Colossal tournaments, usually people choose Amber for like first pick. So it's interesting to see that these teams have prioed like the sorry, I'm just like The bonus of picking second is that you're able to pick two, right? You're trading off losing the absolute first pick for the next two strongest. So, plus the other advantage that I think makes Sapphire a little bit stronger is that Sapphire gets to pick first after the second round of bans, which sometimes I'd argue is the more impactful first pick per se than the overall first pick when like the entirety of the cast is generally open, -2 bans. So
yeah. And
draft.
I do much prefer the start of this draft from Grogladytes. They did Trophy Collector went for the Paradox Lash, they not prioritizing the Shiv, and now we see the Shiv banned out, which I don't think was necessary from the side of Grogladytes, because I don't know if Trophy Collectors has another Paradox player other than Cytrox. So you know, it's hard to say, and I don't know if they have another Shiv player, but maybe they do. Grogladytes would know better than us, of course. So yeah. Well, Yamato banned out.
Yamato is also kind of interesting.
Yeah, I didn't feel like the Yamato had much impact last game, to be honest. I'd kind of be happy with them picking the Yamato. Mirage, I think, is a better ban. Wraith is going to make it through, by the way. This is the first time we've seen Wraith make it this far. Usually she was banned first or second.
Abrams is also open. So a bit of a different priorities for the draft.
I don't know if Grogladytes can, like, pick Wraith here. Maybe they can. Their lineup is already a bit greedy. But, like, Wraith is so powerful. I would have maybe, like... I think you probably Mirage. Still can. Yeah, I think you probably still can pick Wraith, and maybe you kind of have to.
I think it's interesting that Trophy Collectors didn't ban Dynamo here. I think that's what Grogladyte is considering, is whether or not the Dynamo pick for Kagi is under threat. We saw that Kagi, even though they did not win, I feel like Kagi performed very well in the Dynamo, finding a few key black holes and a few key quantum warps.
Yeah.
They chose Ivy instead, so I'm gonna assume that Kagi, as the generic support player, might be playing this Ivy here.
Yeah.
For Grogladytes.
I think it's almost certain that he's going to be on Ivy here. And I think the thing with Dynamo is you saw, even though he played very well in Dynamo, they just went like mass curses. Like they had 2 or 3 curses, and it was just very hard. And now they're the ones picking the Dynamo. And I mean, Kagi was kind of the goat on the Dynamo, and it still didn't work. So we'll see if Trophy Collectors can pull it out. I do think that we've seen a lot of Dynamo respect bans this tournament, but I don't actually think that the hero is is that good at the moment. I think it's playable. I think it's decent, depending on the draft. But I think usually you'd much prefer having Kelvin or Ivy or Sinclair. And Sinclair is open for the side of Grogladytes, and it is a very good Sinclair game. Like all of these ultimates are incredible to steal. So this could be an option that they would consider, but I don't know if they have a Sinclair player, because Sinclair hasn't been touched this series at all.
Once again, I mean, have we seen Shorn on not Bebop? I think Trophy Collector is probably.
I think Shorn has just been on Bebop. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna like chalk that up. Maybe Grogladytes is understanding that Bebop is open as the last pick, and is trying to play around that, because they know the way Grogladytes has been playing is that they've always been building 2 reactive barriers for whoever goes into that Bebop lane. Kagi had a lot of success in the lane. We talked about it before with just quantum warping the bombs. So I'm kind of interested to see how they're going to draft lanes around, knowing that I think they can essentially assume the entirety of Trophy Collector's roster.
Yeah. I don't love the Infernus pick, but I think it's Devil. I think Devil's hero pool is under threat. The Mirage has been banned, and we've mostly seen him on Mirage or Infernus. And the Sinclair pick, last pick, okay. I mean, I think Sinclair has a ton of potential this game. Like, it's such a good Sinclair game. It's really going to come down to execution. I mean, I think Sinclair is one of the harder heroes in the game to play like extremely well. He has a lot of nuance to him compared to like a lot of heroes in this game are fairly straightforward, right? Sinclair is not. Sinclair has a lot of variety in both his skill build and itemization, which makes him very difficult. But excited to see it. And Sinclair game 3 against Dynamo, I don't think you could ask for a better grand finals.
One thing I am worried about though is it looks like Trophy Collector's build or Trophy Collector's draft is very spirit heavy. They do have the 7 to help assist with shredding a lot of the spirit resist, but I mean, I know for a fact Grogladytes is definitely, like, the Geist is going to build spirit resilience. Your Warden, your Infernus are probably going to have some form of spirit resist in the form of Enchanter's Emblem. Maybe Infernus goes Siphon Bullets for some more spirit resist. It's a few options.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of interested.
We'll see how this plays out. I think the
build
laning
the
stage
items
is
around
like,
the draft.
I think laning stage should be like heavily favored from Grogladytes here, should it not? Like, I look at the side of Trophy Collectors, and you've got a Lash, you've got a Dynamo, you've got a 7, you've got all these laners that I think are okay. Like, they're pretty decent. But unless the Bebop pops off in the laning stage, and we've seen Grogladytes go double reactive barrier against the Bebop, so it's incredibly unlikely that he'll pop off. I feel like they have a lot more lanes with kill potential. Now, we have seen Cytrox on the Paradox consistently getting kills in these lanes. Now, I do have to change the team names once again because, like, you know, both teams swapped, if that makes sense. Like,
oh wait, I just realized, did we draft did Wraith go completely undrafted this entire?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Oh.
She got unbanned, undrafted. I mean, they picked Infernus because of a hero pool. Like, I'm pretty sure Devil probably just doesn't play Wraith, is what it's most likely.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I think that's pretty much the only reason that I can see, because Wraith probably would have been a better pick than Infernus there for sure. But you know, it is what it is. This is not pro play. This is amateur. There's going to be a lot of hero pool issues. It is what it is. But we're here to have a good time, and I'm really excited to see this grand finals. I don't think that you could ask for better. We got a game 3. The games have been incredibly close so far. I do fear, so far, the team that has the lead manages to win. The team that has the lead early, right? Yep. Even if it's not a big lead. Cool. So I do worry a little bit for the laning stage of the side of Trophy Collectors. But this is also the first time in this series where Benjamin got his Lash. And his hero pool, he was saying in the chat that he only had 9 games total on Pocket, by the way. Like, so he
really
almost never played Pocket before today. So incredibly impressive to pull it out.
Yeah.
Like, pulling it out it might not be obvious to most people, but playing in an environment like this, where you're seen in front of hundreds of players, hundreds of viewers, both on YouTube and on Twitch, when you're not someone who's used to competing, like these people are not, you know, professional gamers, they're not competitors, etc. It's very stressful, and pulling a new hero in that environment, it's not easy.
Yep. I'm excited to see. I mean, we're seeing some old classics with Benjamin Lash, and then we're seeing some new picks with like probably the Coggy Ivy. And then actually, now that they picked Dynamo, that's probably going on MK51. So it looks like the supports are kind of swapping their heroes, both kind of putting each other in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Looks like we're just waiting on players to ready up, and then we get to go for the.
So an interesting thing is we have Cytrox on the Yamato, not on the Paradox. So Funix is going to be on the Paradox instead of the Calico. So I am a little bit concerned about this. The reason is because Funix historically has been a key part of like their victory, if that makes sense. Like, and now he's going to be on the Paradox, but he's mostly been on you know, the Calico and heroes that do a lot of damage. Like he was on the Pocket as well, and this is like basically a completely different role to put him on. And he hasn't played Paradox at all this tournament, so I mean, we'll see. Maybe he's the GOAT and he can pull it off, but I'm going to have to go with... my prediction would be Grogladytes takes it home here. That would be my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, we have Hydration coach Ranger in chat. He agrees. I mean, he also mentions that if he, like, as Ranger is an Infernus player and he thinks, like, Infernus is, like, awful. I think it's slight LARP. I think he's slightly joking about it, but also I think, aside from the Infernus, like, the right draft looks insane.
Yeah.
Personally,
I mean, I think Infernus is definitely like playable. Like Infernus is not like you know, not as good as Wraith, not as good as Warden, not as good as a lot of these other heroes, yes, but definitely playable. And let's go over the rosters real quick once again for the final game of the Death Slam Europe, game 3 of the grand finals. Coggy, iconic support so far on the Ivy. We've got Devil on the trademark Infernus. Nico on the Holiday. I'm pretty sure we've only seen Nico on the Holiday pretty much. Zav this time is not going to be on the Geist. Zav is going to be on the Sinclair. First time Sinclair that we've seen today. Wacko Jacko on the Geist and Templar being on the Warden.
And then over on Trophy Collectors, we have Citrox, which we've seen on Paradox and Shiv, now on the Yamato debut. So Wololo on 7, we've seen this before. Benjamin G on the Lash, we've seen this one before. Funix on the Paradox, the Calico Pocket player now on the Paradox. Definitely a bit of a switch up in terms of roles. We'll see how this performs. MK51 on the Dynamo, a new debut for the support player on Trophy Collectors. And then Shorn on the Bebop, we've seen it, we know it. Just hit the hooks. Just hit the hooks, who cares?
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I'm really excited about this Lash Yamato lane. I mean, we've seen that both... So Benjamin's performances so far this tournament have been very like consistent, right? And on the Lash, he's been incredibly involved. And Cytrox has won lane almost every time. And so I think that this lane could be problematic, especially for the fact that they're going against Ivy Warden, which is not like the weakest lane ever, but you have an Ivy that already like weakens your lane a little bit.
Yes.
So we'll see kind of how this one plays out, but I'm really excited to see the Sinclair is kind of what I want to see.
MK51 goes down. So that was really unfortunate. I was kind of watching what happened. Funix kind of walked up into the Holiday and ended up taking a barrel plus a melee into a crack shot. So kind of just like taking the whole Holiday combo plus a little extra. Oh, and then he just got sniped by a Geist Bomb. So yeah, Funix took a bunch of poke and then Funix ran back to try to heal. Both heal and hit some boxes, and then MK51 was kind of left alone and just got 2v1'd. So already a strong start for the Holiday Geist lane with Nico and Wacko Jacko.
That's definitely not the lane that you want to give a strong start to, especially when you're putting... I mean, the decision to put the Dynamo mid here is quite interesting. I'm not sure I agree with it necessarily. I would have preferred maybe going for like a more passive lane and you just put Dynamo Lash together and you just go for sustain and you put a stronger lane mid, but we'll see how it plays out for them in the end.
But also, like, the set of Grogladytes kind of just drafted both like incredible laners in terms of strength, and then also in terms of Ivy. Like, even though Ivy's like not particularly strong, Ivy's the one who's known to like stalemate a lane. Is that no matter how kind of impressive the enemy laner is, you can just throw Kudzu on the wave.
Yeah. So it looks like Grogladytes are sticking to their strategy. Look at Devil and Zav's items in that lane.
I see that.
You know, they're keeping it up. They're big believers in the double reactive barrier. Yeah, they're like, we're against Bebop, we're going double reactive barrier.
The nice thing is they are building it on their like spirit carries per se. Like, or actually, Infernus is not going to build any spirit items, but the Sinclair will probably build enough spirit to actually get value out of the scaling. Plus, now that every character gets spirit power just from leveling up through boons, it's not entirely the worst, even for Infernus, who's probably going to build 0 purple items, except for maybe a Mystic Regen.
Right now, like, so we're seeing a different approach from the side of Wacko Jacko here, who's not opting to rush Mystic Regen. Instead, he got the healing right, the Mystic Burst, and the headshot booster. And he's going for the 1-1-1 skill point order, which you don't really see too often.
Bit of fighting happening on the right side here.
The reactive barrier is coming in handy.
Yes. I will say, I was kind of that was an impressive high level, because I know these players are in theory like Phantom or like sometimes Ascendant. Shorn got bunnied by Zav. Took one heavy punch, and then Zav charged for a second heavy punch, and then Shorn hit the wall jump to dodge the heavy punch around the corner. I don't know if I see my Eternus 6 teammates do that.
I mean, impressive. Yeah, I want to make something clear, by the way. Like, most of these players are below Phantom. Like, they're not even Ascendant. Like, most of these players are Oracle. Like, that's the average rank. So yeah, like, yeah, some players ranked up, like Cytrox, for example, has ranked up all the way to Ascendant now. When he applied, he was like Phantom 1 or Phantom 2. But Oracle is still the average rank. Like, these players are not extremely high ranked, but the level of improvement that we've seen from them individually and as a team across the board, not just from these teams, but also from the teams that got eliminated earlier, is very impressive. As we've got a fight here on the right side, Devil ults the Bebop. Bebop is gonna counter ult just for zoning purposes, and yeah, he's gonna live, but bit of a wasted ult, although he is doing a lot of damage, and he's clearing the wave too. Wait, Infernus! No!
Oh, wait. Infernus, Devil almost walks back into the Bebop ult living. How low is he? Probably like 10 HP? Yeah,
he was less than 10 HP.
Yeah.
I think.
That's incredibly
crazy. Close. But he didn't die, and I will say right now it is 4-0. 4 kills, 0 on the other side. And this is a little bit what I was worried about from the laning stage, right? I mentioned I'm a little bit worried for their lanes.
That was really unfortunate for Shorn. Shorn was trying to make it to the buff on time, but spend a little extra time to uppercut the Infernus Devil off of the jump pad. And because he did that, Wacko Jacko and the Geist managed to get the buff, like I'm saying, like literally a quarter of a second before Shorn would have gotten there. They both were jump padding at like 4:58. So these players are very locked into their timers and hitting the first buffs.
It looks like we're seeing a lot of damage here on this tower on the Bebop 7 lane. I'm kind of surprised, I will say. I think that they may be building a little bit too defensively. As Sinclair coming back though, stealing Bebop ult, transforming into a robot with the laser.
Good movement by Shorn.
Shorn probably.
Period.
Oh, he almost got parried again. He almost got parried again. Okay, finish him off. Finish him off. Reactive. There's no way. Kill him.
He's healing from lifesteal. 100 HP.
Please.
100 HP from melee lifesteal.
Please. Devil, you have to kill him. Okay, he gets him. Okay.
Shorn
that was actually a nail biter. Yeah. Wait, Devil's going back in. A little ambitious, perhaps. 8 HP on the Devil.
Oh, we get sniped by Woololo. Far away.
Most of his souls get denied. A little bit ambitious on Devil for sure there.
I feel like Devil is playing as if he's like an Infernus one trick, and he's only playing Mirage because of that's what the meta defines. He seems a lot more like confident on his Infernus here.
Yeah, he's definitely confident.
Being able to run people down with Afterburn.
You know, this is really not good for the side of Grogladytes here. That is definitely a huge amount of momentum swing that we just saw as both side towers go down. And I was a little worried about the lanes at first, but Trophy Collectors proved me wrong. They come back in all of their lanes. The Benjamin Cytrox lane is winning incredibly hard. Templar beat on 4.8k to Cytrox 7.5k, so huge soul differential. I'm not even sure how that much of a soul differential happened. Maybe just boxes and like the tower. I mean, both towers going down definitely helps. Like, you know, 2 towers to 0. That's every time you get a tower, it gives about 300 souls per player, right? So getting 2 guardians, that's like 600.
Oh, Sinclair is dead. Ooh, 5 HP. Slide down.
Wait,
I mean, I don't imagine. I feel like he just clipped here. He escapes. Wow. Sav escapes on 5 HP.
I feel like these guys in this lane have just kept living on like 1 HP this whole time. It's actually kind of
reactive
insane.
barrier, the 5% spear resist on
Reactive barrier
work.
rescue beam, like.
Yeah. I was about to mention Wololo built trophy collector once again. A 6.8k trophy collector. So true to the name of the team. They stay consistent.
Sure.
MK51 bought rescue beam, so I wonder if MK51 is going to look for trophy collector as well on Dynamo.
Our yellow walker
As
is
generally, all these supports do prefer having a little bit of range, especially with Black Hole.
Yeah.
Let's get to work, Henry.
Any notable differences? Not really. These builds all look very normal. Yamato ended up going Spirit Shielding. Haven't seen that item bought yet in this tournament, I believe.
We haven't seen a lot of it. I think we've seen it once potentially. Is the last year no ult, but looking to go on these guys. Slam onto the Warden. Half health. Cytrox ults. Can they clean up Templar Bean here as he goes down very, very low? Yamato chasing. Templar Bean gets
Another
rescue
rescue
beam.
beam.
Just barely escapes. And now they're trying to counter engage onto Cytrox here, trying to escape with the rope up top on the rooftop. Lash ult onto 2. Slams them back into the ground as Kagi goes down. And Zav here steals the Lash ult, but is he going to be able to do anything with it? Doesn't really look like it. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. The tech. Okay, that was actually sick. That was actually sick. Someone clip that.
I might have missed it.
Oh,
Temper Beans goes down.
no.
Oh, and he gets married.
Okay, well. This is not looking good.
Yeah.
This is
down
quite a
8K
disastrous start. This is quite a disastrous start from the side of Grogladytes here. They might manage to make it back, but...
Devil's getting run down on the side by Shorn and Willow.
Yeah.
He has ultimate. I fear he needs to pop it if he wants to get out. Looks like he's kind of running jukes, but I mean, this bomb's about to do so much damage.
Oh no, he misses the wall jump. That's unfortunate.
Have you melee'd to get
he
on?
didn't miss it. No, he's out. He's dead. He's dead. Oh wait, right?
Oh, the hook just to secure it.
It is a comeback urn.
Yeah. Although I will be honest, having a comeback urn at the first comeback urn feels so meaningless because you're down 15k. So would a 3k urn really make a difference?
Yeah, but they're
something.
managing to get some value though from the. So the thing is, it wouldn't be a comeback urn anymore, I think. So if it was picked up now, it wouldn't be a comeback urn because they're starting to come back. It needs to be a 15% difference. 15% is usually like 8 or 9k lead. It would probably be right on the cusp of a comeback urn. But I agree with you that it's not like the most meaningful thing ever. Benjamin on the Lash is definitely a problem this game. And Cytrox 12k on the Yamato. Yamato is one of those heroes. When she gets fed, she has Unstoppable built into her kit. So a lot of the items you buy to counter people don't really work against her.
I must announce the trophy that Shorn has now joined the trend and now has a trophy collector. So I fear the trophy collectors might be a little too confident in themselves right now. So you know what, the money's a little bit equal. We're 6k down.
They're going to the urn though.
Well, Lolo has 3 stacks, so it's not too
They're gonna
much.
try to force this urn. Oh, he drops it though. He's trying to. The urn is running away. He's trying to pick it back up, but he keeps fucking it up. But it doesn't matter. He's still gonna get it.
Kagi is just gunning them down, but unfortunately, each bullet is doing 5 damage. So it's kind of the consequence of playing Ivy.
Yeah. I mean, I think generally like Grogladytes has done a great job this tournament so far of going for counterplay. But it doesn't really feel like they're getting anything going right now. As we're gonna have a fight mid, Warden ult, but Black Hole, but it's a Warden ult. It's kind of hard to kill. Benjamin goes down, 3 kills. The Warden's gonna keep going onto the 7 now. Can they get more? 7 trying to turn it. Maybe a little ambitious from the Warden, but it's gonna be okay. Paradox 1 HP. That swap has everything, but
No Guardian. I think the 7 just gets caught out here.
Paradox is also 1 HP. I mean, both 7 and Paradox are living, but so low. Can they manage to chase them out? Respawners are going to start coming into play here. No parry on the 7. Goes down. Devil actually gets killed by Cytrox in the side lane. Probably 1v1. Cytrox is getting out of control this game.
I fear I must need to report a disaster, Deathy. I must report a disaster.
And no stacks?
Phoenix maxed Carbine.
Oh.
For the viewers at home, definitely a good science experiment to do at home is like buy like 40k worth of gun items and then try maxing Carbine and not maxing Carbine, and you'll see it does not actually increase the damage of Carbine by 50%. Not entirely sure how the math works out, but the max carbine is probably one of the worst upgrades in the game, honestly.
Not great. If you have express shot, sometimes it can be okay, but even with express shot, you do so much damage without maxing it. And express shot kind of got gutted pretty hard too, so.
And the other ability points for Paradox, I think just have so much more value. Like all of them, to be honest. Like range, swap, silence wall.
Templar being getting gone on here on the side lane. 50 HP. Gonna get taken down right under his walker.
4-0.
I mean, yeah, Sideshock's 4-0 with 18,000 net worth at 14 minutes, so it's gonna be difficult. I will say I do want to give some credit to Benjamin, even though he's like low on net worth. He's very active, and that's kind of what we've seen from his Lash. Is, you know, like he made that kill happen on the Warden there, even though like Sideshock ends up getting the last hit and doing the damage. Benjamin is the one that kind of set it up.
Totally.
Oh, Death Slam's almost ready.
Sounds good.
5k lead for the side of trophy collectors, as everybody's kind of starting to get set up for this next turn. Every ultimate being available in the game except Dynamo Black Hole and Ivy ult, but Ivy ult will be up in time, I think. So every ult on the side of Grogladytes, what can they do?
Zav is fighting Benjamin here on the left lane. This is the stolen Lash ult. Benjamin might respond with his Lash ult of his own.
Yeah, Zav is dodges the Lash ult, but still goes down.
Buffs and spawn. Things are happening over those. Warden has ultimate here. I think it's really crucial to see how Templar Beam uses his ultimate. Even if he gets to pop it off. No, he dies. Gets caught out by the 7 ultimate before he gets to cast Last Stand. Bebop is also channeling his Hyper Beam. And I fear Grogladytes just have to run away. I'm not entirely sure if they got the buff. I think, looks like Bebop got the movement buff here.
Yeah, I don't think they got the buff, but at least they got Urn Control, and that's a small victory. And we'll see if they can accomplish anything with it. I don't really think that they can force the Urn. They don't really have the comp for that, and they're going to lose the mid Guardian as well. So things are going from bad to worse here on the side of Grogladytes at the moment.
Soldier is here.
One thing I'm kind of interested to see is that, obviously Sinclair was a really good pick this game because of the ultimates being presented. Like we have 7 ult, Dynamo ult, even like Yamato ult and Bebop ults, right? I actually every single ultimate I think the Sinclair is like happy to have per se.
Yeah.
But just to notice like timings per se, the 7 was able to max Stormcloud at this timing with Arcane Surge now. However, Zavon Sinclair only has 1 point in his ultimate, so it's going to be a while before the Sinclair can like contest the 7 for that max ult 65 plus DPS upgrade.
There's going to be a fight in the other side lane. Those Warden ults doesn't seem to be able to catch anyone, unfortunately. 7 does end up going down, so they do get 1 kill with the stolen 7 ult there. Obviously not a huge cooldown, so not the end of the world that he uses it, even though the person was already quite low. And we'll now see if they try to do something on this Urn. I think it's still very, very difficult for them to kind of try to do something here.
Oh. And then Kagi gets caught out by a Carbine swap. I don't think Kagi has any stamina. It probably will not make it out.
Dynamo lassoed under the walker, bunnied, will be executed. Great execution there. The Solar and pickup is disabled, but Holiday will be able to pick it back up in just a second. Does get
Sad
it.
is just swinging.
They do get a walker, by the way, this whole time split pushing on the side of Grogladytes.
Wow.
So the Geist and Warden, really good play by them getting that walker. And it does feel like the trophy collectors, the game is slowly escaping their reach at the moment. But we'll see. I mean, they're still very, very dominant. As Lash does ult 1, but does not manage to quite finish off the kill. Once again, the Urn has been dropped, and looks like we might see the Urn reset for a little bit.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Geist is kind of zoomed in. If we're getting.
The Grogladytes obviously showing off their impressive macro skills, like having split map pressure with baiting Urn per se.
Yeah.
I think per se was much. Baiting Urn into grabbing the walker. However, I think this entire time, Citrix has kind of just been. I think Citrix was like pushing mid and then hitting boxes. So a lot of this is happening honestly because Citrix is not getting involved in these fights. Now that Citrix is here for this Urn fight, I think this could change. This Warden is getting blown up.
Yeah, Warden. Oh, good parry on the Warden. Buys a little bit of time, but unfortunately still going to be going down as everybody
Devil
on the side of
dying to 7 ults.
Yeah.
It's
The only silver lining is that Geist is pushing this walker, but I don't think she'll be able to get it in time.
I don't think so either.
She can do some damage, but I think she has to reset here. It looks
Wololo
like she
now
maybe
has
wants to come in.
Wololo has 9 stacks of trophy. with Shlorn at 7. I fear their trophies might be coming online with all this fighting.
Our yellow walker is under attack.
Geist here getting gone on by Cytrox. Does have swap left. Does not use it. Maybe thinks that she would have died anyway, which is very possible, to be honest. So they're gonna go mid boss here.
The Geist has Fleetfoot here. I wonder if the Geist is just looking to build Spellslinger really early. But you don't necessarily need...
The combo doesn't
Fleetfoot
work
with...
anymore anyway.
Yeah, but also you don't really need Fleetfoot with Dice because you have Malice. So I think the Fleetfoot's a little interesting. Maybe they're just worried about not having enough mobility, especially with like Bebop hooking them or getting Paradox Swap, and they want like Warp Stone's too expensive.
They're going for the steal here mid. Wololo secures it though, so does not get the steal. Kagi will be going down. And
Big
it
Warden
looks
ultimate
like
here, doing a lot of damage.
But is it enough? MK51 goes down. Cytrox here, kind of raid boss. A lot of souls unspent though, but will be taking down the Warden. Actually, the double parry still goes down. Bowman Pulse doing the final blow there, and Bebop in a little bit of a pickle potentially as they look to clean up this mid fight. Lash coming back in. Yamato just going in. Lash ult stolen. Can we see a big Lash ult? It's a grounded Lash ult onto one person, but I don't think they'll manage to kill him.
Lasso misses. Doesn't connect with the Yamato here.
Yeah,
Yamato,
Cytrox
no,
can kind of afford
shadow
to just
transformation.
move forward. I mean, this is looking fairly dire, I would say. If they can't win a fight soon here on the side of Grogladytes, I fear that this game may be a little too far gone, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Yamato was like 1,000 HP, and then Dynamo just healed her for like 2,000. Doesn't matter. 7 pops ultimate, basically securing the Walker.
Yeah.
Yamato, Citrix is going crazy. Citrix has parried, I think.
Yeah, good parry by Devil there. Probably not going to matter at
I
the
don't
end
think it
of the
matters,
day,
though.
but yeah.
I mean, 28k at 20 minutes. Like, this is to be scared.
Yeah.
With like
And
8k
they're going to
in the
get every
bank, I
walker.
mean,
Like, yeah. They're going to get every walker. They're going to get the urn. I struggle to see how Trophy Collectors is going to come back from this. I think if you're the side of Trophy Collectors, your best chance is like fighting this urn. You kind of have to get like a big stolen ult. Like, probably your best chance is a big stolen black hole.
Yep, I agree. A black hole before, like, the issue though is 7 does have like unstoppables to like counter the black hole steal, right? So you're trying to catch out the 7 with like Lash or Dynamo or even Paradox Swap, right? The 7 like inherently ends up countering a lot of the Sinclair's best steals per se. And at this point, when you're down 4k, the 7's kind of maxing for his ultimate. I don't think you're ever beating the 7 in a one-on-one 7 ult fight per se.
Yeah, probably not. Especially now that he's got Unstoppable and you don't. Once he gets Lightning Scroll, if he does go that route, then it's kind of over for you in that fight. And we're seeing the side of Trophy Collectors. They're going to posture for this urn, or start the posture for this urn, as Infernus opts for the split push, and so does Warden. So, you know, Trophy Collectors, Grogladytes, they're not too keen about contesting this, but I think they realize that they kind of have to.
Yep. I mean, I honestly think Grogladytes does have the ability to shut down a lot of these combos. Holiday has Lockdown, Sinclair has Silence Weave. Obviously, these don't work on the 7 anymore, but they still would work on like a Dynamo Black Hole and the Bebop Ultimate. So they have counters to everyone else. It kind of depends on their positioning, I think, to work around the 7 and also kind of dodge Citrox on the Yamato. And I think their goal is they have to look to kill MK51, look to kill the Paradox Phoenix. Because everyone else is kind of like, do not interact.
Mess with the law.
Yeah. They're last year hunting Benjamin on the side lane.
Let me check what Ivy is. Ivy, I think, is 700 souls from getting max airdrop, which adds a 4.5 second silence. Or sorry, they changed it. A 3-second silence. 3-second silence to the airdrop, which I think is also another crucial point of CC.
They're going to try to defend this Walker here on the right side. They're doing a bit of a split play. Devil going down as the Walker is under maybe too much pressure. Probably will go down. And they're also pushing the other Walker at the same time on 7 here. 7 ults under the Walker. Lasso does connect, but is it enough?
Yamato TPs behind the Walker. Probably shooting it down. Yamato is just under the Walker.
7 just like blasting all of them. We do have a black hole as well onto the Warden just to add insult to injury. And Templar Bean is going to be the last final casualty of this fight as they are now up 35k running into the enemy base, and I mean, I struggle to see what trophy collectors can even do. Sorry, what the Grogladytes can even do at this point. Down 3, no win conditions in sight, and it kind of looks like trophy collectors is just gonna walk away with the game 3 at this rate.
I mean, we're only at 24 minutes, by the way. And we're already seeing like Citrix at 35k, and the general. Oh, Lateral looks like it doesn't connect. They dodged it successfully. The general like
Benjamin
35k
actually,
difference.
He's dead. But he's alive. Sorry.
Just. I think this lead is impressive for just 24 minutes because, I mean, trophy collectors is like showing that they know like once they get a lead, I mean they kind of soften their lead because they really like that trophy collector item, but they know how to like not throw their lead.
As you say that, MK51 gets picked.
Yeah, I'm realizing that, but
so
generally, right? They're holding on to earn. They're farming the camps as they retreat to starve Grogladytes. Yeah, they're keeping their net worth advantage relatively stable.
Yeah. I mean, they're
they
doing
just
a
know how
great
to close
job.
the game. I think right now, I would just wait for the mid boss to come up again, probably. Get all the
Yeah, I mean,
camps.
I think you can definitely just
force
go
it,
for this
but-
earn fight. To be honest, yeah, you could
Yeah.
wait for the mid boss, but I don't think you really need to. I think as far as team fight goes, you have like all the odds of winning. Your Yamato is like not gonna get that much stronger, in my opinion. Like, I mean, she's gonna get stronger, but like she's at her final, like she's in her final form. So I would personally like to take the fight here. I don't really think you lose a
Refresher.
fight on earn. Yeah, he's got refresher now, so he's gonna be immortal for, you know,
I
like
could see
a
them
good
also
12 seconds.
thinking that they want to wait for Dynamo ult and or Lash ult here before they look for a team fight.
I mean, Dynamo ult's gonna be up like, you know, in 40 seconds, so they might just want to fix their waves and then start posturing. And by the time they posture, I mean, I do think Dynamo ult is gonna be up, and Citrix is more than happy to just keep farming for a little bit. I mean, he's still got upgrades that he can go for, right? He can still go for Arctic Blast. Like, I mean, Arctic Blast is really the main one, and then he's probably gonna sell Spirit Shielding for something else.
Yep. Currently with a flawless game on Citrix, 12-0 and 6.
Yeah.
I think this is the second. We saw a flawless game from the first. The first game was flawless from him as well, I believe. So,
I mean, definitely playing extremely well on the
Benjamin
Yamato.
they're looking for a fight on earn here.
Looks like they're fighting
Benjamin,
without Citrix. This is.
with the lash.
I don't like this, you know.
Yeah, me neither. The Bebop is lasering, pressuring a lot of people off. The 7 and the Bebop are kind of just forcing. The Bebop and the 7 are kind of just forcing people indoors.
Yeah. It looks like they don't. It looks like they don't even need Citrix, but.
Well, the Warden is
though.
ulting here. Lash is kind of caught out, kind of low, but Stamina Mastery gets him safely onto a rooftop.
Yeah, Zav gets caught out, and mid boss is up. So without a Sinclair swap, does connect though, but Wacko Jacko also goes down, and I mean the Dynamo is in. Black Hole's 2. That's really, you know, I believe that's probably all she wrote for the side of the Grogladytes, as here it should be the base, and then the mid boss after going down as they're shooting the shrines, taking them down quickly. Citrix does not even carry, just running forward. I don't really think he can really die at this point anymore. And Devil doing his best to defend, but just too little too late.
Even if Citrix died, I'm pretty sure the rest of the 5 other members on the side of Trophy Collectors
Sure
could
they
just
can
close
just
it
end.
out.
I don't
mean,
even think they need to
be
go
alive.
mid. They call it. They just call GG's. Now we don't have rules. We don't have rules for this, so technically it doesn't mean
like
that it's
Dota.
over. Yeah, it's not like Dota, so technically it doesn't mean it's fully over, but like obviously they can just end, I'm pretty sure. And it looks like game 3 of the grand finals of the Death Slam tournament EU is going to be going. I mean, the Stolen Black Hole, but it's still going to go to Trophy Collectors. Doesn't matter. Trophy Collectors is going to clean this one up, take it home as Citrix 14 kill streak, showing why he's now made it to Ascendant after grinding, but very impressive stuff from the side of Trophy Collectors.
Good job. Thank you.
We finally got our game 3 that we were waiting
did.
for to close out. Honestly, an excellent tournament in my view. I mean, basically as a spectator, I was fully. I mean, it's my job to be fully immersed, but I mean, it was very easy for me to get engaged. All these players kind of showing their personality, styles, strengths and weaknesses too. I wouldn't believe they're Phantom. I'll be honest.
I mean, most of them
Might
are below
be the EU
Phantom.
diff. That's true. I wouldn't believe they're below Phantom. Phantom or Oracle. Might be the EU diff. Might be the Deathy coaching diff. Ad.
It's a lot of things. I mean, what I'll say about both NA and EU is the fact that everyone improved tremendously in the time that between the first round and the second round. Like the level of gameplay that we were seeing today is honestly like very high from a macro perspective. Like obviously there were some mistakes that were fairly obvious, but a lot of the macro was fairly sound, especially for the level of gameplay. And like yeah, the execution wasn't always there, but the improvement has been stark, and I hope that these guys will stick together and keep learning and keep improving, because that's really what we're trying to create. We're trying to create communities. We're trying to create friendships. We're trying to create competition. We're not trying to create the next pro players, but we're just trying to create a healthy, fun, competitive environment for people with responsibilities to thrive in.
Gosh darn responsibilities. The true bane for us.
Gosh darn responsibilities. True. Not everybody can be a pro gamer, but personally for me, a quick little anecdote, when I worked my 9-to-5 job, for a few years, I still played competitively, and I wanted, like, I mean, I didn't play competitively for a little bit, but I missed it. I felt like something was missing. I was like, I want to compete. And for me, competing, I mean, it is about improving, but it's just about, you make friendships, and I don't know about you, Griffin, but for me, like, some of my oldest online friendships come from competitive gaming. Like, I went to my friend's wedding last year, who like I met playing games like 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, there's a bunch of people that I've known for like a decade plus that I've met in real life, and it's just like awesome.
Yeah, I've had similar stories. I was able to meet some of the people I played with competitively because they had a LAN for a different game that they were professional at that was local to me. So I was able to hop over and like watch them play other games and see the passion that they like shared, because I couldn't understand the game whatsoever. It was a Mega Strikers. I couldn't understand Mega Strikers whatsoever.
Oh, Mega Strikers is fun.
Yeah, it is fun. I don't get it. I'm not good at it, but watching the professionals play on Mega Strikers, or watching my Deadlock friends, be passionate about other things, was like inspirational to me, because like they've made it before,
Yeah.
'Cause for me at least, Deadlock's my first competitive endeavor. So
yeah. So I'm gonna ask if anyone wants to do an interview from the side of trophy collectors, and yeah, we're gonna try to see if we can get a little winner interview, and then after that, that'll be the end of that for today. We'll see who we get here. Just looking for a response on their side. Yeah, so they said they're down. Now I'm just asking, who do I move? All of us?
Oh.
I will say only one person. I can't move all of them. I mean, that's gonna be way too chaotic. So I'm gonna, yeah, they have to send one representative.
I mean,
So
I'd be down for all, but obviously it'd be maybe a bit too chaotic.
Yeah, I'll do. All right, they're asking for. They're asking for Citrix or Citrox. Well, maybe we should clear that up. All right. Okay, I will move him. All right. Let me just. Fuck, I need to make my Discord bigger because I can't see all the channels, so I can't move him.
Move him in
This
steps.
will be a bit of a challenge.
You can also maybe just close the folders.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Wait, some of these aren't in folders.
Okay, no, I think we got it. Okay. Hello, Citrix. Is it Citrix or Citrix? How do we pronounce it?
I say Citrix, but you can
Citrix,
also
okay.
call Citrix.
Cool.
So it's
Okay.
yeah.
How you doing?
I'm excited. We won. We won.
That's true. That's
only
true.
one lose.
Congratulations.
It's insane.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, first, I went to game 3. Trophy collectors won in the end, but it was definitely hard fought from Grogladytes. Did game 1 from the side of Grogladytes kind of surprise you, or how were you guys feeling after that game?
Surprise. We realized in game, in the match, that we're gonna lose. Like it wasn't a surprise. We like did bad mistakes, and yeah, I wouldn't call it a surprise.
Okay. So like
And then we
you,
adapted.
yeah.
So
Yeah. So you knew like, did you guys scrim them before?
we scrimmed one time, yeah.
Okay. You kind of like had an idea that they were like a pretty good team and wouldn't be like the
I
easiest
don't
game.
know.
Or...
We had other teams in in the side that are stronger, but yeah, they were good, well played.
Yeah, it seems like
It was
scrims
not easy.
didn't really line up with the reality always as well. Like I saw some teams, or like some teams were talking about scrim results and like, oh, this team is strong. But I did hear from a few teams that Trophy Collectors was a team to watch out for. So you guys did end up winning in the end. So it seems like you guys had strong scrim results. I want to talk a little bit about you individually, and we'll talk about the team as well. But obviously, when you signed up for the tournament, I believe you were like low or mid Phantom, and now you've ranked up to Ascendant or whatever. How's kind of like the experience been?
Good. I was grinding 2 weeks. I was neglecting everything for this tournament, like and I got to Ascendant 2. So I'm really like proud of me. Yeah, and of the team. Like
We're proud of you.
we trained a lot. Yeah.
That's awesome. As far as draft goes, we saw your draft change completely from game 1 to game 2, game 3. What was the discussion surrounding in the draft, and like, what did you guys start prioritizing differently?
Well, also the Grogladytes, like the final, or what?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw Kelvin as a big problem. Like he was constantly rescue beaming people out, and they survived, and that's why we banned him like instantly. And I think we knew they had a strong warden or something, and that's why we denied their warden. Or tried to. And Geist was really strong also. Yeah.
Okay. From our perspective,
and we prioritized 7. Like the first game, they took 7. We had really problems against 7. This ult where like we couldn't fight. Also Kelvin Dome, like they won every own fight, and then we take 7, we ban Kelvin, and yeah. We won.
It seems like you guys just started prioritizing a little bit more team fight in your draft, where game 1 you kind of drafted all damage in your first 3 heroes. You drafted 0 team fight, 0 CC, and then game 2 and 3 you guys just started prioritizing like CC and team fight a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you have any questions for him, Griffin?
Yeah, I got a lot actually. So, because just to help let us and the viewers know like how the team environment was, because you guys came together like relatively recently, right? You haven't been experienced with each other for 4 months or whatever. One thing that I was noticing a lot in these games was I think we were talking about your macro a lot, but a lot of the macro came from communication. I don't think like a lot of people were making calls and it seemed like everyone would instantly follow. No one ever seemed lost per se. So like who was like the shot caller for your team? How did you guys manage that communication hurdle?
So we don't had a IGL that was like calling everything, but it was mainly MK, Phoenix, Volo. Like they called out.
Engage.
And if I saw someone out of position, I was saying, let's go kill them. Yeah. But it was like everyone was talking.
Just you didn't have a lone silent wolf who just like be quiet and just do his thing and just kill everyone. Was that you, perhaps?
I guess me, yeah. I was just farming my lane and killing. Like that was my job, I guess, in this team.
Yeah.
And just because you've met these guys like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like
do you feel like
not even 2 weeks ago?
Do you feel like you've gained a strong bond with them? Do you see yourself playing more matchmaking maybe other games?
Since day one, we like always every day together, talking, chatting, good vibes. It was a really good team. I like my team. We had really a lot of fun.
Is it time perhaps for some party games? Is that the vibe now to celebrate?
Probably. But I think we're gonna go eat because we.
Oh, true.
Yeah. It's like what time is it for you right now?
Right now it's 8:30 p.m.
Okay. You've been playing for 9 hours.
Yeah.
Are you exhausted? How does it feel doing 3 best of 3s back to back? Because this is, I think, relatively unusual for most tournaments to do this.
Yeah, it was like a marathon, I would say. I was also like going and taking snacks, energy. I was even drinking honey pure to get energy. Yeah.
Bro's
So,
drinking
yeah.
honey. That's a secret. If you want to go 14-0,
It's
just take
it's a
some
secret. It's
take
really
some
good.
honey. All right. Do
Appreciate
you
the tips.
any shout outs that you'd like to give?
Shoutouts, I guess for the fans of trophy collectors. I didn't saw a lot of
The fans at
people,
home.
but the fans, yeah, fans. I would shout out Jackie Dick. It's a friend of mine. I think he's
Mhm.
watching right now. But yeah,
All right. And shout out to your team as well, of course.
What you doing?
You know, I'll do it for
GG's.
you. Yeah, so thank you
Yeah, obviously my team,
for the
obviously.
interview. Yeah, obviously your team. Thank you for the interview. We're gonna do a little losers interview with Coggy next, but yeah, thank you so much for participating. Congratulations once again on winning, and you know you can return to your team's channel. And
Yeah, thank you for
cool.
the opportunity. Really fun
Yeah, of
tournament.
course. Glad to hear it.
Okay, bye bye.
All right, bye bye.
Congrats.
All right, so I will be dragging Coggy. We'll be doing a quick little loser interview as well. Get their perspective. Let me drag him in. Hello, Coggy. You have been forcefully
Hello.
dragged into this channel.
That took me by surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, so obviously losers interview are a little bit different, sometimes a little awkward, so losing doesn't feel good. How are kind of like the vibes on the team right now? Has it been tough for you guys?
Yeah, well, it's a little bit disappointing that we didn't get the win, obviously, as you can imagine. But I think at the end of the day, for our team at least, it feels like a little win because 6 lads have been put together in a team. We've all made some great friends and enjoyed our time scrimming and chatting and playing together. So it's not completely bleak, as they say. Yeah, so I feel like we're probably gonna keep playing together as friends. Like we all have a good camaraderie between us, so it is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have kind of a follow-up question to that. Because I asked this question before to Citrix, but I kind of want to refine it now because you just played three best of 3 games, or 7 games total. How important was keeping the vibes up for the team to like help you guys persevere through basically like what are you going for 6.5 hours of playing Deadlock?
Yeah, well, it was a long time to be fair. But our first 2 games we managed to quick 2-0s. I think one of our games was like 20 minutes. So we did have
Yeah, I
time
saw
to
that
like,
one.
go to the toilet, eat some
Mhm.
food, um, I threw my ball for the Grog, I have a little puppy called Grog, and he is the
Okay.
inspiration for the team name.
I see. I
I'm
see.
unfortunate I didn't get him the win, but he's still a good boy.
That's fair.
But yeah, the vibes were still good, you know.
Love to hear that.
Um, how do you feel about kind of having your Kelvin band in game 2 and 3? How did that feel?
Man, Kelvin Band GG. That's it's definitely my most played hero. I love Kelvin. I think he's a cool character. And in game 1, I managed to showcase some of his strengths. Like we managed to get free urns because I just domed them, get free urn off, and we capitalized. We snowballed our lead. Obviously, trophy collectors learnt from that in game 2 and 3, and first bandit raging. But I got the dynamo, and I'm quite comfortable on dynamo as well. I did some all right plays. I think there was a 5-man infliction that I managed to duke with the quantum
Yeah.
entanglement
I
on
clipped that,
the
so we
walker,
have that saved. We have that
which is
saved for the
you
future
actually
montage.
oh wicked. That was such a good like feeling for myself. Like sometimes with support players you feel kind of a bit rough because you're not doing all the damage, you're not hard carrying your team. But I did what I thought was like the best play to like try and get our team a win.
Yeah.
Fortunately sometimes it doesn't go like that. The trophy collectors drafted really well in game 2 and 3, which is kind of wicked.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good set. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed, and I want to take a second to like shout out you guys, like Deathy, Griffin. You've been casting amazingly all day. Your throats must be really sore. Like
I'm
some
actually
behind the
good.
scenes stuff. Oh, fair
Yeah,
enough.
I've been drinking my liquids.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
you have
appreciate the shout out anyway, but yeah, I'm doing good. I'm actually
Like
chill.
yeah, and then there's the others behind the scene, like Ref and Moshi, who's subbed in for a couple of games.
Yeah.
They've been really really cool. And yeah, it's been a great vibe. Really thoroughly appreciated the tournament. It's given average players a good space to actually like play and have a bit of a laugh, you know.
Yeah.
kind of follow
Speaking
up
of
on that.
which, Well,
Oh,
actually,
you go
I have
first.
a quick little follow up, which is general.
Uh-huh.
You know, obviously before this, I'm sure none of you guys had played, or pretty sure that none of you guys had played in a, you know, deadlock team at the very least. Kind of what are the biggest takeaways you've made in the past like 2 weeks in general on deadlock or playing in a team? Like if you kind of had to like tell people in deadlock matchmaking or in the community, what would you tell them either about playing the game or just like in general?
Just get involved, really. I think it's a great game. It's good fun. Um, Playing with your friends is like honestly one of the best feelings. You could do some really wicked stuff on this game to have some fun. Not every game you should like try hard and like sweat your brains off. Sometimes you can just go in and just play what you want and have a bit of a laugh. Um, as long as you stay positive, don't be like some of the players we've all encountered in matchmaking who, you do one misplay and they sell all their items and sit in base. Like no one wants that at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So just play the game, have fun, and you can always come back from behind.
True.
That is something like, yeah, sometimes it's a bit difficult against really coordinated teams, but there's been scrims we've had, and even last week in the brackets games, I think against Ryan Central's team, we were like 20k down, and we managed to like take the mid boss, take the win, and come back from a really bad deficit. So never give up,
Yeah.
never surrender, fight to the last is my takeaway.
All right, I'll let you go, Griffin, with your question, and then we'll probably call it wraps.
Just basically the same idea, but just to like cap it off, like now that you've had a little taste, a little glimmer of the hopes and dreams of ideal competitive deadlock where everyone works together. You're a support player. You have it the hardest back in the matchmaking queues as a solo queue support player. Like, how does it feel? Can you go back? Is it you've had too much of a taste of the good stuff? You just can't. It's just too hard to click the play matchmaking button, or what?
Yeah, it's quite funny you say that because when I signed up for this tournament, I was like 1 or 2 games away from Oracle, and then I never played Dynamo or Ivy before, so I started spam playing them to help for the team. I dropped all the way down to Emissary, right, trying to play these characters in with randoms in the game, and it was really difficult, and I felt a bit disheartened when you lose ranks, but it is what it is. I was still playing for fun, having a laugh, and then
Understandable.
using those characters in a coordinated environment with the team and like manage using all their strengths and weaknesses like to your advantage, it ended up like paying off in some games. Like, so yeah, I think this competitive environment is really good. I used to play a bit of competitive Smite, so I'm used to the competitive atmosphere. And yeah, it's just honestly an amazing experience. Like, I can't thank you guys enough for what you've done and what you've set up, because it is a lot of work. So GG's to you guys. GG's trophy collectors.
I say GG's Grogladytes. You guys put on a show
Yeah,
for the entire day.
we'll be back for more for in the Death Slam League.
I like the
I hope.
enthusiasm. You're gonna take it back. You're gonna show trophy collectors up.
Yeah, you haven't seen The Last of Us.
Ooh, is there a new character perhaps?
Oh yeah, I might.
Okay.
I do have a cheeky Viscous in the back pocket, but
okay.
it is ball build, so I just run it down, and I think our team needed more of an anchor support character, and I'm happy to fill that role.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview and for obviously participating in the event. It was a lot of fun for us to cast it and watch you guys improve, and I would just want to say I think you guys put in a ton of improvement, all of you guys individually, but also as a team. I think it was really fun to watch and see. And I'm sure everyone at home watching enjoyed it a lot. So thank you. And yeah, we'll see you in the league.
Yeah, you will. W chat.
Thank you so much,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You go have a good meal or something.
Yeah, I've got a steak on the way, mate.
All right, that's good. That's good. You deserve it.
All right. GG's, lads. Ta-da.
GG's. See ya.
All right, guys. So it's the end of the road for us. Thank you guys so much for watching and supporting the stream. There's going to be more. Stay tuned for announcement. Join the Discord if you haven't. !DDS in the chat. You can join the Discord for information. This guy said pretty bad matchmaking from whoever made the teams. Well, it was a 2-1 best of 3 grand finals. So if you think that's bad matchmaking, don't know what to tell you. Someone going 14-0 happens regardless, but regardless. Not to get into that. Thank you guys for watching. Shout outs I want to give. Shout out Griffin, obviously. He had to get up for 5 a.m. At 5 a.m. for this, so definitely a beast. I had to get up pretty early, but not as early as 5 a.m. Shout out to everyone behind the scenes. Obviously Ref, Moshi. We also had, Mofu Rabbit, Mekril, Zephyr. I'm sure like a bunch of people. I kind of like don't even want to go through the names because I'm going to forget someone. I think Mason is also helping organizing some of the league stuff. I think we've got, I'm going to forget someone, but basically if you're involved behind the scenes, shout out to you. You're helping this make this possible, and shout out to all of you at home for supporting it. If you guys didn't give me a platform, if you didn't give me the support that you do on all of my content, my stream, my YouTube, etc., this would have never happened, is the reality. Because, this needs a content creator to be the face of it and to coach people. And if you guys didn't support me, I wouldn't be able to dedicate as much time as I do to these teams and these players. So it's all thanks to you guys at home, of course. Always shout out to you. And thank you guys so much for watching. Any final words, Griffin? Any people you want to shout out?
Can I get chat to give a quick shout out to Deathy? Because obviously there's a lot of behind the scenes help, but obviously Deathy did mention he is the face of this. Not only is he the face of this, hosting it and like managing all the visuals as well as casting, I'm just like sitting here yapping away. But he also organized, like he has a lot of excellent helpers that he managed to accrue together. He did coach all the teams individually and dedicated a lot of time to forming the teams, interacting with all the teams, making them all feel comfortable and invited in like this tournament, which is kind of incredible, not just within Deadlock, but like within video games in general. So hopefully I can see chat in a minute delay give a big hearts to Deathy for organizing everything and doing all this amazing work for the Deadlock community.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. And with that said, that's a wrap for today. So thank you guys for watching. We're going to shut down the stream in a sec. We'll do a little music. And yeah, have a great day, guys. Take care. We're going to raid someone. I don't know who, but I'm going to transition
get some
to music
good food.
And we'll raid someone.
Get some
eat
good
some
food.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye, guys.
Peace out.